Darling for him, 9:44. You raced Billy in the juniors, didn't you?
Yeah, we raced a few times. Usually when we were fighting for... Well, I was fighting for championship position because I think he'd already sewn it up when last we raced. But very, very tough indeed.
That's a killer light, 01.
That's the best that car's launched for Billy as well all season.
Let's see if it pays him back with an ET. It does, 9:47 on a 44. For the time being, Bill goes to number 1. Well, whatever the issue was with Chris, that's where they are, just down to one lane just for a moment. So Chris Orthodox too does his burnout, then stops.
Yeah, Ian's just given him the signal to stop, actually probably before he started the burnout, but I think there may be a different issue than a car issue.
Ah, right, okay, let's see what pans out. So the schedule for today is basically 3 rounds of qualifying, and that will take us up to around about 7 o'clock this evening. So we'll just see how the day pans out. But we've got a lot to get through this weekend. Now, this event normally was a 2-day event. We just did our qualifying on the Saturday, and sometimes you only got 2 qualifiers in. So the decision was made to turn it into 2 days of qualifying, so at least you can get qualifying done, everybody into the show. But especially with over 300 teams booked in, it was a tough ask. So. Right, next up then, Simon Innes and Vic Parsons. So, Darling for Vic, 9:74, and Simon Innes, 10:62.
So Simon Innes sits at the minute at the number 14 spot in the championship. So he is in contention, but all stars have to align. There are 330 points available to gain in qualifying. It's 10 for last, 340 for number 1, I believe.
Yeah, basically he's going to need a miracle without putting a finer point on it. But let's see. To be in with the shout, he's got to qualify right at the sharp end. 9:70 breakout for Vic, and a breakout for Simon. Vic is almost into the 9.6s. Wow. That air is good out there today. And that is a quick run for Simon. Simon normally, I'm okay, qualified with the dial in the 62. Don't very often see that car going in the 10.5s. So what's Bob Boulder dialing in? 9.3. Let's have a look. Oh, he's going alongside. Oh no, Bill Wilson being pushed back. Last weekend, I called him Billy Mills. I got him totally wrong. And of course, everybody rolling in the pits today kept going, "Hello, Billy Mills." How you doing? Got him confused with the Nostalgia Superstock racer because Billy was running as well. The silly thing is, I didn't realise I'd done it until Bill told me. Oh no. Anyway, Bob Bolden, I told you should have dialed a 9.3. He went 9.37 on a 9.43 dial. Oh dear, yeah. Right, 9.75 dialed in for the Dark Revenger. Of course, Dave Cherrett. He's one of the multitude of racers that basically left all their gear up here from the Euro Finals. Mind you, Dave did run last weekend at the Nostalgia Nats. Hot Rod Drags. And here he is. European Finals mode. Continued. I.e. Pro ET, not just having fun out on the track. Pro ET at the Euros. 0.028 covered the top 32. Unbelievable that was.
Well, Dave just went 004 on the tree. Nearly took the perfect like money on the first attempt. Goes 985, 10th. Too slow, that won't stand. He'll improve on that. Up next then, Matt Dowdy.
Now, Matt is number 9 in the points. Hey, he's 430 points away from the lead. Now, Matt, a former national champion in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. And you just know at some point in his, shall we say, senior career, he's going to take a title in another class somewhere. So, darling, then is 11-12. Oh, 11-12 with a 4. Matthew Dowdy, top of the shop. Absolutely superb. Brilliant job. Well, he's done himself a huge favour. Will it hold number 1? Who knows? But they're killer, this lot. But 11-12 with a 4 on the 11-12 dial-in. He's done himself a huge favour there. That is, don't forget, qualifying points all add up. And it could help Matthew move up the points chase there, but we will know Saturday night when we get the adjusted points to lead us into eliminations. And I've got to say to Eurodragster.com, who we've got a lot of work to do this weekend with Graham here, but luckily Simon's in the wings as well, helping with the points, so it's going to be good. But I mean, talking of points chases, last weekend at the Hot Rod Drags Gasser Circus, the way that planned out, it was just, there was 3-way title fight, and it was still all 3 of them in semi-finals. And basically, Steve Matthews, all he had to do was win his semi, and that was it. He was into the final to race for the championship. Sean Milsom needed to win his semi-final to be in the fight for the championship. But if Sean Milsom won his semi and Steve Matthews lost, it was Sean's title. If Steve Matthews won his semi, Sean lost, it was Steve's title. But also Simon Prest was in there as well, and he had to win the event with both Steve and Sean going out in the semis. Well, Sean and Steve did go out in the semis, so Simon Prest then had to win the final, which he did, and he was third going into the semi-finals. Came out top of the shop.
Oh wow!
It was so tight. So, oh, and of course we had a weather delay between semi-finals and finals. It was like, oh dear, it was so exciting. But it was a cracking way to round off a championship, that one.
Fingers crossed we can see something like that this weekend. Oh, Bill Wilson going back to the pits. Sure
that's not Billy Mills? No, I had a good chat with Bill. We did have a good laugh about that yesterday, actually, because, as I say, at the time, I didn't know I'd done it, because normally you've got an indication that you've made a mistake, but no, I totally missed it. So when he messaged me and told me, it was after the event he told me, I went, oh no. Oh dear.
It's funny you say that as well, that it was after the event, because quite a lot of the races, what they'll do is
they won't go through the
they
live
go
stream.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was quite amusing, that one.
So just a quick sled and a brush in the Kestrel beer lane. Shouldn't take too long. I'm saying that because
it's just because it's misty and it's just not.
So we're 10 degrees. Well, we're 4 degrees above dew point.
Right.
That's all we are at the minute.
Oh.
Density altitude at the minute, for those who know, is 714.
That's quite high considering the temperature.
It's more than I thought it was.
I thought it was. Yeah. I'm surprised at that.
I was expecting to see probably around 100, 200.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. Right, just to give let everybody know what's going on. Obviously, this is Pro ET. Super Pro have been called into the lanes. To follow them, this isn't a call out just yet, by the way, folks. The run order says it's Junior Dragster, then Super Gas ET bike, to be followed by 950 bike, 850 bike. Then Nostalgia Superstock, Street Eliminator, and the Wild Bunch. And then it would be our first showing of Comp Eliminator Pro Mod, Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike. And then continuing with Funny Bike, VW Pro, Super Comp Bike, Junior Drag Bike, Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman. So yeah, there's a lot of classes in attendance here this weekend. Of course, it's the last round of our national championships and also club championships for the SPRC. So, and it's 3 rounds of qualifying scheduled for today. And let's just fingers crossed we can get them all in. But to say, we could be up against it a little bit. There will be some gaps like we have at the moment. And so, yes, it will be a little bit challenging. We shall see. I'll tell you what, just save our waffle just for a moment. Our track crew are obviously doing various things out there. Conditions aren't quite right for us to run at the moment. So let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we will take it back as soon as qualifying continues here at the National Finals. He's going alongside. Oh no, Bill Wilson being pushed back. Last weekend, I called him Billy Mills. I got him totally wrong. And of course, everybody rolling in the pits today kept going, "Hello, Billy Mills." How you doing? Got him confused with the Nostalgia Superstock racer because Billy was running as well. The silly thing is, I didn't realise I'd done it until Bill told me. Oh no. Anyway, Bob Bolden, I told you should have dialed a 9.3. He went 9.37 on a 9.43 dial. Oh dear, yeah. Right, 9.75 dialed in for the Dark Revenger. Of course, Dave Cherrett. He's one of the multitude of racers that basically left all their gear up here from the Euro Finals. Mind you, Dave did run last weekend at the Nostalgia Nats. Sorry, Hot Rod Drags. And here he is. European Finals mode. Continued. I.e. Pro ET, not just having fun out on the track. Pro ET at the Euros. 0.028 covered the top 32. Unbelievable that was.
Well, Dave just went 004 on the tree. Nearly took the perfect like money on the first attempt. Goes 9.85, a tenth too slow. That won't stand. He'll improve on that. Up next then, Matt Dowdy.
Now Matt is number 9 in the points. He's 430 points away from the lead. Now Matt, a former national champion in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. And you just know at some point in his, shall we say, senior career, he's going to take a title in another class somewhere. So dialing then is 11.12. Oh, 11.12 with a 4. Matthew Dowdy, top of the shop. Absolutely superb. Brilliant job. Well, he's done himself. Okay, our track crew have managed to cure whatever the issue was with the Kestrel beer lane, right literally underneath the tower, so just outside the burnout box. Now, obviously one of the cars may have dropped some fluid in there that needed a bit more attention than we initially first thought, but that's all sorted now. So it is, of course, Frankie Taylor coming around with a little Banshee altered, and it is the Maverick Dragster.
So Andrew Brook looking for...
No, it's not Andrew. It's a swap around.
This is Mason again.
No, Mason. Yeah, no, Andrew basically is... I forgot what Mason was saying. I think he set up a new business or something, so he's got the weekend off.
Okay.
And the Javelin wasn't quite working how Mason wanted it to. So Mason is back behind the appliance, back behind the wheel of the appliance Dragster. So,
awesome. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so very good morning to Andrew if you are tuned in. But yeah, Mason was a little bit lonely in the pits. He's actually next to me in the pits, up in the camera. And normally there's like a load of people sandwiched between us, but we've got this arc. There's nobody there. It's quite weird up there this weekend. So Mason looking for a 912. Frankie Taylor 998. Frankie very soft off the line, but they're not chasing numbers this weekend. 921 and 1102. Nice little confidence booster there for Frankie after last weekend. And despite what Frankie says, I thought she dragged brilliantly last weekend. Had a bit of a sideways moment and yeah, did very well indeed. Right, next up then it is Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger going alongside Warren Watts with the Camaro. Now Warren in the title chase for Super Comp this weekend, double classing, so this is depends how Warren treats this. Is this a test run for Super Comp? We'll find out. So he dials 886, which with the tailwind he's more than capable of hitting. Nicely carried front wheels there for Tom Watkins off the line. Well, 904 and a 902 for Tom goes number 2, and 888 on an 86. Therefore, on goes number 3. Right, Ronnie Mercer, Amy Watkins. Right, Amy, number 10 in the points. Mathematically, it's still doable. Amy did actually finish in the top 10 in the Pro ACU Championship points chase last year. Amy dials 955, Ronnie 1024. Oh, 954. breaks up by less than 100 for Amy Watkins. Ronnie gets one on the right side though, 10.30 on a 24, goes number 6. Right, your points leader coming into this event, Brett Featherstone. Now then, if he can hit 9.57 or within 100th, then that's going to spoil a lot of people's weekends, because that means he's going to qualify very highly, and it will start to eliminate other drivers from the title chase. But let's see what happens. Going alongside Neil Watkins, dials 11.29 with a Purple Express pickup.
Well, Brett's car making a bit of a dive to the left-hand side.
Yeah, he had a little bit of wheelsman off the line, didn't he? 9.90, yeah, 11.37. So Brett 11, Neil 7. Didn't really help Brett, that one at all. Just makes it a little bit more exciting, doesn't it? Can we please have Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes. Now, we don't often see that because the conditions aren't right to be witnessing to it. That was a little nitrous purge from Lee Morris with the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. You can certainly see the nitrous purge though from John Bean. That's never an issue. With the Mustang, 8.97 dial in for John, 10.10.
Well, Lee Morris was the points leader coming into the European finals. He's currently sits in number 3. So at the stripe, John Bean goes 8.97 with an 8. He moves up to only the number 2 spot already after hitting his number bang on. Lee Morris breaks out.
Yeah, nicely done, John Bean. He's 13th in the points. I think that is a fair way. But, as I say, anything can happen. Next up, Marie Mills and Tom Kay. 10.28 and 10.05.
Yeah, so Tom currently sits number 6 in the championship. Unbelievably, that's only 270 points behind number 1.
Oh, 10 flat on a 10.05 break out there for Tom. Marie gets one on the right side though, 32 on a 28. And last weekend, I must admit, we did put a call out for rags and things because we were a bit short. Many thanks, Neil Merrill. He's just dropped 3 bags of them off to the track crew. So Neil, thank you ever so much indeed. I'm sure the track crew are well pleased with that. Thank you very much indeed. Always good to get support from everybody. And we'll put a call out like that. We got some. Thank you.
Whoa, Dave Fulton with a huge wheel stand in the roadster. That
was entertaining for him. 10.38. 11.16 breakout by less than 200s from Darren Huxley there. All right, next up, young Mark Huxley. Mark is 11th in the points chase, but the man who hauled in, when I say hauled in, he basically scooped them all up last weekend. Sorry, 2 weeks ago. Reuven Dawson at the European finals earned 1,350 points from one meeting.
I think that's the most in one meeting.
Yeah, because he was number 1 qualifier.
And won
the event, and ended up with a 64 car ladder. Amazing. So he dials 8.83. Mark 9.72. Oh, he missed it by 100. 8.82 breakout.
Perfect ET for Mark Huxley.
Well, that's the perfect ET money gone. Mark Huxley, 9.72 with a 0 on a 9.72 dial-in. And that's the money. Well done, Mark. Congratulations.
I do love this because how cutthroat is that? 90% of the racers haven't raced yet this weekend and the money's already gone. So Nick Bugridge and Paul Marston. Nick dials 9.99. He's in championship chase. Paul dials 9.00. I don't think we saw Paul at the European finals. I know he was entered. Whoa, very, very bizarre. It sounded like it span, but I don't think the race suspension was very happy with that. But Nick goes over the finish line with a 10.03. He goes up to somewhere. Yeah, it looks like the car span off the line, and as it gripped again, it twisted in a very bizarre way. Paul's just limping it off the top of the track.
Yeah, Nick goes to number 8. Yeah, so just to recap on that, Mark Huxley takes the perfect ET. So huge thanks indeed to Eurodragster.com. And of course, the Haley Hadfield Perfect ET Award, supported by Andy Hadfield and Twister Racing. So congratulations to Mark. So we've still got the perfect light money to go. Right, and that's a wrap for Pro ET. So,
already?
Yeah, a number 1 qualifier then. Mark Huxley. Nice start for his weekend. We move on to Super Pro ET. Head of the lanes is...
2 pops?
Yeah.
How good is it to see Ben Rushford? Rushford? No, Ben Kennedy.
Yeah.
In Super Pro this weekend.
Yeah, he wanted one more play this weekend. Don't blame him. Colin Miller, I don't think he's left here since, what, June? But no, it's Cole was a resident of Santa Pod this week, just gone. He was here for the hot rod drags and then stayed here. Don't blame him. Long way to go back up to Fife and then come back down again. So making the call this weekend, though, everybody will take everything home, and the place will come deserted. Yes, I know there's a few more lifestyle events this year, but this being the last round of our national championships, everybody will take all their stuff back home and then contemplate stripping it down ready for next year, and then they'll actually pull the cars out in March and start working on them. It happens every year.
Or every single time.
Yeah.
You give a racer 6 months to do something, he'll do it in a day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's always the way. But yeah, winter is long. It's not really the off season, because that's when a lot of the work happens, especially here at Santa Pod. The office staff go into then sort of planning everything for next year, sorting out calendars, flyers, booking acts for next year, booking all the things in. It's a very, very busy time. Don't think that once the racetrack closes, they will just like, okay, we'll see you next year. Not at all. And especially last year, I've got to say, the year-on-year improvements, that happens all the time up here. And like, we all came back to the first meeting, oh God, look at all this new fencing. That was the first visual that hit you. And then he started going around the trade, the catering area, see all the new fencing up there. And then you go around the corner and see the new fencing all the way around trader area there. And then you look in the pet lane, see fencing all the way from the pod shop down to the line. And he's like, wow, it ups the game yet again. All the work in the catering area, all the units, they're having a similar face to them now. And, so they don't stop. On-site work that's always going on. So it's always a huge amount of work that goes into keeping this place at the top of its game. It's not the best drag strip in Europe, and one of the best in the world for nothing. It's a sheer dedication from everybody that's up here that puts on an amazing facility for all the racers. And there is somebody else that I want to mention, actually, whilst we're doing this sort of thing. The amount of work that Barney and the Box Lane gang do, like installing cameras and trying out new things. Some of the coverage that we're getting from them these days is just jaw-dropping. And anybody that moans about it just needs to remember one thing. It's free.
100% free.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I think, I would start charging for it myself, because it is just so good.
No, don't say that, because they will.
No, it would. Bizarrely, it's worth it. I mean, everybody at home's going, no, can't do that. But I'm sure if everybody paid a £5 for it, I don't know. It's not my decision, but the amount of, the feed that it gives, the camera angles, the coverage, the quality of it, absolutely everything is absolutely top draw.
It is world class. Even
Yeah.
if you go over to the States and watch the NHRA live streams, which you have to pay for.
Yeah.
it's
Much.
the same, if not.
Really good. And the amount of people that, do message in or let us know and they say, oh, how was your weekend? Yeah, we weren't here, but I ended up watching the live feed for like 10 minutes, ended up spending 5 hours watching the live feed and got absolutely nothing done. And people are watching, people are watching the live feed whilst they're doing work on their cars, and then in the end they think, I can't carry on now. I'm going to carry on doing, just watching the live stream. So, yeah, that's what it is. Apparently, a couple of spots in the air at the top end as well, which is causing us to actually have a bit of unplanned downtime at the moment. You can see a few of the cars are just putting their covers on them. It's misting in the air. It's not properly raining, but it's. I can best describe it as a very heavy mist that is coming down. So that's what we're up against at the moment. And that's right, I'm lying to you, because if I look behind, we can actually see a few raindrops on the back window. I was looking out front, couldn't see anything get wet, then look behind and to see, there are a few spots of rain on the back window. So as we all know, we cannot run in any weather conditions at all where it is depositing water or whatever on the track. And obviously any fluids from cars or bikes. So yeah, we are on pause at the moment. Hopefully this will blow through. The forecast for today is actually not too bad. But we are just catching the edge of something here at the moment. So we'll stop waffling just for a moment. We'll give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2 on the FM frequency, and of course you can catch it on the internet as well. But we'll let them take the airwaves over, and we will take it back with updates, and of course when we start engines to continue qualifying here at the STP National Finals. I was waiting for the link. No, that's very true. That's very true indeed. Thanks ever so much. Okay, well, it's just an update more than anything else. As we all know, it got a little bit moist out there, but now the track drying is progressing very, very well indeed. We are not far away. So what we need is some more competitors into the pairing lanes. Obviously, Super Pro are down there pretty much ready to go. So we need, please, Junior Dragster and Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please. So, Junior Dragster and Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? As I said, we're not that far away. Our track crew, we got one of the jets just doing some work right to the left-hand side of the Kestrel lane, which is basically just doing a jet car dry up on where the sort of like the gutter is, the gully, where the water collects when the tractor does all its sweeping. So it looks like the shutdown area is good. A little bit of gluing's been going on as well. There's been some sledding going on out there, but fortunately has warmed up quite nicely. So we are very, very close indeed. So hopefully not too long. In the meantime, I'll let Nitro FM take the airways back, and we'll be with you shortly with more qualifying here at the STP National Finals.
train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Honey, baby, I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Now, honey, baby, I'm begging you, please, don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Yeah. Come on, baby.
Do not adjust your sets, folks. It's not out of anchor. It is Super Pro ET. Yes, we're back, folks. Thank goodness for that. That was not a planned weather delay whatsoever because it shouldn't have been here. But it was.
Exactly.
Well, we lost a chunk of time, but let's see what happens as we continue. The resident of Sanderpond Raceway of Colin Miller, the last time he went back home. He was here last weekend. He was at the Euro finals. Was he at the Euro finals? I can't remember.
I don't think he was, no.
Right.
It's because he was still rebuilding his engine for Mockenheim.
Right. Going alongside the relentless four-pop Ben Kennedy. Lexus powered, but a massive turbo has found its way in there. Basically, they put the turbo in and then try not to plumb it in afterwards. There's just no space under the front bonnet of that car.
Yeah, and he's been told to slow down.
Yeah.
So 865 the dial-in for Ben Kennedy, 7.40 the dial-in for Colin Miller. I assume this will be just nitrous, only a little bit all the way through.
Well, no boost, obviously, for Ben Kennedy. Let's see how Cole gets on.
Ooh, bit of a wonder about the 8.
Still goes 806 at 159. Ben coasting to 1120. Still went 154. All right, next up then, it is the team Time is Money Cortina Estate of Tom Atkinson.
He's going alongside the 69 Camaro of Colin Morris, dialing 8.50, 838 the dial-in for the Cortina.
Yeah, these two have got a private battle for the Morris boys are on 1740. The Time is Money Cortina on 1710. It could move up a little bit higher, but it's going to be tough. Fair to say these two aren't in championship contention. But let's see. 838 and 850 are the dial-ins.
$840 and $851. So one's 02 off, the other one's 01 off.
No surprise to see Josh Duncan in Super Pro this weekend after an awesome debut in Pro ET a couple of weeks ago. So let's see what these boys can do with this new ride for them. Going alongside Dave Russell, the van with no name.
So 876, the dial-in for the Austin Marina van. The Rover in the other lane looking for an 8.49.
Boom. Takes a 10th off. Well done, gang. 885 the right side for Dave Russell, but Josh Duncan just finding that he really likes this car and that he's already got a 10th under his dial-in. Well done. Next up then, it is the DKM Construction pickup truck, young Harley J. Derby, going alongside Joe Kellett. Both of these two from the world of junior dragster back in the day. Now, I know you raced Joe. You must have raced Harley J, didn't you?
So Harley J. Derby, his first Bullet Boy dragster was my Tominator 1.
Ah, right, okay.
So we did race, but a couple of times I was racing my old car. Unbelievably, that Tominator 1 was Joe Kellett's first drumming man as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. But where is that car now? Who's got that now?
Finley Fag.
Right, okay, yeah.
It's still in the Bullet Boy colours as well.
Yeah.
We were trying to think as well down in the pairing lanes how long this truck's been racing for.
Yeah.
Because Lee Derby was racing it in Pro ET in, we know, at least 2003.
Wow. Well, 891 is Harley's dial-in, 728 for Joe. Morris boys have the number one spot at the moment. Breakout by just over 100th for Joe, so no real help. 961 for Harley. Just to give you an update on championships, because that's what it's all about this weekend, as well as the event win. It's Scott Hauser that leads away, less than 3 rounds ahead of Team Giles and Hartley. And Callum Swinchat, he's got a battle for third with Team Didwell Racing, which is Brad Didwell driving this weekend. Less than a round between those two. Going alongside Mark Bailey, dialing in 876, winner at Doorslammers this year on the Saturday. He was so happy that he didn't even bother racing on the Sunday.
Taking on Brad Didwell. Alan Didwell won the championship last year, but it's son's turn this year. Does 848. Well, Mark's car there was reaching for the skies. Really did hike the wheels up. 820 breakout and 888 the right side number.
I've got a sneaky suspicion that's a PB for Brad. He's gone caught for a second under his darling there as well. All right, next up then, Alan Schofield and Callum Swinchat. Now, Callum is third in the points chase. He's a fair way behind Scott. Going alongside Alan Schofield with the Dragster. Darling's then 887 for the King's Topolino, 795 for the Scud Dragster.
Well, the Dragster not sounding okay at all. A big plume of smoke coming out the back of it.
Yeah, that's breathing quite heavy at the stripe, isn't it? Still goes 793, still breaks out. 911 for Callum. Spotters out there having a quick look at the track. I think it was just breathing heavily. But Ian, I think he's having a little jog to the tractor straight away. So, yeah, there will be a little bit, I would imagine, sledding. But let's have a look, see what our track crew can find up there. But yeah, despite that, Alan Schofield went 793 with a 6 on a 795 dial-in. So obviously the car was performing A-OK, 177 mile an hour at the stripe. Callum went 911 at 145. But as I say, Ian's just jumped into the tractor. As we look down on the next pair, actually, you see Grandad's Toy number 2. That is a cracking looking car. Had a good look around the pits last night. Quality is superb all the way through that. Really, really good car. That's, of course, Phil Toppin's ride for the foreseeable. And the Giles and Hartley Dragster. My goodness me, there is so much history in that car. Has taken the National Championship in Super Pro ET. And Barry and Daniel share the driving duties. And yeah, they've had an eventful year. They were down with you down at Carfest, weren't they?
Yeah, and it's the first time I think I've ever seen Barry do something that isn't utterly professional.
Oh, I said, I know what you mean. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from that. But yeah, something totally different.
Yeah, and him and Mark, obviously two very similar combinations, one big block, one small block. But apart from that, they're the same realistic combination. So they both fired the cars up together, and then they both had a bit of a barking match with each other in the stands.
Nicely received down there?
Loved.
Yeah.
Really, really loved. I know Barry and Dan had a few people looking around the car, sat in the car. We had the same with Ball Breaker. They loved drag racing there.
Yeah.
Really, really did.
That's really good. A very good advert, actually, down at Carfest. And, yeah, hopefully that will expand next year. More cars on show. And, yeah, I think we pushed ours at Silverstone quite a lot. We had 28 teams up there. I don't think we can get many more into our plot that we had. But, no, we'll see what happens next year. But two great PR exercises for the world of drag racing. Or for you were at one, I was at the other. But, no, a very, very good advert indeed. Right, so, yeah, I think there is just... No, it all depends on what the track are actually doing. If it's just a bit of sledding, because they've got nothing else out there, which is potentially good news. But then, having said that, is that Dougie at 330 foot? He's standing legs astride there.
Hey, Dougie.
It is Dougie, yeah. He was having a good weekend last weekend in the Motor Mouse Dragster. But yeah, tell you what we'll do, we'll just give the airways back to Nitro FM just for a moment. Go on.
Just before we do, I've got a call out into the pits if anyone can help the LFR Ball Breaker team. They're looking for a Powerglide converter with Powerglide splines and 8-inch, if possible, please. That's a Powerglide converter with Powerglide splines and 8-inch, if anyone has one, please.
It's not the sort of call out I was expecting, but yeah,
no.
Everybody's got one. Help, please. Right, just for a moment, let Nitro FM take the airways. I don't think it's going to be for long, though, as we've got Super Pro chomping at the bit, ready to get going. So Nitro FM just for the moment, but we'll take it back soon.
way through.
Well, no boost obviously for Ben Kennedy. Let's see how Cole gets on.
Ooh, bit of a wonder about the 8.
Still goes 8:06 at 1:59. Ben coasting to 11. Still went 154. All right, next up then, it is the team Time is Money Cortina Estate of Tom Atkinson.
He's going alongside the 69 Camaro of Colin Morris, dialing 8.50, 838 the dial-in for the Cortina.
Yeah, these two have got a private battle for the Morris boys are on 1740. The Time is Money Cortina on 1710. It could move up a little bit higher, but it's going to be tough. Fair to say these two aren't in championship contention. But let's see. 838 and 850 are the dial-ins.
$840 and $851. So one's 02 off, the other one's 01 off.
No surprise to see Josh Duncan in Super Pro this weekend after an awesome debut in Pro ET a couple of weeks ago. So let's see what these boys can do with this new ride for them. Going alongside Dave Russell, the van with no name.
So 876 the dial-in for the Austin Marina van. The Rover in the other lane looking for an 8.49.
Boom. Takes a 10th off. Well done, gang. 885 the right side for Dave Russell, but Josh Duncan just finding that he really likes this car, and he's already got a 10th under his dial-in. Well done. Next up then, it is the DKM Construction pickup truck, young Harley J. Derby, going alongside Joe Kellett. Both of these two from the world of junior dragster back in the day. Now, I know you raced Joe. You must have raced Harley J, didn't you?
So Harley J. Derby, his first Bullet Boy dragster was my Dominator 1.
Ah, right, okay.
So we did race, but a couple of times I was racing my old car. Unbelievably, that Dominator 1 was Joe Kellett's first drumming man as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Where is that car now? Who's got that now?
Finley Fag.
Right, okay, yeah.
It's still in the Bullet Boy colours as well.
Yeah.
We were trying to think as well down in the pairing lanes how long this truck's been racing for.
Yeah.
Because Lee Derby was racing it in Pro ET in, we know, at least 2003.
Wow. Well, 891 is Harley's dial-in, 728 for Joe. Morris boys have the number 1 spot at the moment. Break out by just over 100th for Joe, so 961 for Harley. Just to give you an update on championships, because that's what it's all about this weekend, as well as the event win. It's Scott Hauser that leads away, less than 3 rounds ahead of Team Giles and Hartley. And Callum Swinchat, he's got a battle for third with Team Diswell Racing, which is Brad Diswell driving this weekend. Less than a round between those two. Going alongside Mark Bailey, dialing in 876, winner at Doorslammers this year on the Saturday. He was so happy that he didn't even bother racing on the Sunday.
Taking on Brad Didwell. Alan Didwell won the championship last year, but it's son's turn this year. Does 8:48. Well, Mark's car there was reaching for the skies. Really did hike the wheels up. 8:20 breakout and 8:88 the right side number.
I've got a sneaky suspicion that's a PB for Brad. He's gone quarter of a second under his dial-in there as well. All right, next up then, Alan Schofield and Callum Swinchat. Now, Callum is third in the points chase. He's a fair way behind Scott. Going alongside Alan Schofield with the Dragster. Darling's then 887 for the King's Topolino, 795 for the Scud Dragster.
Well, the Dragster not sounding okay at all. A big plume of smoke coming out the back of it.
Yeah, that's breathing quite heavy at the stripe, isn't it? Still goes 793, still breaks out. 911 for Callum. Spotters out there having a quick look at the track. I think it was just breathing heavily. But Ian, I think he's having a little jog for the tractor straight away. So, yeah, there will be a little bit, I would imagine, sledding. But let's have a look, see what our track crew can find up there. Daniel behind the wheel of the Dragster, going alongside Phil Toppin, Grandad's Toy number 2.
Yeah, so Barry. In the Kestrel Beer Lane, looking for 7.43. Phil looking for 8.99. Phil's got a long way out. Georgina's got to run really far. Oh no, she's given up.
Well, that's because Phil's actually coming back now, so that's good. But no, contrary to what other people think, the engine in this car is not out of the Corvette. It's a new build engine, but the supercharger is off the Corvette engine.
Okay.
So yeah, basically it's a completely new. Well, bottom of from south of the supercharger downwards is all new.
So do we know where that engine's gone?
No,
Or just a
it's
spare?
the short answer.
Do we know where the vet's gone? No. Okay.
I think it's more of a case that Phil did tell me and I forgot. I think it went to Germany. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. They like their roadsters over there.
They do.
I think this is the first time ever Giles and Hartley have had to wait to go into pre-stage. So Barry taking the seat back off Dan for this weekend, looking for 7.43 in the championship chase. Little over 200 points between him and first. And that was sounding much better from Grandad's Toy.
Oh, that's class. 744 on a 43 there for young Daniel. So that takes him to number 1. That's where he needs to be. He's got to be top of the pile. And he's done himself a big favour there. 14 cars gone through so far, and he is number 1. But we haven't seen Scott Houser yet. Tyler Ashdown is wearing the perfect hoodie for drag racing. This is eat, sleep, drag race, repeat. Oh, Tyler, it's just perfect for you, that one, mate.
Oh no, but we're not going to see Jan Schepper out on this one with the new car to him. He's pushing back to the pits, unfortunately. I was really looking forward to seeing that.
That's the ex-Yeoman Omen's Viper, isn't it? That's a lovely car.
Oh, broke the tower.
So Bailey Ashdown on a solo here. A special shout out to Steve Ashdown, actually, taking some time off. Well deserved, mate, well deserved. And he still found time to phone yesterday and had a chat, which was really nice. So let's see how Bailey gets on with the Super Pro Dragster. Oh, 03 red. Good light. That's nice and straight and true to an 8.05. 300s breakout, but it's in the right direction. If there is a natural drag race talent, it's this young man, Harry Gibson. I've watched him drive this car, and he's got a real touch, real feel for this car. It's brilliant to watch. How he reacts to the car when it's broken traction. He just feathers that throttle, gets back on it, nails it. It's very, very good driver. Go alongside Jack Brewster with Just Mustard Firebird. Went to the 7.2s last time out. Car starting to come round very nicely indeed. Problem there for Jack though. So solo for Harry.
And for all intents and purposes, this is a top methanol dragster. It's just ran in Super Pro because they don't have to push it then. Class floor is 6.00, which is what they've dialed in. Car has ran into the 570s, even if not quicker.
Well, the front wheel came up again. 0.98, 60 foot, that is flying. But yeah, as soon as Harry hit the loud pedal, the wheelie bar came into handy at the back end to stop it going skywards, but that did launch hard.
Yeah, shook almost immediately, turned the car over to the left. That's when Harry got out of it. As you say, natural behind the wheel.
Yeah. Very, very good. Well, frustrating one for Jack. Get back to the pits, come back down again for Q2. As we look in the lanes, and a good old mix of cars down there. You got Scott Houser, got Matt Peters, Lee Huxley, still to put their runs in. And then, of course, we can see Junior Dragster have got their noses around there as well. Super Gas are lined up ready to go. And I think as well, ET Bike are there as well. So good mix of racers around the corner.
Yeah, so Ian and the team just checking on the track. Shouldn't be too long before we get the next pair around. I can't see any fluid on the track. So, yeah, around the corner. Next up should be Lee Huxley and AC Bell. Oh no, we're going to run a solo. Who's going to be? Just waiting to see who moves first. Here we go then. Matt Peters coming around the corner with the Lucas Oil Dragster. Ah, no, I was wrong. And here comes Scott Hauser, number 1 in the championship by a little over 200 points. He's just seen the Giles and Hartley car go up to number 1. Would very much like to be up there as well. So 7:58 the dial-in for the Lucas Oil Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. It's going to be a 7.2 in the Kestrel B lane, but of what flavour? 7:27.
I always look at Jeff after Scott's done a run, because he will hit it or he'll miss it by 100th, and it's like, oh, if it was the wrong side, or oh, if it was the right side, and yeah, if it's a bang on. It's so good at this. Well, that's why Scott's leading the championship.
Well, when I used to race, Scott was my weather station, if you like.
Yeah.
Because the car never changes. It will always do whatever the weather says it will do.
Yeah.
So if he was, say, this weekend dialing 7.3s, I'd change my dialing because I know I'd run slower.
Ah, right, yeah.
So the Hauser Race Cars car was my weather station.
Well, issues for Matt Peters off the line, but let's see how Scotty gets on. 7:26.85. Breakout by less than, well, that's a breakout by 15 10,000ths. Wow. But yeah, did a little bit too quick there for Scott. Right, AC Bell, the Teenage Dream, going alongside Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang.
This is the last pair in Super Pro. AC had a beautiful weekend at the European Finals.
That did go. It didn't start brilliantly because
No.
the car wasn't behaving at all, but it came round good when it needed to. And also the car needs to, the driver needs to be able to cut lights and run ETs as well. They did a brilliant job. Anyway, 892 to date, lead 860. Let's have ET bike, 950 bike and 850 bike into the lanes, please. 855 breakout, and that's right, double breakout. Over a 10th breakout for AC. All right, ET bike, 950 bike, 850 bike. Can we have all of you into the pairing lanes, please? As it is the rattle and hum of Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. And we were having a conversation about the juniors as to how many will be departing Junior Dragster after this weekend, because obviously when you reach the age of 18, if you reach the age of 18 during the season, it's fine, but if you're age 18 between end of last season and beginning of the next, that's it, game over, isn't it?
It's between, so if you're born December 31st,
yeah,
you can't race the next year.
That's right.
If you're born January 1st, you can.
Yeah. And one of them we're going to say goodbye to is Jacqueline Bartlett, which I believe is one of the juniors that can't compete anymore, going alongside Sam Hiscock. So one, what we call JMA, which can go to 790, and one JM, or Junior Modified, limited to 890. But then we've got age parameters as well. So youngsters do it on reaction times, not on speeds or ETs. Don't forget it's to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. And Sam Hiscock goes red by 0.004. Wow. Jacqueline, a good start of her 03 on the right side. So obviously she takes up one spot for the time being, but that was the first pair. Teddy Howe and Harry Peters. Teddy's last weekend in this particular car as he moves up next year. He's got a new car sorted out for next year.
Ooh.
And yeah, Matt's already posted on social media to say his last weekend in the car, so I knew I could say it. Yeah, so he's going into a faster car next year.
Lovely jubbly. Of course, runner-up at the European finals as well. Don't forget Teddy Howe.
Fabulous weekend, and he got a right old round of applause at the trophies as well.
Taking on Harry Peters. Ooh, goes red and a 0.12 light for Teddy Howe. 8.05 and 9.14. So the numbers on the top end boards, once they've gone through the finish line, don't matter. It's just data collection. But before they get there, that's what matters. We're looking at their reaction times. It trains these kids up to be killer when they move up into different classes.
They do, don't they? So do you think Matt Peters has stayed up there with the Super Pro Dragster waiting for the youngsters to come round and then all three of them go back to the pits? It wouldn't surprise me. Right, so yeah, Tom Peters is the other one of the Peters Junior Dragsters, going alongside Jake Cooper. Oh, Tom goes to number one with that one, a 0.14. Jake, a little bit late, but he's got time to put in his customary quick one. So he goes to number 4. Right, next up then, Lola Bell Kent, and a special shout out, tuned in at home, will be Frankie Kent. Not feeling very well today, unfortunately. Frankie, sorry you're not here, buddy. Let's see how you feel a bit later on, but obviously you've still got tomorrow as well. But yeah, get rid of that lurgy, Frankie. And hopefully we'll see you a bit later. If not, we'll see you tomorrow, mate. But it is Lola Bell representing West End Motorsport, going alongside Emmy Crondwell, the Violet Hayes. Ooh, 08 for Emmy, 0.21 for Lola Bell. Right, next up then, it is Eva Davis and Freddie Taylor. Freddie Taylor, another one that departs Junior Dragster at the end of this event. He's had a good time in the class. Car has already found a new owner, so that'll appear in Junior Dragster next year. Slightly different colour scheme, I would imagine.
So Eva rolls in deep. Doesn't matter as long as you go green, which she does. 0.3 reaction time for her. Puts her up to the number 2 spot. And a 0.10 for Freddie.
Let's have Comp Eliminator into pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator. Come on down, please. Right, we've already had Jake Cooper. Here's brother Kai going alongside Ted Sullivan. He's part of the battle for the championship, is our Ted.
Yeah, very, very close to the top. And I think him and Luke Mugridge in the last event both went out in the same round. So no one was able to gather up
That's right.
hundreds of points.
Oh, both go red. Oh, Kai, 008 red. That was close. Right, winner at the European finals, Mackenzie Love. And this is his last race in juniors.
So is Liam's as well.
It is, yeah. Liam McDonald down there as well. His last race in the juniors.
One thing I'm noticing as well, which some of these drivers have to be careful of, I know we're saying we don't care about what they do over the finish line, as long as they don't go quicker than their index. Because if you go perfect and run a 780, for example, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
So you've got to be careful, very careful. You might hear some of them pedaling at the top end so they don't go too quick. But Max Love, winner of the European finals.
saw the video actually of the run, and obviously the team celebration afterwards. Absolutely delighted, obviously. So to win the European finals is very special indeed, and Mackenzie Love did that. Went red on that one though, but Liam McDonald goes to number 2. Well done, Liam. And 029 to open his account at the national finals. Right, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. Grace represented Junior Dragster along with Kai and Jake Cooper at the Silverstone Festival. I had a chance to have a really good look around this car. Fabulous little bit of kit, that. And I think it was you that pointed out to me that Grace's car is one of the unusual cars where she actually has a steering wheel, not a butterfly. And I looked at it, I thought, oh yeah. When it was a butterfly, is the butterfly steering wheel that most dragsters have. But no, Grace prefers a proper little steering wheel. It's very small, but that's what she prefers. And she'll like the 07 light as well. That puts her into the number 5 spot at the moment. And nicely judged on the ET for both of them, actually. Very good. Yeah, they can't go quicker than 790 and 890, so well done. Right, how about this young lady's debut 2 weeks ago in Junior Dragster? Kendra Redshaw took the number 1 qualifier, and her second best run in qualifying was good enough for number 1 as well. That's how good she was. 2 brilliant 00 lights. Going alongside Chloe Crundwell. So 1 junior modified and 1 junior modified advance. Chloe goes red, Kendra goes 0.12. Actually, I was talking to Chris Redshaw. They actually destroyed an engine.
Yeah.
And had to cobble one together for the next round. It was unbelievable. They did it, but it was a bit close. I think they had minutes to spare. Right, championship contender Luke Mugridge going alongside Neve Deavy here.
Neve has got a new car for next season as well. Be very exciting when it comes out.
It hasn't run yet, has it?
No.
Oh, is it here? Actually, it's not.
Ooh, good point.
I don't think it is. Well, looking down the lanes, because there's not many juniors down there.
Well, I can't see them.
I can't see any more, actually, at all. Yeah, so Luke Mugridge and Neve Deavy. Well, there's your new number 2 qualifier, Luke Mugridge. Nicely done, Luke.
Yeah, I think most of them have done it. Quite
Really?
a lot of those don't count.
Oh dear. Scratch that. Oh dear. Right, okay, so Ada Cassisi, her last meeting in this car.
And just while they're on the start line as well, Team LFR are looking for a power glide with a power glide input shaft or input splines. That's 8-inch as well. So if you've got one of those, please go see them in the pits. You'll see them. It's the big orange gazebo. There it goes, 0.1. Yeah, I don't know why I set you up, but if someone's got it, power glide.
So Ada goes into number 10. All right, we move on to Super Gas. All right, this one for Tony Morris Carburetors.
Shout out to the man himself, Tony Morris. I know last time we were racing, you were too. Hope you did well.
So John Dalrymple and Vic Parsons. Vic's got an interesting problem here because he just set a PB in Pro ET, 9.70, but this is a class index of 9.9, so he's got to slow it down a bit more than what he thought before. Tailwind funny enough, Vic said, oh, tailwind. He did get a PB, so well, I think. But yeah, don't want to break 990 here. And he did. That's right, they both did. 79 for John Dalrymple, 76 for Vic Parsons. I think Vic did lift at the stripe, but just didn't lift soon enough.
No, I think he was probably shadowing Wayne. Not Wayne,
John.
John.
Yeah, but 12 mile an hour difference, fair. Right, Wayne Hiscock and Andy Dibley. Seen him for a little while. Well, apparently Wayne's got a mechanical throttle stop on there, no electronics. Served him well with a 993. Andy Dibley goes 999. And he's still lifted 114. Ah, this is it. I've been looking forward to this. This is the debut for Martin Kirbishley driving this car that he bought off Dave Fulton.
Yes. So I saw this car drive back to the pits earlier during the weather delay, because we knew that the Fultons owned it before, and we thought it could have been Charlie driving it this weekend.
No. Martin's had this car for a year.
Is he?
Yeah, bought it off Dave last year, and then had to work out how to get it in the lorry. I would laugh if Martin out qualifies Dave. Well, 970 and 973, they're using each other's pace, and it didn't work. So they both broke out big style, but that is the first pass for Martin Kirbishley in that car.
Awesome.
So very well done indeed. Right, the guy who's leading the points chase then in Tony Marley's Carburettors Supergas is Stu Doyney, going alongside Andy Harrison. Now Stu is in the points lead, and comfortably so, 460 points. But Stu doesn't get an all-round run bonus this year. He missed Easter.
Okay.
So Festival of Power, I should say, not Easter.
Well, that was a big wheelie from the roadster there as well.
Look at the reaction time. There's the money. It was a little bit quick, 967, but that is the reaction time. Money has gone as well. So congratulations, Stu Doyney. Got the money. So congratulations, Stu. Takes the Bad Habit Racing perfect light money in association with Dragster.com. So that's it. Both the awards have gone in Q1, and we've only had 4 classes. Yeah, 0001 light there for Stu. Very nicely done. Next up, the Morris boys. Stuart. I'd say that won't fire off a decent light as well. 008. Going alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. He'll back off, hopefully. Still breaks out. What? This is the tailwind. It's got to be the tailwind. They are all breaking out. In actual fact, of 10 cars in Supergas that have gone through, only 3 of them are the right side. But it's been breakout central. Can we please have Motorsports UK Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Motorsports UK Pro Modified, let's have you into the lanes. And that's right, that is a wrap for Supergas. 10 cars go through, and only 3 of them got it on the right side of the 990 index. ET Bike up next. It's Harrison Brown and Gary Hester, your first pair. And as ET Bike comes around there, there'll be somebody tuning in, and a group of people, of course, the Red Devils. A big shout out to Scott Smith. Scott, unfortunately, had a bad bike accident and is on the road to recovery. And thoughts with you, mate. Nick Bladen especially has been in touch to say that it's not nice when you hear of somebody having an incident. And Scott Smith, unfortunately, came off the worst in a rather nasty motorcycle accident. So, Scott, we really do wish you well, mate, and look forward to seeing you back at the track next year. But yeah, I hate doing those type of shout-outs, but thoughts with you, mate. Right, next up on the big red Harley is Chris Venn going alongside Carl Hester. 966 pace, 10:35. .972 and 10:47. Chris Venn goes to number 1.
So Pete Harrison and Alan Davis.
Peter Harrison looking for 1090. Alan looking for 1185. .1097, that'll do. 11:44. Alan Davis breaks out by half a second. That won't do. In the nicest possible way. Next up, Kyle Rushby, Dave Grundy. So the Rents Go Racing Hayabusa wants 11 flat. And Dave Grundy on the Triumph, 10:46. Whoa! Well, Kai's absolutely fine. You could just see his body language there going, oh, damn it. But, yeah, still needs to... I can't believe how far the bike went, though.
So 12-2, way off the downer for Dave Grundy in the other lane, but all eyes were on Kyle. He's over by the wall now, having a chat with the marshals.
No, he's fine. Right, still to come. We've got 950 bike in the lanes, 850 bike are down there as well. Okay, I'll tell you what, just for a moment, if we can get Nitro FM just to take over the airwaves, we will be back with you soon. Many thanks indeed.
Way through.
Well, no boost obviously for Ben Kennedy. Let's see how Cole gets on.
Ooh, bit of a wonder about the 8.
Still goes 806 at 159. Ben coasting to 1120. Still went 154. Right, next up then, it is the team Time is Money Cortina Estate of Tom Atkinson.
He's going alongside the 69 Camaro of Colin Morris, dialing 8.50, 838 the dial-in for the Cortina.
Yeah, these two have got a private battle for the Morris boys are on 1740. The Time is Money Cortina on 1710. It could move up a little bit higher, but it's going to be tough. Fair to say these two aren't in championship contention. But let's see. 838 and 850 are the dial-ins.
840 and 851. So one's 02 off, the other one's 01 off.
No surprise to see Josh Duncan in Super Pro this weekend after an awesome debut in Pro ET a couple of weeks ago. So let's see what these boys can do with this new ride for them. Going alongside Dave Russell, the van with no name.
So 876 the dial-in for the Austin Marina van. The Rover in the other lane looking for an 8.49.
Boom. Takes a 10th off. Well done, gang. 885 the right side for Dave Russell, but Josh Duncan just finding that he really likes this car. And he's already got a 10th under his dial-in. Well done. Next up then, it is the DKM Construction pickup truck, young Harley J. Derby. Going alongside Joe Kellett. Both of these two from the world of junior dragster back in the day. Now, I know you raced Joe. You must have raced Harley J, didn't you?
So Harley J. Derby, his first Bullet Boy dragster was my Terminator 1.
Ah, right, okay.
So we did race, but a couple of times I was racing my old car. Unbelievably, that Terminator 1 was Joe Kellett's first drumming man as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. But where is that car now? Who's got that now?
Finley Fag.
Right, okay, yeah.
It's still in the Bullet Boy colours as well.
Yeah.
We were trying to think as well down in the pairing lanes how long this truck's been racing for.
Yeah.
Because Lee Derby was racing it in Pro ET in, we know, at least 2003.
Wow. Well, 891 is Harley's dial-in, 728 for Joe. Morris boys have the number one spot at the moment. Breakout by just over 100th for Joe, so 961 for Harley. Just to give you an update on championships, because that's what it's all about this weekend, as well as the event win. It's Scott Hauser that leads away, less than 3 rounds ahead of Team Giles and Hartley. And Callum Swinchat, he's got a battle for third with Team Didwell Racing, which is Brad Didwell driving this weekend. Less than a round between those two. Going alongside Mark Bailey, dialing in 876, winner at Doorslammers this year on the Saturday. He was so happy that he didn't even bother racing on the Sunday.
Taking on Brad Didwell. Alan Didwell won the championship last year, but it's son's turn this year. Does 848. Well, Mark's car there was reaching for the skies. Really did hike the wheels up. 820 breakout and 888 the right side number.
I've got a sneaky suspicion that's a PB for Brad. He's gone caught for second under his dial-in there as well. Right, next up then, Alan Schofield and Callum Swinchat. Now, Callum is third in the points chase. He's a fair way behind Scott. going alongside Alan Schofield with the Dragster. Darlings then 887 for the King's Topolino, 795 for the Scum Dragster.
Well, the Dragster not sounding okay at all. A big plume of smoke coming out the back of it.
Yeah, that's breathing quite heavy at the stripe, isn't it? Still goes 793, still breaks out. 911 for Callum. Spotters out there having a quick look at the track. I think it was just breathing heavily. But Ian, I think he's having a little jog to the tractor straight away. So, yeah, there will be a little bit, I would imagine, sledding. But let's have a look, see what our track crew can find up there. So Bailey Ashdown on a solo here. A special shout out to Steve Ashdown, actually taking some time off. Well deserved, mate, well deserved. And he still found time to phone yesterday and had a chat, which was really nice. So let's see how Bailey gets on with the Super Pro Dragster. Oh, 03 red. Good light. That's nice and straight and true to an 805. 300s breakout, but it's in the right direction. If there is a natural drag race talent, it's this young man, Harry Gibson. I've watched him drive this car, and he's got a real touch, real feel for this car. It's brilliant to watch. How he reacts to the car when it's broken traction. He just feathers that throttle, gets back on it, nails it. It's very, very good driver. Alongside Jack Brewster with Just Mustard Firebird. Went in the 7.2s last time out. Car starting to come round very nicely indeed. Problem there for Jack though. So solo for Harry.
And for all intents and purposes, this is a top methanol dragster. It's just ran in Super Pro because they don't have to push it then. Class floor is 6.00, which is what they've dialed in. Car has ran into the 570s, even if not quicker.
Well, front wheel came up again. 0.98 to 60 foot, that is flying. But yeah, as soon as Harry hit the loud pedal, the wheelie bar came into handy at the back end to stop it going skywards, but that did launch hard. Well, issues for Matt Peters off the line, but let's see how Scotty gets on. 7:26.85. Breakout by less than, well, that's a breakout by 15 10,000ths. Here we go then, Justin Moulton and Nick Playden. Justin looking for a 9.89. We'd love an 8, I suppose. Going alongside Nick, who wants a 10.95. And it was indeed thanks to Nick informing us about Scott's incident. And Scott, if you are tuned in, mate, wish you well soon. $10.34 for Justin. Nick goes 10.84. Breakout a little bit too quick for him. Right, your points leader, Scott Collier. 9.53 dial in for him. Going alongside Patrick Mariet with the Bluefish Booster from the Netherlands. Scott in a good old battle with Phil Pratt for ET Bike honours. Well, Patrick should get to the strike first. Looking for an 870. Gets a 908. And wow, Scott breaks out by a 10th there. 9.43. Quick run. But quicker than he wanted. But an 01 light, that's put him in good stead on the reaction time front. Just a little bit too quick on the ET one. Right, Robbie Dobby and Phil Pratt. 9.94 plays 8.90. That's a stout number for Phil. He goes 8.98, goes to number 3. Robbie goes 9.88. That's a breakout. And he slots in number 10. Right, Jake Bowden and Casey Holgate, your next pair. 11.58 plays 12.42. So Jake's dial-in is 11.58, the man from Tewkesbury. And it's the Rugrat Racing Honda, 12.42, the dial-in for the former junior drag bike racer. Well, problem there for Jake. So it's all about Casey. 12.43 on a 12.42 dial-in. That's going to put Casey right at the sharp end. Very, very nicely done indeed. Can we please have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike. Let's have you into the pairing lanes. So Casey Holgate then takes the number 1 spot with that. So just doing the burnout under the tower. And as the Jake Bowden machine is just pushed out of the way. Going to be a solo then for Les Harris. Okay, so Les going to restage. There we go. Target number is 9.70. Oh, 9.69 with a 3. Breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Well, still got more ET bikes below us. Next class to follow that will be 9.50, then 8.50. But we've also got Complimulator, Pro Modified, and Top Fuel Bike also in the lanes. Lanes looking absolutely chock-a-block, just looking at the live feed down there. But yeah, there's a whole gaggle of racers eager to get their first runs of the day. And obviously we did lose a fair chunk of time due to a big weather delay this morning. But it's warmed up, looking good out there now. As we continue our qualifying here for the STP National Finals. So this is Grace Pollen. Target number for her, 9.14 is the dial-in. That's a 9.27 and 144. Puts her in at number 6 for the time being. Nicely done. Right, so Brett Cordell down there. Is in the Slick Tricks lane. And you've got Blade King. Dial-ins in for these two. 8.99 for Brett, 10 flat for Blade. .1080 at 109 and 11.49 for Blade. Neither of them having the runs that they wanted. But they'll be back down later on, give it another go. Right, we move on to 9.50 bike. So you've got Dave Hall leading the championship from Rob Stanley. And then Josh McLean and Hayden Michelle. This is Dave Hall and Rob Stanley, number 1 and number 2 in the points chase. Problems there for Dave Hall off the line. Bike sort of cut, if you like. So let's see how Rob Stanley gets on. And a big old breakout there for Rob, 9.42. So the bizarre thing is that Dave Hall is going to qualify ahead of Rob Stanley purely because Dave didn't break out. All right, your other pair, Josh McLean and Hayden Michelle. Well, in theory, a number one qualifier should come from this pair if they don't break out. And a 9.53 for Hayden Michelle gets the top spot for the time being. A 9.96 for Josh. He goes number 2. Right, well, that's a wrap for 9.50 Mike. We move on. And it's the tough world of 8.50 bike. Oh. Now then, just looking at the points on this one, it is Jay Rowe that is leading the points chase here. From Craig Wright, second in the points. And the championship is going to go down to one of those two. So first up then, Scotty Crookston. So good to see Scotty racing. And going alongside championship contender Craig Wright. So this is 8.50 bike then. Go quicker than the index, and it will still qualify, but everybody the right side, i.e. 8.50 or slightly slower, will be ahead of you. So 8.43 breakout for Scott, but Craig gets one the right side, 8.64. And at this stage of proceedings, it's good to get one the right side than the wrong side. You just do not know how the weekend is going to pan out. Pete Slater and Daniel Madeira. Met Daniel at the Silverstone Festival, actually. He came along and said hello. Well, he's out in front here, and he gets, 788, 184. Yep, using this as a test session then. Well done, Daniel. That was a superb run, actually. A taste of things to come from Daniel, I think, in his racing season next year. How about Stacey Reed going alongside Steve Jackson? Good to see the legend that is Boyce down there. Good to see you. Good catch up yesterday as well, actually. $8.39 with a 9 for Stace. And Steve goes 10.14. Well, Carl Thomas eventually comes out of the burnout box and rolls forward, going alongside Pete Wise. Well, we can see a breakout or two. It's just one breakout. 8.27 for Pete Wise, 8.60 for Carl Thomas. He goes to number 1. Can I please have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, Mick Wynyard, Kevin Wright. If Mick Wynyard runs an 8, I'll be amazed. That means a serious amount of slowing down for Mick. Well, I know he might do actually, because the wheelie there may have slowed him up a little bit. And he didn't slow him up enough though. 8:24, 179 miles an hour. 8:54 though, Kevin Wright goes to number 1. Patrick Marit and Jay Rowe up next. So Patrick, one of the riders from the Netherlands, going alongside Jay Rowe. Championship contender, of course, is Jay. And he is your points leader coming into this event.
So only 5 riders at the minute have gone the right side of the 8.50.
Well, shows the class of J-Row. There goes to number 2. 8:54. Patrick goes number 5 with an 8:87. Very interesting title chase between... Where's the button? Where's the button gone? There it is. Yeah, so J-Row goes to number 2. Craig Wright, number 4. Those are the 2 fighting out for the championship this year. And they have both qualified very well indeed. So we're going to see how it all pans out through the course of qualifying and, of course, into eliminations. But the basics of it is an 850 bike is that there is less than a round between them. There's 90 points. Now then, qualifying can make a difference to see if it stays 1 round between them or 2.
Okay.
Depending on who qualifies higher. Yeah, so if Craig qualifies higher, then it's whoever goes further in eliminations. If Jay qualifies higher, or 2 places higher, then he only needs... Craig needs to go a complete round further than Jay. Going to be interesting in 850 bike. Right, so the Glue-Bird is out there as we get ready for Comp Eliminator to be followed by Pro Modified. So just a slight pause in proceedings. Not going to be for long because it's just some Glue-Bird out there. So Nitro FM, just for a moment, if you can take the airways, we'll be back with more qualifying here at the STP National Finals. So first up then, Scotty Crookston. So good to see Scotty racing. And going alongside championship contender Craig Wright. So this is 850 bike then. Go quicker than the index and you'll still qualify, but everybody the right side, i.e. 850 or slightly slower, will be ahead of you. So 8:43 breakout for Scott, but Craig gets one the right side, 8:64. We are back with Comp Eliminator, and it's the turn of the front wheel drive. Well, I was to say cars, but one's a van, but it is, of course, Terry Newton and Matt Davison down there. Really looking forward to Comp this. Well, I look forward to Comp all the time, actually, because it's such a great mix of vehicles. And the battle for the championship is between Gary Carr and Nick Williams. And the battle of these two, well, let's just say that I would be deliriously happy if Matt Davison could get this little Civic into the 8s. My God, they've tried everything to do it. Has been in the 9-1s. Terry Newton has been in to the 8s. And I think he's officially Europe's quickest front-wheel drive Ford. But let's see how it goes then. They both have an index of 9.16. Q1 then for Comp Eliminator.
Two beautiful launches there, 156 and a 155 to 60 foot over the finish line. 9.11 and 9.41.
Good speed for Terry though. 169 miles an hour at the strike. Matt was 152, still pretty good. Right, Dan Williams. A few changes, fair to say, on the Williams brothers' second-gen Camaro. The obvious one that you can see from the back of the car is the addition of a new set of wheelie bars. But what you can't see is a bit of an engine change in this one now, hence the index has changed. Can we have please Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Let's have you in the lanes. But yeah, so Dan has changed the engine in the car. The index has changed. And going alongside Ahmed Jamshed, who made the final at the European finals with the Silver Surfer Honda Civic. Awesome performance it was from Ahmed. But can I have a look at Dan when he launches to see how high the front wheels come up and watch the wheelie bar come into play? Yep, that worked.
But there goes the Civic to an 862 and a 10.04 for Dan Williams.
He's just gone 0.81 under on his first pass in the car. What a run there for Dan. Right, next up then, Amir Akram Ashad with the Dark Knight Honda and Nick Williams with the Copo. Oh, his index has been hit, 867. But the car did go into the 7.8s for the first time at the Euros, went 789.
Yeah, so I might just add the aim of the game in Comp Eliminator is to see how far under your index you can go. So the index for the Civic is 9.16. The index for the Copo is 8.67. Nick needs to run down into the low 780s to take the #1 spot off his brother. 791.
Well, they'll take that. That'll do. Really strong speed as well, 172. Amir goes 10.38 at 138. All right, the Dirty Dog 55 of Rob Smallworth. Yeah, Dan has gone 0.90 under. Nick went 0.75 under. I can't see anybody getting around Gary today, unless Reuven Dawson can pull one out. We'll see.
Well, Reuven's down there, and I can see Kev Perkins down there as well, but I don't see Gary Carr yet.
But then Gary wasn't here last night. The reason you can't see Gary Carr in the lanes, mate, because he's under us. Oh dear. Classic foot in mouth episode there from Thomas. Now, the reason being is Rob's got a different burnout routine to Gary, so. Okay, so Gary Carr, index of 1172. He can go into the 10s, but he will have to go 1091 to take #1 away from Dan. He'll get close. Lovely wheels up launched. Rob Smallworth is going to get there first. Somewhere around 7.6 would be nice. 7.64, lovely. 10.94. Oh, that was so tight. He's only 100th away from Dan. Oh no, it's a bit more than that. Apologies. But he goes into #2. He's got ahead of Nick. That's what he needed to do. Index was 11.72. Apologies, I thought it was 82. Right. Very interesting indeed. Right, Lloyd Perkins. Got the track to himself. The Soul Man. Oldsmobile Cutlass. That's to the Sumo index of 799.
I think he will be going up alongside Reuven. Reuven just took his time.
No. Reuven's going. Is he? No, I can't.
The only reason I say that is the crew chief for Reuven's out on track.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Reuven's just been told to hold on, so it will be a solo then for Lloyd. We've got to say congratulations to Reuven, going number 1 and winning Pro ET a couple of weeks ago in the most bizarre final I think I've seen for a long time, when his opponent rolled the beams and then Reuven's car stalled on the line. Just couldn't get it going. Very odd. And that's just as odd.
Yeah, that's Lloyd's first run in the car for a long, long time, so just get comfortable. Of course, don't forget, Reuven Dawson was also number 1 in Comp Eliminator, over a second under his index.
Yeah. Now his index is 990. To give you a clue, he went 883 in... Or did he go 882 on an 883 dial, didn't he? So we've been 108 under already today.
As everyone in the tower sits back and waits to see the number on the board. Is it a new number 1 qualifier?
Oh, is it?
Oh, wow.
886. Knocking it out of the ballpark this weekend. So the interesting one then is that Reuven Dawson has just gone to number 1. The 2 championship contenders are number 3 and 4. Very interesting indeed. But Reuven and the team have worked really hard on that car, got it working superbly. And Dan Williams just smashes it on his first run in the car. Goes 0.9 under index. Amazing stuff. How about this one then? Emma Goddard with the glitch, the Honda Integra.
So Emma was entered to the European finals, but I don't think we ever actually saw her
the car wasn't
run.
ready. It wasn't completed in time. So another one from the street races. Gordon Darby out back there. And what a tuning maestro he's turned into in the last few years. He won't mind me saying that because it's true. So this is a car that Gordon is, I'm not saying entirely responsible for, but it pretty much is his deal, that one. Let's see.
Well, if there's ever a way to show your car, it's to do a 166 60 foot for its first ever one.
And an O2 light to go with it. Very nice. Okay, Street Eliminator for Top Speed Automotive. Let's have you into the lanes, please. Street Eliminator into the lanes as we move on to Motorsports UK Pro Modified. And it is Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil, going alongside Mick Payne. Your first pair coming round the corner. Well, Mick PB'd at the European finals, speed and ET, but obviously new engine combination in this car. So the Plymouth then of Mick Payne when this car was first built with well, Chris Isaac's race cars machine. It was a turbo car, but it's all changes when Mick bought the car. Obviously he had his power plant from his previous car, so that's made its way in there with a few changes, of course. Going alongside Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil, and whenever Wayne runs now,
Can't help but notice Mick is facing the sense line a little bit.
That is a good looking run. Wayne Nicholson goes 6:32 at 231, 6:89 at 2:08 there for Mick Payne. 106 to 60 there for Wayne, just a little bit off where they wanted it to be, but nevertheless a good A to B, good opener for their weekend, 6:32 at 2:31. And to be fair, every run for Mick is a test run now. As I say, it's only the second time out with the car, and to get 6:89 off the trail at 2:08, nice opener indeed. As we look down to see John Webster going to be going alongside Dave Smith. One turbo, one supercharged car.
So an uncharacteristically low revving burnout for Dave Smith there with the 55 in the Kestrel beer lane. John Webster with the Mustang in the Slitrix lane ran into the 5s at the European finals. He got disqualified with a 592 due to being underweight, I believe.
Yep.
But then came back out and ran really, really well after that.
Well, congratulations already to Andy Robinson, who's already taken the Motorsports UK Pro Modified Championship. He can't be caught. And likewise, runner-up spot, Bobby Wallace. He can't be overtaken for second, so well done to those two this year.
So the Turbo Mustang for John Webster taking on the Supercharged 55 for Dave Smith. Anything in the mid to low 6s would be lovely to see in the Kestrel beer lane. Anything in the 5s would be amazing to see in the Slitrix lane. John's balling up the turbos. What have they got? This run won't be what it says it is, 0.4, but a huge plume of smoke at the top end for John Webster.
That's a shame because he'll frame that timing slip. Dave Smith goes 6:51 at 215 miles an hour. It was a lovely run, but John Webster's run, it wasn't a 5:64, unfortunately, and a big plume of smoke at the top end wasn't really conducive to the team's desire to go quickly this weekend. Frustrating. Just to go back to Comp Eliminator, thanks to Luke Stevenson for sending me the message on this one. And if we'd have thought about it, it was actually very obvious. Emma in the little green Honda is on licensing. So hence that's why it was the burnout and launch. So thanks ever so much indeed there to Luke for bringing us the update there. But I'll tell you what, I think she's got that box ticked with, a nice burnout and an O2 light. Yeah, that was very good. All right, one pair of Pro Mods to go. And it is, of course, the championship winner, Andy Robinson, and championship runner-up, Bobby Wallace. Pick your black, red and white Camaro of choice.
Well, I can see all the spotters at the top end, and they're all sort of shrugging their shoulders. There's nothing on the track, so it could have been something really simple, like an oil line hitting the turbo, making a huge plume of smoke, but not actually dropping any oil.
Which is good news. Well, Andy Robinson had a fantastic European finals. Took it all the way to the final round with the anger management Camaro. Had a chat with the Wallace team yesterday afternoon, chasing and niggling the car. They keep swapping bits around. And I'm not technical enough to actually know what various parts do. But we know that on the burnout, the car doesn't sound right. On the run, it's great.
Yeah.
was interesting, and what the team was saying is they've lost 6 miles an hour at the stripe.
Right.
And yeah, because that car is knocking on the door of like 248, 250. Should be there, but it's going through at 242 at the moment, and there's something that's not quite right. And they've been sorting all sorts of things out. They've had new parts come in to try and find the issue. Maybe they'll find it this weekend, but we shall see. The only way you're going to find out is run it through the back door and see where it ends up.
Well, good news was that burnout sounded lovely from Bubba Wallace there. So fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, it will always sound different to a supercharged burnout, especially Andy Robinson does like to stretch the rods a little bit on his burnout, but it's always controlled. And I love the way these guys do their burnouts because they're riding the brakes as well with carbon brakes and need to put heat into them. And you'll see from side-on photos, you'll see the discs glowing where they put heat into the brakes. And it's very noticeable in Andy's car because he has brake lights, and you can see the brake lights on. Let's have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes as our last pair of Pro Mods come up to the line. Wild Bunch into the lanes.
So Bobby Wallace and Andy Robinson, your final pair in Pro Modified. Let's see a 5. Come on.
Let's see side-by-side 5s. Oh, that's a cracking pair of runs. 594 and 596. Bobby Wallace takes the top spot, stuck at 242 mile an hour. The team were giving me bang-on information yesterday. 596, 245 for Andy Robinson. They were both under 1 second to the 60 foot. Bobby was the 8th in 391 compared to Andy's 394. And unusually, Bobby got the drop on Andy off the tree. A 0.3 light for Bob compared to a 0.1 for Andy. But yeah, a very, very good opening pair and a good session, to be fair, for Pro Modified there. So well done to all of them.
Now the class I've been looking forward to. This is Top Fuel Bike, and we have 4 of them in the lanes at the minute.
4?
5.
I was going to say, there's got to be more than that.
Sorry, I can see more riders than I can see bikes in a minute. I think. So up first is Neil Midgley on the Cannon Motorsport machine. The reason I couldn't see the other one is below me.
Yeah, that's Phil Crossley who's below you on the Imperial Wizard. The only bike you don't see down there, I think, is Kev Hartman. Unless he's hiding around the corner. Kev is certainly here. Saw him yesterday. So Neil Midgley with the Canon Engineering Puma.
There we go. That you can hear there is Phil Crossley firing up.
That will be a shorter burnout though for Phil. I don't think it was that short because he didn't come across the line. It's only got some heat to the tyre, that's for sure. So bike owner there, Keith Edwards, stands at the back of the bike. It's Phil Crossley who's riding. Got this bike into the 6.3s. And of course Neil Midgley, the returning Neil Midgley at European Finals. Phil's got to lean the bike over to the left, and Neil clicks it early as well, but still goes 6.92 at 137, and Phil goes at 7 at 79 and 133.
So Phil being plagued by the issues he was having at European Finals where the bike just keeps drifting over towards the right. Did it again there, so he had to roll off the throttle, unfortunately. I'm not too sure what was going on with Neil there, but the next pair of bikes were given the signal to fire up there beneath the tower at the minute. Jerry Lukes and Steve Woolat. We didn't see Steve at the European finals. I was very, very surprised to see that.
I think Steve is here concentrating on ACU.
Cool.
Would be my thought. Steve Willett is actually just over one qualifying position ahead of Phil Crossley, and Steve will secure the title if he qualifies and finishes ahead of Phil. The thunderous triple of Jerry Lukes on the rocket. I mean, the resurgence in Top Fuel Bike is just staggeringly exciting. We've got 6 bikes here. We've got more bikes coming out next year. And you could see a Top Fuel bike with a Top Fuel bike class with just Top Fuel bikes with a bump spot in them. That is so awesome. Can we have Funny Bike into the lanes, please? Funny Bike. As we look at Jerry Lukes and Steve Willett. Well, the quickest way to get from A to B is a straight line, and that's what Steve Willett did. 6:45 at 197. Not the fastest it's ever been, but it was straight and true. 10:99 for Jerry Lukes on the rocket. As we see the debut of Ryan Davison in Top Fuel Bike, the ex-Funny Bike rider. If you remember, Ryan was riding Phil Crossley's old bike.
Yeah.
And now he told me a few months ago, he said, I plan to go to Top Fuel Bike next year. And then he got in touch with me. He goes, that Silk Show Festival. He said, do you mind if I bring a different bike? He goes, why? He said, bought a fuel bike. So this bike is the ex-Eric Tabul Top Fuel bike.
Ah, okay.
Then went over to Nick Milburn, and now it's Ryan. Phenomenal machine, this. Absolutely phenomenal machine. Now, Ryan has been in the mid to low 7s already on Funny Bike, but it's his first taste of Top Fuel Bike, and it's all about the launch and holding on tight, basically. Cracking machine, this. Wowed us all at Silverstone. Pipes went quite wet on the launch, actually, but he's now got a taste of Fuel Bike.
Yeah, and the first tick in the box for his licensing as well.
Yes, of course, he does have to go through the licensing process. You're dead right. Even though we know he can ride, a Fuel Bike is a different animal.
Oh, yeah.
Totally different animal. So, yeah, burnout on launch, exactly what he needed to do. And also, by getting his license this weekend, he can go straight into full-blown Top Fuel Bike competition next season. So he's doing it absolutely the right way, 100%. Here we go then, it is Super Street Bike. The title is a two-way fight between Jake Michelle and Alan Morrison Jr. And Jake is leading by just over 2 rounds in eliminations in effect. So, and with 8 bikes entered, it's going to be a bit of a mountain, fair to say, for Alan Morrison Jr. But you never know what happens in qualifying. Maybe they might meet in round 1. Who knows? Steve Venables, Jack Shook. Steve is here to upset the apple cart if he can. Jack Shook would like to get into the 6s. Then 687. Look at the speed. 222 miles an hour there from Ven. 705, 207 from Jack. That was a superb run. Okay, the man himself then, Alan Morrison Jr. What's he got for us then? He's just seen Ven go 687 at 222. He has the track to himself. No Brad, unfortunately.
Yeah, Brad just pushed himself back after the burnout, so not too sure what Brad's seen. But Alan Morrison Jr. has the track to himself, as you say. Needs to go 680 to take the number 1 spot already. 680, as if to prove a point, takes the number 1 spot and sets the benchmark for Jake Michelle, who's just round the back of the tower at the minute.
Costas Giannopoulou with the booster. And Alan Morrison. Now then, Costas, part of the ever-expanding JKE Raceworks team on the booster. And of course, Alan Morrison. Now, Alan is starting to go quick, but oh no, Costas been pushed. But oh, there's a bit of fluid that's seeped out of the bike there on the right-hand side. So a solo for Alan. Soft to 60, but it's coming on now. Is that going to be 200? It is 206, 708. Nice one, Alan. VW Pro into the lanes, please. Yeah, cracking run. Is that? Boy, that's one of Alan's quickest. I know that.
I think
only
that might
127.60, so he doesn't launch up. He'll have to pick up.
I think that might be his quickest and fastest.
Yeah, very nice. All right, so VW Pro into the lanes, and let's have a look at Jake Michelle. Well, he's the man leading the championship. Second in the FIM European Championship, runner-up to Alan Morrison Jr. But something with a 6.7 in order to take the number 1 spot here. 119 to 60. Oh, this is hauling. 454 and only just 679 with a 9, 214. It does take the number 1 spot by 100th of a second. So entertaining, this class. Right, Ross Morrison. Well, Ross is another one of these 6-second Super Street bikes.
Unbelievably already, 2 7.0s, and if you want to improve on a 7.0, you have to run better than a 6.87.
121 to 60. At the 8th, it's 457. At the quarter, it's a 683 at 218. That's good enough for number 3. God, I just realised the man who went 222 mile an hour has only qualified number 4. But yeah, that was crazy. Look at that. The speeds, as they go down the pecking order, get faster. Every single Super Street bike that went down the quarter mile went over 200 mile an hour in that session. Excellent stuff.
It's crazy how quickly this class has come on.
Yeah.
If you even think back to 2016, 2017, they were just dipping into the 6s. And they were the really quick guys.
Yeah.
Were just a bit. Now you're slow if you run a 7.0.
A staggering session. As I say, only 6 bikes made the runs. Unfortunately, problems for Costas and problems for Brad. But, as I say, 708 of the 6 bikes was the slowest. And that is no disrespect.
No.
That was unbelievably good. Unbelievably good.
No, it's not that you were bad. It's just everyone was
everyone
better.
was just absolutely flying. We've got in the lanes Nostalgia Superstock. Also can see Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator are down there. Funny Bike are down there. So yeah, still plenty to come at you, but a bit of a clean-up, unfortunately. I think that was Costas's bike that spat out some contents that wasn't really what he wanted to happen in the Kestrel beer lane. Can we please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Super Comp? But just while they're sorting out the start line, if we can give the airways over to Nitro FM. It won't be for long, though. We've got loads of qualifying still to come here at the STP National Finals. Is Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil, going alongside Mick Payne. Your first pair coming round the corner. Well, Mick PB'd at the European Finals, speed and ET, but obviously new engine combination in this car. So the Plymouth then of Mick Payne, when this car was first built with, well, Chris Isaac's race cars machine, it was a turbo car. But it's all changes when Mick bought the car. Obviously he had his power plant from his previous car, so that's made its way in there, with a few changes of course. Going alongside Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil. And whenever Wayne runs now, I will always mention that they are always raising funds for the air ambulance, and rightfully so. A tremendous, worthwhile charitable support for the air ambulance. They've paid us a visit. They've already been here this year for one of our races, and obviously played a big part in Wayne's life as well. So yeah, please continue to support them. Go and see Wayne in the pits. Here we go then, your first pair then, it's the Corvette alongside the Plymouth.
Can't help but notice Mick is facing the centre line a little bit.
That is a good looking run. Wayne Nicholson goes 6:32 at 230.
Big sharp.
Yeah, Adrian caught me out at the Green Light Nationals actually, because he was running and I didn't spot it. He's got a Solara, another car.
Oh wow!
And I was like, oh wow, I didn't realise it was him. But he's back behind the wheel of the car that we do know him for, actually, the Charger, going alongside Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustle.
Which is for sale.
Yeah, it is for sale. Thanks, Herb. I don't know how much for, but that is a hell of a car. 982 is the dial-in, 1087 for Adrian.
Have a look at the wheelie bars when this thing launches as well. It really does slap them into the floor.
Yeah, you could say that's what you call sorted. Wow, 72 on an 82. Good one for Adrian Portelli though, 89 on an 87. Right, it is the Olds Thunder of, sorry, Olds Timer of Alan Medley. Had a bit of an electrical issue yesterday. They were trying to suss it out. Basically, the alternator wasn't, or they weren't getting charge into the battery. So lots of like figuring it out, I think is the best way to put it, trying to see where they were. I think Don just easing back, actually, not his problem, but they're dealing with something on the line there. So I think we're going to send Alan on his way Target for him, 10.72. Alan Medley and I started our drag racing careers at the same meeting, i.e. dial-in day. When Alan ran the Mustang, he's progressed a lot better than I have. 11.35 at 123, nice one out.
Yeah, breathing quite heavily at the top end. I think that's what we're checking for in the other lane too, as Mick Sharp's car was breathing quite heavily as well.
Yeah,
so
but
you
having
say
a
you,
good look up towards the stripe as well. Mick hadn't been that far.
So you're saying you started off in the dial-in day the same day as Al,
Yeah,
did you?
yeah, we did at the same time.
Who won?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, neither of us won the event, but I
No,
beat
but went
him.
further, yeah.
Yeah. I was driving my Audi A4, and Alan was in his Mustang.
See, this is where I'm a bit of a dilemma, because I'd love to go and do one of the dial-in days. But I've been racing for ages anyway, so I'm not allowed.
Yeah, well, see, I'd never raced, so
No.
it was
So
my...
that's the whole idea behind the dial-in day.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good fun. I did enjoy it. It cost me a fortune that day.
Were you doing side bets with people?
No, I just ended up spending loads of money on cars. And
Oh, right, yeah.
yeah, it was a 50 grand dial-in day, that was, wasn't it? But no, it's a chance for everybody in Run What You Brung. Doesn't matter what you've got. We all know what Run What You Brung is about. You just bring your street car or street bike up and have a go. And it'll either bite you or it will just peck you. It bit me. And the next thing I knew, I was looking for a car and found one. And yeah, I've been skint ever since. But it's best decision I ever made. I mean, it's good fun.
So those of you who are watching at home or on the banking or in the grandstands who's never been driven down the Dragster, or maybe you have, you just haven't entered an event before, set an alarm in your phone for next January, when you can, that says enter dial-in day. Enter it, come and have a play. You get a classroom time and racing time, and then you have a little bit of a what we're doing here, a bit of a tournament, bracket race style, and the winner gets free entry into an event.
Yep. And we've seen it with the likes of Gary Lake, Sportsman ET double champion and on course for a third championship this year. He started in the dial-in day. The likes of, I've already mentioned, Alan Medley. Believe it or not, Kirsty Tram did a dial-in day. And although she'd been up here forever, learned track side things and has done very well out of it as well. And there have been others that have started their journeys in dial-in day. Steve, and I can't remember the guy's name, he turned up with a Nissan Leaf.
Yep, I know exactly who you're about, yeah.
And I can't remember, my apologies, Steve. And he entered the Easter meeting having done the dial-in day and won the meeting. And he ended up taking a championship. That was unbelievable. So it does work.
Yep.
It really, really does work. But yeah, it's good, and it's the people that come along to the dial-in day, and you get the likes of, well, obviously Ian Marshall's here, but you get the likes of Paul Marston. Craig Wright used to come along. I mean, it's a bit difficult now because he lives up north, but he was always around. And a lot of the regular racers come along and teach them how to race, and it's a really, really good day out. And yeah, spaces go very quickly, so definitely worth checking out. So a good plug there for the dial-in day. Where we are at the moment, though, is Nostalgia Superstock, qualifying session number 1. We can only assume that a little bit of a track issue in the Slick Tricks lane, which they are just dealing with. So we have, I think, the last of the cars to run in Nostalgia Superstock, which is Don Scott with the Superbird down there. And then after he's run, it will be the turn of Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And the championship still to be decided in that one. Was it Bug Jam? We thought the championship was over for Andy Bond. And when the incident happened and Crunch the Wall did a fair bit of damage to the car, our jaws dropped 5 weeks later when the car appeared at the European finals, ready to go, and it still went 200 mile an hour. It was just a phenomenal turnaround. And Martin Kerr, just absolutely superb job from him. And, of course, Andy, everybody on that team, they worked tirelessly on that car to get it back, but they did it. And, richly rewarded with a car that worked pretty much straight away. So, big kudos to them. So, but they're in a championship battle with Tony Higgs. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that one pans out this weekend, because Tony is on the verge of 200-mile-an-hour pass with the Capri. He's been over 190 so many times. And I think Jen is going to kick his backside if he doesn't get the 200, because it'll be a case, why did you buy that extra parachute? When you don't need it. But no, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, I know. But... it's he was getting close to the 200 mile an hour, so he had to put the second chute on it.
I've just noticed something as well. So the front of the pairing lanes you can see there on the live stream.
What, the two V dubs?
So you got one side you got Street Eliminator, and the other side you've got the two V dubs who also run in Street Eliminator.
Yeah.
Who also both run in VW Pro.
Yes.
Who's behind them?
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. I'm going to double check. I'm sure Sam Young is in VW Pro this weekend instead of Street Eliminator. I will just double check. But that is a good point, actually. Sam Young's in VW Pro this weekend.
Okay. So I assume that would mean that Rob Carter's running in VW Pro this time as well.
That's a good point. See, Rob Carter is down in Street Eliminator.
It'd be both, wouldn't he?
And Rob Carter is in VW Pro. Yeah, that is a good run. He is in the VW Pro lane, though. If the camera can go back to the pairing lanes, that would be cool, so we can have a look. Yeah, so, that is VW Pro, because that is...
For those of you who are watching on the...
That's Jake Fronda behind
yes.
Rob Carter. So, that lane there is VW Pro.
We're talking about the first two lanes on the left,
yeah.
for those of you who are watching on the live stream. And then where you see the van and the Ford Cortina, that's Street Eliminator.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've got two 9-second vehicles head of the lanes of Street Eliminator. You've got the beaten-up Cortina estate that I refuse to let James Murray paint it. He said he did say, I'm going to paint that car, I'm going to make it look nice. I said, don't you dare. So he's managed to resist temptation, but... it's going quicker and quicker and quicker. LS powered with turbo. Awesome bit of kit, that. Going alongside, and it looks like when they come around the corner, of course, that is Ash Cooper with the Transit. We affectionately call him the Transit God. But the setup on that vehicle is immense. It's turbocharged, of course. Most of the Street Eliminator cars are turboed.
All but a few. Because
we've got the nitrous car. You got the nitrous car, Graham Smith, and you do have Pro Chargers in there as well.
You have the electric Beetle as well. That's not turbocharged.
Yeah. No, it's electrically charged. There we go. It's charged, but different way.
Yeah.
Right, Don Scott going to put his run in Nostalgia Superstock. He's double classing this weekend, in case you're wondering why you've seen him before. Yeah, he's in Pro ET as well.
And in the other side of the track will be Ian King, who's learning how to stay on four wheels.
Yeah, Ian King with the Chevelle. It's quite interesting watching Ian. He was dialing in 11, so he thought, God, that car can go quicker than that. And then he went out and went mid-10 straight away. So that was quite entertaining. And so much so, he's put a 10.8 dial in on the car now, a bit more realistic. He'll probably still break out. Going alongside Don Scott with the Superbird 970, the target for him. Let's have Outlaw Flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Flat 4. Well, Don's going to get there first. Let's see. 970 is the target. 972 is the run. And I told you Ian King would break out. And he did hugely so. 10:37.127. He will not be disappointed in that one bit. They just can't believe how far they missed it. But no, well on Ian. That's his quickest in the run, actually. Right, so Rob Carter is taking the run in Street Eliminator. He's going to have to hot lap it for VW Pro if he wants to have a go in that one as well. He'll probably wait until later on. Now, Rob has been into the sevens many a time in this car. Going alongside James Murray. Now then, sub 9.5 would be really, really nice here.
This is a heads-up class. Quickest time on the board will be a number one qualified. A huge wheelie for Rob Carter.
Handled it well. Still goes 784, 170, and yes, a sub 9.5. 947, 142. As we look at the two Fords coming up to the line. Not liking the look of Victoria Smith going back to the pits though with the Boost Monkey Buick. That's one thing I didn't want to see. Right then, so Tony Higgs, one of our championship contenders with the Triggers Broom Capri. Will this be the weekend he hits the 200? Going alongside the transit god of Ash Cooper. That's not a bad looking run for Tony. He's hit the 7th. And it's good enough for number one spot. 741 at 192. Still looking for that 200 mile an hour pass. It will come. 967 for Ash Cooper. Good run.
Yeah, Tony's issue at the minute is he's going too quick to build up any speed.
Interesting, yeah. And also the way the car, 118 to 60, that's not hanging about. Brilliant setup on the car. The way it separates, I think is the way you call it. Right, Nigel Hale and Graham Smith with the Marmite Scoop, as they're calling it now. Some people like it, some don't. But if it works, then we like it. A special shout out to Rob and Trudy Slater as well. Liking the new merch, by the way. New t-shirt design released on socials. Wow, what a launch for Graham Smith. I wish he could have held that, but that was staggeringly good. 877, 158, but the front wheels were hanging in the air for ages. Wow. Nigel Hale goes 1067 at 136, but we like that a lot. We do like that a lot. My goodness me.
The funny thing is, I was about to say, check the wheelie from the 57 because all the European finals he was picking the wheels up. Not like that,
Not like that. Oh, well done, Gray. Right, Andy Bond, the ugly sister. He's already seen what number one spot is. Only a 129 to 60, but this one really comes on strong at the top end and proves it there. Look at that. 737, 201 takes the number one spot from Tony Higgs. Just 400ths behind in number two. That was an incredible session for Street Eliminator. There wasn't many of them, but my goodness me, that was good. Okay, next up then, it is Top Fuel. Sorry, it's Funny Bike. So look at these bikes. I think they are worthy of Top Fuel. They certainly are, and have.
And how about these two combinations as well? You've got the compound turbo setup of Lorcan Parnell's Storm. And underneath the tower, in the Slick Tricks lane, you've got the Mitsubishi 4-cylinder powered Suzuki Hayabusa of Sean Branch.
Is that really Mitsubishi? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, see how wide the bike is?
Yeah.
It's so wide because I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Mitsubishi never made bikes.
Well, yeah.
So that's a car engine.
Oh my goodness me, I never knew that. But then, yeah, a 2-litre. So it's a 4-cylinder engine then?
Yeah. I think it's out of an Evo. I think that is what it is out of.
Goodness me, learn something new every day.
Listen to it when it goes up on the two-step as well, because Lorcan's bike, luckily, is really quiet due to the compound turbo. Jumps through stage, but Lorcan Parnell's off and running.
That is nice and straight for Lorcan. All the way through for Lorcan with a 684, 213. Nicely done. Simon, you happy with that one? Yes, thought so. Simon Campbell, he keeps me updated so well on that bike. Oh, is it? Who caught those?
Have a guess.
Callum. No, Ian.
No, it was Callum.
It was Callum. Wow. Oh, that'll be enlarged and on the Smith household later on. Let's have a look at that again, actually. He's probably said it to me as well, but I really like the look of that.
Which one do you want? That one or that one?
Well, both of them are superb.
Very nicely done indeed for Lorcan Parnell there. 684.
Ian Blackett, thank you ever so much indeed. We're trying to remember the name of the driver for the Leaf. It was Steve West. That's it. Thank you. Thank you ever so much indeed, Ian Blackett. See, you ask a question and we normally find out the answers. Right, up next. Who on earth caught that picture?
That was Blackett.
Wow.
So, back
Amazing.
with Funny Bike, and it is what I like to call the top methanol bike. Supercharged, injected 4-cylinder, just like a Top Fuel, but runs on methanol. Of Roger Moore and the Boxer Frogs Racing. What do we know about the championship in Funny Bike, Colin?
I will tell you.
Awesome.
Right, points leader is Roger Moore, and his main competition is Dave Peters, less than 1 round behind. The other points contender, Eric Ricard, is not here. The championship basically will go to Roger or Dave, whoever goes further. Nice simple one, that. Had to lean the bike over as much as you could, but bikes are not easy to steer, so Roger had to come off the throttle there. 9:39 at 93 miles an hour. Yeah. Thomas Joswick. Haven't seen Thomas for a little while. Welcome back, Thomas. Going alongside Dave Peters with the Rigaboo Express.
Dave just trying to find first. There we go, he's got it. So anything quicker than a 684 to take the number 1 spot. That's a tall order from any Funny Bike.
Both going for it though. Dave Peters 720 with a 1. Thomas Joswick 720 with a 6. So Dave number 2, Thomas number 3. And let's have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Bike, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. That's a proper battle actually in Comp Bike as well, with Danny Cockrell leading by less than a round from Mark Dainty. And Michael Pigott is third, more than just 1 round further back. Right, okay, so we move on to VW Pro. I wonder if Rob Carter is going to tag on to the back of this one. We'll see. But it is the electric Beetle of the current team. That's Sam Young and Jake Fronda with that dehydrated Golf R.
This is probably the quickest race you'll see that's under 100 decibels.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Because you won't hear the electric meter at all. It'll just wind noise. And of course, the street exhaust on the Golf. So 8:30, the dial-in.
It'll be an 8. But,
Sam
but
Yard.
what time? 8:70, 164. And 12:45 for Jake. And 112. I think Golf R's are proper cars, though. I mean, if I was not in need of something as big as I've got to tow things, I would have a Golf R without a shadow of it. Oh, yeah, I love them. I've had so many Golfs over the years. I've always been a V-dub man. And my favourite was with the Mark II 16-valve GTI. Just loved that car. Claire didn't like it because it didn't have any power steering, but I loved it. I loved the car. Right, and it's still in existence because they do number plate check, and it's still going around. It was a 1988 car, that was. Right, talking of Mark II Golfs, this is James Hodson with the Championship leading Golf going alongside the Don. That is Luke Stevenson. Dial-ins are 10.99 and 11.47. $11.06, $11.75. James goes to number 1. Nicely done. All right, Abby Tether and Guy Foley. So another one of these rapid Golf R's. 1280 dial in for Abby. And the Mark IV Golf, 1152.
Two very red lights. One's 0.3 red, one's 06 red. 06 isn't very red, but...
Well, one matches the car. And, well, one breakout way ahead there. Nice run for Abby Tether, though. 12.89 on the 80 goes to number 2. But Guy breaks out by, yeah, that much. 0.28.
I thought I heard cheering when I went through the finish line. It wasn't, it was a squeegee.
Right, that is Hazel Carter, I think, down there with the rear number plate on the front of the Golf. Looks a bit odd, but and how about the caddy? My goodness me! I think that went into the 8s, didn't it? I'll have to double check that in a moment. Yeah, so rather interestingly, Hazel Carter, she's probably done it deliberately, where she's put the front plate on the back and the back plate on the front. And it is, it's Phil, I know, it's Mike Whitaker that went into the 8s with a caddy. Sorry, it was the wrong caddy. This is Phil Blogg with the deck collector VW caddy. You've got a nice little turbo under the bonnet of the 1.8 litre engine in there.
004 light for Hazel Carter.
56 and 33. Hazel Carter goes to number 1.
Do that on race day, and I think you'll win the event.
Yeah,
004.
a 00 light and 300s off your dial-in. That will do nicely.
Can we please have Junior drag bike into the pairing lanes? Junior drag bike into the pairing lanes, and on track at the minute is Jimmy.
Jimmy the Golf.
As it says from his number plate.
From my old stomping ground of, I think it's Ruislip, that this car lives. It is, yep. Thomas Webb. Jimmy the Golf. Going alongside... Oh, that's a new name to the Biohazard Lupo. That's Joe Hall. Well, went on the first amber. That's quite a feat. $12.14 on a 10. Nicely done. Thomas Beck goes to number 2. And 14.06 there for Joe. Oh, guess what? We've got 2 turbocharged altereds here. I'm liking the look of this. James Gould dialing in 880, but look at the dial-in for Ben Mace, 749.
Really?
Wow. Oh, yeah, I mean, this has been in the 7s already, but nevertheless, that is staggering. I think he did his 7 on one of the Scott Newey test days.
Okay. I was going to say, I've personally never seen that altered go.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when he did it.
Get it in comp eliminator. Get it done.
I think that's the target in due course. And that will worry them sick if he did.
Yeah, because not a lot of the 6-cylinder indexes have been touched. Pretty much all of the 4-cylinder ones have. So Ben Mace looking for 749. James Gould looking for 8.80.
Oh, it's a shame we're not going to get any numbers for him.
For either, actually.
What a shame. That's a shame. Because Ben Macy's run looked awesome. They'll have some data that they can go through, but unfortunately, way before the tree was set or anything, Ben just disappeared into the distance. Right, who's up next? I can hear one below us. It's Rob Carter. He has made it round. Was it ever in doubt? Come on.
What's the dial-in, though?
7.8 normally, but let's have a look.
745.
What? Really? My goodness me.
Hang on a minute. Does that mean we've got a fight going on between Rob and Ben Mace for the quickest VW Pro?
Could have. Yeah, we certainly could this weekend.
Obviously, VW Pro is a bracket class. It doesn't matter how quick you go. However,
now, interestingly, we haven't seen Chris Waterhouse in this session with the Audi.
No.
And he's number 2 in the points. Yikes. That's a gorgeous looking run. The front wheels stay planted this time. That should be quick. 761, 184 mile an hour the stripe. Rob Carter. Okay, so the battle that is Super Comp. Now then, Leah Kellett has got the lead, and she leads by more than 2 rounds. But it is the battle between Paul Hudson and Warren Watts. They are actually tied for second. They're tied.
oh wow.
So basically, whoever qualifies ahead will be in second going into eliminations. So qualifying is super important for these two. Super important. Because they both go out at the same stage, then whoever's qualified better will get second in the championship. The only advantage here is Warren's had a run already in Pro ET, and that didn't help him at all. Well, he's on the verge of an 8.7 there. Well done, Warren, but the better run in qualifying for that session, and that pairing, was 9.04. Right, so Paul Hudson is the other one fighting it out for second in the championship, and here he is. Going alongside Steve Hudson. Steve, a former champion in the class. And event winner, of course. And actually, in fact, the championship that Steve Hudson took was in 2020 when it was the COVID Cup. So it wasn't a full-blown national championship.
So the throttle stop comes off for Paul. Huge breakouts.
Well, unbelievably, after that, Warren Watts qualifies ahead of Paul Hudson, even though they both broke out. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Right, Ellie Mae Brown, the Mystic Dragster, she is going to upset a few people next year when she gets a full season in this car. Assuming she stays in Supercom, or we'll see. It's a car we know and love very well indeed. It's the ex-Laura Turbeville car, and Ellie Mae really loves this car. That they've kept the airbox exactly as it was when Laura ran it. So that's really cool. That going alongside Leah Kellett. My goodness me, what a time she's had in this car. She's had 11 event wins so far. And she was champion in 2019. She didn't win the COVID Cup, but then she's taken 3 in a row of championships. Throttle stop comes off, and oh no, Leah slowing down at the stripe. Didn't expect to see that. 10:20 at 97, 8:85. Ellie Mae breaks out. I wonder what happened to Leah there. Right. We move on. It is Sportsman ET. I'll finish the sentence. It's Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Sportsman ET, let's have you into the pairing lane. And it's Outlaw Flat 4 qualifying session number 1 down on the line.
And how nice is it to see some of our foreign friends with the Outlaw Flat 4s coming over this weekend. Vito, I'm not even going to try and pronounce his last name to not offend anyone. So I'm just going to call you Vito with the edge. In the slick tricks lane, as everyone looks up to the top end to see Leah Kellett sat on the track. Just waiting for her to turn off or get towed off.
I think she's going to need towing as the quad, I think, is already there. Very unusual to see that team have an issue. And what they don't want is to have an issue at the national finals with the championship at stake. So it's the Tabasco Oval of Frederick Cohen down there. From Saint-Amand in France. I think it's in France anyway. And it's a Vito Versleys with the Edge Beetle. And again, I may have got the pronunciation right. I had a go. More than what Thomas did.
I just gave up. But a good field for the Outlaw Flat 4s this weekend, and quite a lot of naturally aspirated VWs here, or nitrous assisted Beetles over the turbocharged combinations, which means, well, which tends to mean a lot of very, very close racing. I don't know if you've been to Malta, Colin, and watched their Pro Stock series with the Mark 1 Escorts.
They're bonkers over there.
They are bonkers, but they're naturally aspirated Pro Stock Mark 1 Escorts or Mark 2 Escorts. This is what I think we have in the UK to rally that. So, Vito and Frederick. This is a heads-up class for the VWs. Whoa!
Oh, that was close. He was on the white. I don't think he got in the blue there. But my goodness me, that was tight. 11.55 and 11.72. Now, I don't know what the infringement is if you go over the white Is it a DQ or was it into the blue? I don't know.
I don't know if there's a difference or whether it's
Yeah.
if you touch any colour that isn't black, essentially,
Yeah,
it's DQ.
I understand. Yeah. What's it? Now, Mark Elchingham, my goodness me, if he could get a straight launch, this thing will fly. Once again, VW Sportsman into the lanes, please. VW Sportsman, let's have you into the lanes, please. Going alongside Darren Shepherd, the social outcast Beetle. But watch the gear. Well, it sort of went straight. It had a bit of a Zebedee moment there, up and down. He still got to the top end first with a 10.18, 115. But that is an 8-second car, that gear, so yeah, I'm not surprised. Mark Groberick with the Beetle appears in the Slick Tricks lane, sorry, the Kestrel lane, and Andrew Burton, a bit on the side, the Beetle, he is in the Slick Tricks lane. Now then, Andrew, he has been into the 10s this year, the high 10s. Well, he could do it again here. So many outlaw flat fours this weekend, as Thomas said. Really encouraging. Come on, Andrew. Come on, come on. Good looking run. Oh, it was close. 11.06 on 123. Mark goes 16.20 on 100. On the Velociraptor, James Wootton going alongside Simon Goff with Das Packet, the German version of the package. We love this. Now, Si's been into the 11s with this one. This, you know, you've got to remember that this is where Simon started. Loves the Beatles. James Wootton gets there first, 11.46, 11.87 for Simon Goff. Once again in the 11s, nicely done.
So we move back on to two wheels as we move into comp bike. Len Padgett in the Slick Tricks lane will be your first rider down the track in comp bike. Took the win at the Greenlight Nationals against Mark Dainty. Was running very, very quickly indeed on the naturally aspirated Big CC Suzuki. For all intents and purposes, this is a pro stock bike. Running in comp bike this weekend.
Wow, nice one, Len. 7.43, 100 and 76 miles an hour. He will be very pleased with that as his opener. Well, good to see Carl Rushby running around the start line after his ET bike acrobatics. So that's Anna Sasiak down there with the Renska Racing Suzuki going alongside Michael Piggott on the Warp Speed Racing Booster.
So Michael, number 3 in the championship at the minute. And talk about arrow straight. He's gone straight down Broadway to a 7.42. Pips number 1 by 1/100th of a second. And it goes into number 3 with a 9.61. Thank you very much, Rich. So your championship leader, Mark Dainty, has been into the sixes. Paul Hambidge, always in the mid to low sevens on, I think, the squirreliest bike. That's easy for me to say, squirreliest bike I think I've ever seen.
And you know what? We haven't got a clue what it means, but we know what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, the front wheel comes up there for Mark Dainty. Brings it back down, back on the gas. Still goes 779 at 185 to go number 3. Had a good look round Mark's bike last night. It is a beautiful bit of kit. And again, another one of these classes that sees the championship at stake this weekend between Mark Dainty and Danny when he appears. First up then, 30 Martina and Pete Field.
Not seen Pete riding for a long time.
I haven't seen Pete for a while, you're right.
I think the last time I saw Pete Field riding was at Melbourne Raceway a few years ago.
And that was Super Street Bike, wasn't it? Well, 30 unfortunately backs off the throttle, but Pete Field takes it with a 788 at 187.
Up next then, Jasmine Cordell and Danny Cockrell.
Yeah, so Danny Cockrell is the other one in the championship fight then for Comp Bike.
I can see nephew Dan Diaz down the start line, still recovering from a knee injury. Excessive trampolining is all I'm going to say with that one.
Yeah, sometimes you can't bounce when you don't actually land on the right part of the trampoline, can you? And I think Dan proved that. Oh, they both go silent at the same time. That was a little bit odd. Well, they both pull over to the side, one to the left, one to the right. Right, little bit of an update for your racers, and you will not be surprised to hear this one little bit. But basically, Q3 will not be happening today. As we know, we had a big weather delay this morning. We lost a whole chunk of time. We lost over 3 hours, and it does take 3 hours to do a session. So Q3 won't be happening today. So it is the aim is to get 2 rounds of qualifying in for everybody, and the scheduled runs for Comp Eliminator Pro Mod, they will be running later in the day, around about sort of 5:30. So Comp Eliminator and Pro Modified that was scheduled around about sort of an hour ago, they will be running around about 5:30, 5:45. So yeah, it's just 2 rounds of qualifying today, folks. Q3 will not happen this afternoon into this evening. So John McLean, Tony Clark. Well, something with a 7 in front for John McLean would be nice. 760 with a 6. Get in there. Get in there. That was superb. How close was that? 0.2, is it? That was, yeah. Whoa. I mean, they're after a record with that. And I can't remember if it was 758 or whatever. But, my goodness me. And that is for, I need to double, they'll message me, I know they are, but they are chasing numbers this weekend.
Awesome.
And that's without wheelie bars on that bike. And, yeah. Wow, that was superb. Right, it is on to Junior Drag Bike.
So back to the 8th mile, and these qualify slightly differently to the junior dragsters in that they qualify on their ETs, not their reaction times. So Brad looking for 10.80, and Lyra Humber looking for 13.22. Both from different stables. Brad from the Morrison stable, Lyra from the Rogret Racing. Brad goes 11.23, Lyra goes 11.13 breakout. As we carry on in the same stables, in the same lanes. Leah Morrison for Morrison Racing dials 10.94, Maggie dials 8.27. That must mean she's on a new bike, because that thing is quick compared to what she has been riding. Yep, that's definitely a new bike. So at the stripe, looking for an 8.27, goes 8.24 breakout and an 11.01. So it's a Morrison 1-2 at the minute. As we move in to the next pair, Rico Patterson on Rico's bike and Asaya Alvarez on the Firecracker. Asaya looking for 12.90, Rico 13.12. And at the stripe, 13.36, sorry, and 14.10. Rico goes into the number 2 spot, splits the Morrisons in half. Alia Lester for section 59 and Declan Butt on, I think this is his 3rd bike this season for Declan. He's looking for an 8.50. That won't be an 8.5 as he's searching for a gear. There it is. But Alia goes 9.40 with a 5. On a 9.40 dial, and she moves straight into the number 1 spot with that. Next up then, Sophie Pollen and Holly King. Holly looking for 8.33, Sophie looking for an 8.90, and I've got a unique issue of I can't actually read the scoreboards that well for the dial-in, so I'm having to look at our timing screens. It's quite bright outside now. Sun well and truly shining. What a difference about an hour and a half makes. So Holly crosses the line with an 8.27 breakout and a 9.24 for Sophie, moves her into the number 4 spot. Holly moves into number 9. And Jackson King, the runner-up from the European finals. And the only person he lost to that weekend was his sister, Holly King. Harry Isaacs in the other lane looking for a 9.60. Jackson looking for a 13.23. Ooh, 9.56 breakout and 13.18 breakout. So if you're yet to run yet on your junior rig drag bike, dial about a 10th quicker and I reckon you'll hit the nail on the head because everybody's breaking out today. Up next then, Richard Wilcox and the Spud Missile. John McLean. He's looking for an 11.68. Richard looking for 9.50. Richard crosses the line. 9.41 breakout and 11.59 breakout. Yay, everybody's breaking out. And finally, a newcomer to the junior drag bikes. This is George McLean. He's looking for a 14.95, which, as things have been going, he'll run a 5. So George on the bike, he's calling monkey business. There we go. So only 50 cc's in this bike. And at the strap, I'm telling you now, it's not going to be a breakout, but it's going to be a 14.91 breakout. I was wrong. Everybody breaks out today. So after that, the number 1 qualifier with the worst job of breaking out was Alia Lester, and she broke out by that little. She actually went bang on. And that rounds us off for junior drag bike. Up next then, Sportsman E.T. Coming round under the tail first is Kirsty Tram taking on James with the red mullet. Of course, James Grew. So, rules of the class is anything goes, anything at all. What do you want? What do you want to drive? Anything you want. As long as it's slower than 12.00. And that is the dial-in for Kirsty Tram. In the Slick-Tricks lane. Quite a lot of these races came from the dial-in day me and Colin were on about earlier. Including Kirsty herself. So can we please have Pro ET back into the pairing lanes for your second qualifier? Pro ET into the pairing lanes for your second qualifier. You take a look at the top end. Kirsty goes 12.12 and a 12.86 breakout for James Grew. But Kirsty, the right side, goes to number 1. Jago Stokes with the Skyline. He's looking for 12.35 and 12.00, the dial-in for Holly Holloway. And she's even put a nice sticker saying, just married, on the back of No Fox Given, is the name of the car, because it's a Fox body Mustang. The dial-in, the run, 11.96 breakout. Jago Stokes, 12.64 the right side. Goes into number 2. Come on, let's keep the trend going. We need at least one breakout in every pair. Up next, Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. And Pete Walters, you've just seen his sister go, Holly. This is Pete. He dials 12.30. $13.75 the dial-in. Oh, cool, that's a quick Swift, that is. $13.75 the dial-in for a Suzuki Swift. So the Camaro goes 12.38 the right side and 13.65 breakout. There we go. We've got one every pair. That's the loudest squeegee in the world. Clears up some of the water. And when I say you can drive anything you want in this class, I do genuinely mean it. There's not many rules on it all, just safety rules. Like on the track in a minute. In fact, actually, we've got 2 Ford Focuses in the in the Kestrel beer lane. I think one of those needs to be patient. I think that's Brian Huxley. So, Chris Creswell and Ian Dance coming up next. I think Brian really wants to go because he's creeping up the start line. It's not his go yet. So Chris looking for 16.95, 16.32, the dial in for the golf. And at the stripe goes 16.97 and a 16.79. Oh, we ruined the streak, Colin. There's no breakouts in that one.
Yeah, we got a new number one qualifier though, so well done to the Cresswells there. And need to focus. We've got two of them here.
Well, in the last round we had 3 on the start line, but only one was racing.
Okay, Brian Huxley and Terry Attry. Less than a tenth between them on dial-ins, 1883 and 1892. And you could say this is probably the oldest pairing in racing, yeah, because Brian Huxley is 82, and Terry is, shall we say, beyond retirement age. So add them together. I don't know how old exactly Terry is, but. And apologies if I've got that wrong, Terry, I must admit. But, yeah, let's just say there's a lot of experience in their lives. So 1908 and 19 flat, at least they didn't break out.
Up next then, Sophie Evans.
Yeah, we got a white BMW in Sportsman ET, and it's not been driven by Steph Bateman.
It's fine, that one's round the corner. Taking on Troy Attry. Whoa, good 008 reaction time.
You could see that was a good one, the way he left the line. Now then, 12.28. Missed it by not that much. 12.34, good enough for number 2. And a 13.63 for Sophie goes number 8. Once again, the creativity on the boot lid of Matt Halsall's Moonshine Escort.
So we've had
he changes it every time. It's now Fat Man on the boot lid. Nicely done, Matt. Going alongside the Smurf of Rob Cresswell. 14.50 a pair. I wonder if these two had a word with each other and said, let's see what we can do together. Well, only 100th between them on their 60 foot. Having said that, Matt did bog off the line a little bit.
Well, they're still next to each other, though.
14.94 and 14.77. Right, top of the points chase. And is it going to be 3 championships in a row for Gary Lake with the Arabian Night? He's leading comfortably. And Steph Bateman is number 3 in the points. Well, the first thing Gary needs to do is qualify well. There's never anything given in this sport. But if Gary can qualify well, then he is on course for his 3rd consecutive championship. We're not in eliminations, folks. You can go in.
Very good reaction time indeed for Steph there, 0.5.
But 13.78 the dial-in for the Arabian Night. Let's see if he hits it. 13.98 and a 14.02 for Steph. She takes number 1. And Gary goes in at number 8. That's okay. Right, Georgina Smith with the Supra, 15.80. Going alongside Felicity Gibbs. 17.09 target for Flick.
Tell you what I'm going to do, Colin. I'm going to play my game. So, those of you watching at home, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a stopwatch and start it when the light goes green, like now. And I'm going to try and stop it on Felicity's dialing. Please feel free to play along at home.
We're a bit late now.
Well, not this pair.
15.73 breakout for Georgina. 17.10 for Felicity Gibbs. Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier. Well, it just goes to show that Felicity is better at judging the numbers than you are.
Yeah, I broke out by quite a lot.
Thomas broke out. Right, Stephen Giles with the DHL Subaru Forester. Let's see if he can deliver the package of a perfect run here. Notice the link. Going alongside Jill Medley with a full circle Jeep Cherokee. So Stephen Giles looking for 12.40, Jill looking for 12.37, 49 and 12.80. So Jill goes 6 and Stephen goes 13. Right, Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick and Richard Palmer with the Family Cat, of course the Jag XKR. Adam wants 13.47, Richard 13.31. Right, just VW Sportsman to follow this, and then it is into Q2 for Pro ET.
So it's going to be Richard on his own as Adam spotted something inside the car and has clicked it off. So 13.31 the dial-in.
Nice. 13.37 for Richard, goes number 5. Well, Adam's still going to get the run. It'd be a travesty, actually, at 3:30 in the afternoon and you come down for your first run and not get it. .27 breaks out by 2/10. Right, Alex Pryor with the T-Caddy, 1890. Complete with roof rack, or viewing platform, whichever you want to prefer. Going alongside the Ford Pop of Simon Swarbrick. Going to be entertaining to see if he can slow it down to run a 12.12.
Is this his works van?
It must be.
Because the roof rack wasn't on it at the start of the season.
Oh, it's a spoiler. It's not a roof rack, it's a spoiler. Right, so Simon goes 12.26. He did slow it down enough. Well done. Only 94 miles an hour at the top end. And Alex goes 19.72 on an 18.90. Lewis Gilbert, a new name to us with the Corvette, 13.84 dial-in.
It's not often you see a C4 Corvette.
Pretty rare, actually, to be fair.
Well, if you've got your garage and you've got one in your garage at home, bring it out, come race Sportsman ET. Try your best to beat a 1368 breakout. As we move into VW Sportsman.
Our last class of the day to put in their first qualifiers, it's going to be is it Jerry? Yeah, Jerry Sadler and Olivia Carter. So it's the Blue Action Beetle, dialing in 15.28, and Olivia Carter, who stole the car from her mum, Hazel, wants a 14.90. It doesn't seem that long ago where Olivia was taking this car for its first ever ventures down the quarter mile, and that was before she could drive on the road. It was highly entertaining, and now she's proving herself. But she did, to be fair, she did a really good job the first time she drove the car here. Full of respect to how Olivia is progressing with this car. Well, the only thing I can say is she's not going to break out on this run. Now then, Jerry, 15.28 the target for him. Oh, nicely done. 15.31, 3/100ths of a second off. And Olivia just goes through there with a 21.14, but car didn't behave on the line.
Have you got a pen, Colin?
I have. Right, Thomas Webb with Jimmy the Golf. Going alongside Lorraine Large with Flossie with a 14-second dial-in.
Go on then, Colin. So, as we know...
Are we having a sweepstake on Flossie?
Yep. I've written my number down.
Okay, give me a pen. Go, Flossie. We'll find out if the dial-in board slipped from a 1/4 to a 5. Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Where on earth did that come from? 14.77. Unreal. Well, I was miles off.
Yeah, so was I. I said 15.12.
Oh, I said 15.15. 14.77. Oh, my goodness me. What an amazing run.
Look what I wrote and scribbled out.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. You scribbled it out. We lost concentration there. 12.32.
Good enough for number 2 for Thomas Webb.
Yeah.
Sorry, we got a bit excited.
14.77. That's like, wow. That's like 0.3 of a second quicker than she's ever been.
So, Steve Metcalf and Thomas Circuit. Steve looking for a 15.47. Thomas looking for 17.10. Steve's going to get there first, 16.19 and a 17.52. They move into number 3 and number 4 spots.
All right, Jake Fronda back out once again with the Golf, this time in the VW Sportsman. He's running the same car in Pro as in Sportsman. Going alongside Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGolface. 12.45, plays 13 flat.
Jake goes red, but doesn't matter. Looking for a 12.45, goes 12.58 and a 13.48. On a 13 flat dial-in, they go into the number 2 and number 5 spots respectively.
Right, this is your points leader in VW Sportsman. It's Jordan Clark. Only leads Paul Robinson by less than a round of racing. And Nigel Gregg is just over a round further back than that. So Jordan dialing 13.99. Stuart Hodgson dialing in 15 flat. Oh, 13.98 with an 8. Jordan breaks out by less than a 100th. 15.31 there. But, oh, that was so close. Right, here we go then. Your other championship contender at the sharp end, Paul Robinson and George Miller. Pick your Audi TT, but it's the one in the Castrol lane that is the one in the championship contention. George Miller breaks out, goes too quick. Paul Robinson, though, goes to number 3 with a 14.82. All right, so Justin and Poppy, your next pair. The Golf Mark II and the Audi A3. Justin looking for 13.01. Poppy, 14.80. Welcome to VW Sportsman. That is Q1 done, and we'll be going into Pro ET for qualifying session number 2. $16.43 and $14.97. All right, next up, Steve Stone with the Leon. 13 flat, his target. And Danny Bean with the Lupo, who still carries the not Reese number plate. 1340 is what he wants. Steve Stone's going to get there first, 13.16, and not really representative, 16.29 there for Danny. Carl Goldsmith, good to see Carl back out on track with the VW Pro Corrado, alongside, this is Reese actually, Reese Finney, with Klaus the Lupo. So 12.20 for Carl, breaks out by 300, it's 12.17. And a 16.44, the right side for Reese Finney, goes to number 9. Again, it's pick your TT time, and it's Polly Judge, going alongside John Gallant. Polly, 16.21 for her, and John wants 15.50. $16.38 and $16.74. Polly, number 5. Can we please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, let's have you into the lanes. Right, Laurie Anslow and Ross Page. 16.30 plays 12.85. $12.97 there for Ross. Nice little run there. Goes to number 2. Laurie goes... Oh, she breaks out. 16.05 goes to number 22. And it's another Audi TT matchup. They are plentiful. Kaz Waterhouse with the Menopause TT looking for 14.35. And that's Linda Thomas down there, 13.65. And I believe this is the last pair in VW Sportsman, so it's the last pair to qualify in Q1 at the National Finals. $13.77 and a 14.22 breakout for Kaz, but Linda Thomas goes to number 3. So it is Jerry Sadler that goes into the top spot for round 2, with Ross Page number 2, Linda Thomas number 3, Jake Fronda is for championship contender. Paul Robinson is in at number 5, followed by Steve Stone, Polly Judge, Poppy Hunter, Thomas Webb, and the top 10 rounded up by Stuart Hodgson. Right, it is a Pro ET qualifying session number 2. Number 1 qualifier at the moment, Mark Huxley, and he did it with a perfect ET 0004. Matthew Dowdy is currently number 2. John Bean is 3. Tom Watkins is number 4. Warren Watts 5. Billy Everett 6. Dave Rudd 7. And number 8 is Nick Mugridge. The championship contenders, well, Nick is up there. Well, there's so many that can challenge in Pro ET. And we've got to see how qualifying pans out to see who is still in the running. But at the moment, I think there's probably about 12 drivers that could take the title, depending on, firstly, how qualifying goes. And once we've got qualifying done, I think it's going to take a few of them out of championship contention. So we'll see how all that pans out. But leading the points chase is Brett Featherstone, and just 10 points behind is Reuben Dawson. So that is a proper fight for championship honours this weekend. Despite the weather system that shouldn't have appeared this morning, and it was really annoying that it did, we go into Q2 this afternoon. A little bit of track work over there, so we're going to check in with Nitro FM 96.2, and I did request a track earlier. Is that one lined up for us by any chance? Okay, I think it's time we played it. So this track goes out especially to Graham Smith in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Nitro FM, take it away. Carburetors.
Shout out to the man himself, Tony Morris. I know last time we were racing, you were too. Hope you did well.
So John Dalrymple and Vic Parsons. Vic's got an interesting problem here because he just set a PB in Pro ET, 9.70, but this is a class index of 9.9, so he's got to slow it down a bit more than what he thought before. Tailwind, funny enough, Vic said, oh, tailwind, and he did get a PB, so well done, Vic. But yeah, don't want to break 990 here. Did 79 for John Dalrymple, 76 for Vic Parsons. I think Vic did lift at the stripe, but just didn't lift soon enough.
No, I think he was probably shadowing Wayne, not Wayne.
John. Yeah, but 12 mile an hour difference, fair. Right, Wayne Hiscock and Andy Dibley. I've seen him for a little while. Well, apparently Wayne's got a mechanical throttle stop on there, no electronics. Served him well with a 993. Andy Dibley goes 999. And he's still lifted 114. Ah, this is it. I've been looking forward to this. This is the debut for Martin Kirbishley driving this car that he bought off Dave Fulton.
Yes. So I saw this car drive back to the pits earlier during the weather delay, because we knew that the Fultons owned it before, and we thought it could have been Charlie driving it this weekend.
No. Martin's had this car for a year.
Is he?
Yeah, bought it off Dave last year, and then I had to work out how to get it in the lorry. I would laugh if Martin out qualified Dave. Well, 970 and 973, they're using each other's pace, and it didn't work. The Darlings, 968 for Vic. Wow. I have never seen Vic Darling in the 9.6s before, but then he did go and set a PB in his earlier run of 9.70. Go alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie. And Ronnie is number 5 in the points chase in Pro ET. Oh! And Vic Parsons breaks out. Oh, I can't believe he did that. He dialed 9.68. He still broke out and went 9.66 for another PB. Well done, Vic. Knocking on the door of 140 mile an hour. Another breakout, 10.31 for Ronnie Mercer. Well, the tailwind is certainly, I don't know if it's helping them or hindering them, but they're all going quick. Right, Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford F100. Missed Q1, unfortunately. So this is his first run in qualifying. Needs a good one here. 8.99 John Bean. He'll probably break out looking at what everybody else is doing at the moment, but let's see what happens. Yep, John Bean breaks out by 300s, and Bill Wilson breaks out by a 10th or more. Well, there's a clue, folks. Everybody has broken out so far in Q2. 4 cars down and 4 breakouts. Right, next up, Reuben Dawson. He's qualified number 21. Needs to be higher because he is number 2 in the points. Qualifying is going to be so tense, actually, between Reuben and Brett Featherston. But Reuben needs to qualify higher than 21st. That is for sure. A dial-in of 885. More than capable of hitting it. But will he go looking at what others have done, possibly an 82? But let's see. Second guessing. Oh, he did hit the 82. Oh. Everybody's breaking out by 300. Wow. Nobody has gone the right side of Darling yet. Maybe Chris Orthodox will do that. So the Apocalypse Cuda. Let's see how he gets on then. Chris hasn't got a number on the board yet, so needs to get one here. Well, the foot is buried. Goes 11.76. Doesn't break out, but that is Chris's first run that he's actually gone A to B. So relief there that he's actually got a qualifier in now. Well done. So looking around into the lanes, they're all there. Marie Mills and Billy Everett, Brett Featherston are the 3 that are ahead of the lanes. And then 1 row back, waiting to come round, Frankie Taylor is there with a little altered. Amy Watkins is there with that a bird. Warren Watts is there with the Camaro and the Superbird of Don Scott. But the tractor just doing a little bit of prep actually in the Kestrel lane, as there looks like there has been some sort of fluid leak, and it has actually gone a bit further than I initially thought. So we're going to be down for a moment. So Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves back, but we will have it back as soon as engines fire. More qualifying takes place here at the National Finals, our last round of the year. Right, so Rob Carter is taking the run in Street Eliminator. Boy, he's going to have to hot lap in for VW Pro if he wants to have a go in that one as well. He'll probably wait until later on. Now, Rob has been into the sevens many a time in this car. Going alongside James Murray. Now then, sub 9.5 would be really, really nice here.
This is a heads-up class. Quickest time on the board will be a number one qualified. A huge wheelie for Rob Carter.
Handled it well. Still goes 784, 170, and yes, a sub 9.5. 947, 142. As we look at the two Fords coming up to the line. Not liking the look of Victoria Smith going back to the pits though with the Boost Monkey Buick. That's one thing I didn't want to see. Right then, so Tony Higgs, one of our championship contenders with the Triggers Broom Capri. Will this be the weekend he hits the 200? Going alongside the transit god of Ash Cooper. That's not a bad looking run for Tony. He's in the sevens. And it's good enough for number one spot. 741 at 192. Still looking for that 200 mile an hour pass. It will come. 967 for Ash Cooper. Good run.
Yeah, Tony's issue at the minute is he's going too quick to build up any speed.
Interesting, yeah. And also the way the car, 118 to 60, that's not hanging about. Brilliant setup on the car. The way it separates, I think is the way you call it. Right, Nigel Hale and Graham Smith with the Marmite Scoop, as they're calling it now. Some people like it, some don't. But if it works, then we like it. A special shout out to Rob and Trudy Slater as well. Liking the new merch, by the way. New t-shirt design released on socials. Wow, what a launch for Graham Smith. I wish he could have held that, but that was staggeringly good. 877, 158, but the front wheels were hanging in the air for ages. Wow. Nigel Hale goes 1067 at 136, but we like that a lot. We do like that a lot. My goodness me.
The funny thing is, I was about to say, check the wheelie from the 57 because all the European finals he was picking the wheels up. Not like that,
Not like that. Oh, well done, Gray. Right, Andy Bond, the ugly sister. He's already seen what number one spot is. Only a 129 to 60, but this one really comes on strong at the top end and proves it there. Look at that. 737, 201 takes the number one spot from Tony Higgs. Just 400ths behind in number two. So look at these bikes. I think they are worthy of top fuel. They certainly are and have.
And how about these two combinations as well? You've got the compound turbo setup of Lorcan Parnell's Storm. And underneath the tower, in the Slick Tricks lane, you've got the Mitsubishi four-cylinder powered Suzuki Hayabusa of Sean Branch.
Is that really Mitsubishi? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you see how wide the bike is?
Yeah.
It's so wide because I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Mitsubishi never made bikes.
Well, yeah.
So that's a car engine.
Oh my goodness me, I never knew that. But then, yeah, a 2 litre. So it's a 4-cylinder engine then.
Yeah, I think it's out of an Evo. I think that is what it is out of.
Goodness me, learn something new every day.
Listen to it when it goes up on the two-step as well, because Lorcan's bike, luckily, is really quiet due to the compound turbo. Jump through stage, but Lorcan Parnell's off and running.
That is nice and straight for Lorcan. All the way through for Lorcan with a 684, 213. Nicely done. Simon, you happy with that one? Yes, thought so. Simon Campbell, he keeps me updated so well on that bike.
Of Roger Moore and the Boxer Frogs Racing. What do we know about the championship in funny bike, Colin?
I will tell you.
Awesome.
Right, points leader is Roger Moore, and his main competition is Dave Peters, less than 1 round behind. The other points contender, Eric Ricard, is not here. The championship basically will go to Roger or Dave, whoever goes further. Nice simple one, that. Had to lean the bike over as much as you could, but bikes are not easy to steer, so Roger had to come off the throttle there. 9. Thomas Joswick. Haven't seen Thomas for a little while. Welcome back, Thomas. Going alongside Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express.
Dave just trying to find first. There we go, he's got it. So anything quicker than a 684 to take the #1 spot. That's a tall order from any funny bike.
Both going for it, though. Dave Peters, 720 with a 1. Thomas Joswick, 720 with a 6. So Dave number 2, Thomas number 3. And let's have comp bike into the pairing lanes, please. Battle actually in comp bike as well, with Danny Cockrell leading by less than a round from Mark Dainty. And Michael Piggott is third, more than just 1 round further back. Right, okay, so we move on to VW Pro. Well, I wonder if Rob Carter is going to tag on to the back of this one. We'll see. But it is the electric Beetle of the current team. That's Sam Young and Jake Fronda with that dehydrated Golf R.
This is probably the quickest race.
It is Brett Featherstone, who is your points leader coming into this event. And he would like to be points leader leading this event as well. Because if he is, he will be national champion. We've got a few others with something to say about that, but we'll get to that a bit later on. Going alongside Frankie Taylor. 9:58 for Brett, 9:96 for Frankie. Now Brett is qualified 15, Frankie 19, and only 1 car so far in this session hasn't broken out. Still quite a stiff breeze on the tailwind.
So I had a quick chat with Frankie in the pairing lanes, and she said, "Now I've done my checkup piles, I can drive it now." Full send.
Good, good. And
she looks about
Frankie's
right.
going to break out. Oh, Brett Featherstone does himself a huge favour there. Goes from 15 to 4. Frankie moves up 19 to 16. They go 9:59 and 10:29 respectively. So exactly a 10th off there for Brett. 10th? Sorry, 100th. 9:59 with a 0 on 9:58 dial. Well, you've got to make your own championship. Sometimes you can't rely on other people doing it for you. And Brett did a brilliant job there. Okay, Billy Everett, Marie Mills, 9:47 place, 10:28. They both move up. Billy hits his number, goes to number 3 on a 9:47 with a 5 on a 47 dial, and 10:29 with a 7 on a 10:28. Marie Mills moves up to number 6. Dave Cherritt with a Dark Revenger going alongside Amy Watkins with Thatterbird. Now Amy is in the top 10. She finished in the top 10 last year, but it is this proper bun fight that's going on in Pro ET. Amy is number 10. She'd like to retain a top 10 spot, but can move up. She's only 480 points behind the leader, and that, well, until Brett went and run that 59 on a 58, was within reach, but we'll see what happens. .969 and 963. Well, Dave Cherritt breaks out by that much. Amy goes, well, stays 15 basically, no movement. Right, Warren Watts, Don Scott. Warren, number 8, dials 891. And it is Don Scott, sticking with the 970.
Yeah, I think this might be a tune-up pass for the Warren Watts for Supercomp.
Probably still break out. Well, just knowing how the car's performing. Since he switched to methanol, the car has been flying. So he's going to be all the 8s for Warren. Let's have a look. Well, one far off, 887. But look at Don Scott. He goes to number 2, 970 with a 2 on a 970 dial in. Nicely done, Don. And actually pushes Brett Featherstone down to number 6. Dave Rudd with a Banzai Cobra going alongside Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. Now Tom's already number 8, Dave number 10. Dave Rudd actually got hit early this morning, not late last night.
Goes 009 on the tree as well.
.71 on a 970. Mr. Qualifying goes number 7. And 904. I tell you, they're getting their act together now. They've seen all the breakouts, and now perhaps they're making the little adjustments to get it the right side. The thing is, though, the sun is so bright we can't see the dial-ins on the back of the car, so we have to radio down to the start line to find out what it is. Got Laura Bainton down there with the Capri, and that is the one and only Mr. Dave Fulton, I think. There's a few roadsters, but I think Dave's the only one in Pro ET. Yeah, 860. Wow.
That is a wow.
That is a proper wow.
Keep the nose on the floor, please.
Yeah, because he did lift it up front. He did put a bit of a wheel stand in last time. Well, it's stuck. 120 to 60 foot. Yeah, 912, not what he was looking for there. 1043 for Laura Bainton on a 42 dial, goes from 17 to 7.
Yeah, I think Dave actually lifted. He had a bit of a wander at the top end.
No, he doesn't lift, Dave.
Good point, good point.
Oh dear. Paul Marston with Grumpy's Dodge and Darren Huxley with the Nissan. He's going for a PB here because he's taped up every door shut and every little bit of the car to try and make the car slide through the air with the least amount of resistance. Let's see how he gets on. He dials 11:08. I've never seen a dialing that quick for the Earthmet Nissan before.
Much better launch from Paul Marston as well.
8:90 for Paul Marston. Oh, 11:19 for Darren Huxley. He's getting there. He's definitely getting there. That was a lovely little run for Darren. Bolden and Mason Griffiths, your next pair. Bob, a sensible dialing for him, 9:35 because it went 9:38 earlier. What? Where on earth did that come from? I'm gobsmacked with that one. 9:19 for Bob Molden. I tell you what, he's nicked everybody else's Weetabix this morning as well as having 3 himself. That is a monstrous PB. Goodness me. 9:19. Wow.
So the first thing I did there was look at the earlier numbers to see if they were real, and they are.
Yeah. 9:13 for Mason Griffiths. That was all right, but Bob Molden. Wow.
Nearly got himself an 8-second Peugeot.
Yeah. I can't believe he did that. What a staggering pass. He skipped the 9.2s completely.
Yeah.
Wow.
He skipped the low 9.3s as well.
Yeah. Epic run. Right, breath back. Lee Morris, 10:02 dial-in. Tom K, 9.99. Good shout for both of these two, actually. Just from what we've seen going on already. What's the air like out there? Because there must be something giving them power. I don't know what's going on out there. Guys, this is a good pairing. Look at these two. 9.94 for Lee Morris. Wow, he's broken out by nearly a tenth. 10.03, finally some sense and sensibility in the world of Pro ET from Tom there. But Lee Morris breaks out by nearly a tenth there. Right, number one qualifier. Well, he doesn't need to improve on a perfect ET. So Mark Huxley, are we going to see a 9.6 from Mark Huxley? Nick Mugridge, 10.01. Now then, Nick is in a championship points chase here. Well, everybody's in a points chase in Pro ET.
So I can't see anything special with the air.
No?
1,400 foot
that's not
density,
good.
density altitude, 60% humidity.
Well, I mean, I would class that as sort of like normal.
Nothing
I
special.
mean, early morning is a lot better, but
Yeah.
there's heat in the track. Wow. Well, let's watch this pair then. Is Nick Mugridge going to go 9.9? Is Mark Huxley going to go 9.6? And the answer is no to both of those because Mark Huxley gets it right. 9.76 on the 74. Nick Mugridge, not quite as quick as he actually wants there, 10.45. Next pair, Simon Innes, 10.58. See, really rare that you see Simon dialing in the 10.5s, but he's done it here. Going alongside Stevie Gates, 8.54. Well, the lowest he can go is 8.50. 58 breaks out by just that much. Less than a hundredth. And Simon Innes goes 10.62 on the 58. He moves up 26 to 12. Right, Matthew Dowdy being dropped to number 3 at the moment as Don Scott improved to go to number 2. Going alongside Neil Watkins, the Purple Express pickup. Dial in for him, 11.36. Well, both 01 lights. The difference was that Maudy's was a red. Matthew Dowdy's was a red.
Hello, I like Mowdy.
Maudy. Let's look at the ET. Breakout, a pair, 11.30 and 11.08. What a session for Pro ET. So it is Mark Huxley from Don Scott. Who's 5? That's Matthew Dowdy, number 3. Billy Everett, number 4. John Bean, 5. Brett Featherstone, 6. Then it's Laura, Dave, Marie and Tom Watkins. Well, we need to go to page 2 to see Reuven Dawson is number 25. He doesn't want to be that far down.
No, that's 250 points away from...
Yeah. So Brett is... Yes, that's 200 points. Yeah, that puts him 200 points behind Brett as it stands in qualifying.
And behind everyone else who's above him as well.
Yes, yes.
Because don't forget, although Brett is the number 1, he is the one with the target on his back.
Yes.
Not by much.
Very, very interesting the way Pro ET is panning out this weekend. But that's it for them today. They're done.
Yep.
As Q3, in effect, has been cancelled today. So that will now take place tomorrow morning. But boy, oh boy, oh boy. Really, really interesting. In the lanes is Super Pro ET. And as the Gluebird is out there, a perfect opportunity for me to go through the sponsors for Super Pro ET. Now then, the Bounty Hunter. Now this is whoever knocks out the previous event winner. And that is on Scott Hauser. So whoever takes Scott Hauser out eliminations is 50 quid.
Okay.
If nobody knocks Scott out and he takes the event win, he gets the bounty. He claims his own bounty in a sec. Right, number 1 off the trailer is 50 quid and a medal. And I can't remember who number 1 qualifier was in Super Pro. It's 263. Who was that? I will soon tell you. Let me just double check it.
Barry Giles, I've just heard over my shoulder.
Well, it's Daniel Giles, actually.
Daniel
but yeah,
Giles.
The Giles and Hartley team, 50 quid better off already.
No, it's Barry driving this weekend.
Was it? My apologies. Well done, Barry. Number 1 qualifier overall gets £100 a medal. Now, Barry is in contention for that. The main award, though, is Best Reaction Time in Qualifying, 200 quid and a big trophy. So definitely something to chase for that lot. The sponsors for Super Pro ET are AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, Another Small F Limited, The Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copyprint Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Good Vibration Motorsports, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydro Hose, JK Farzak Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney and Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsports, Windscreen Wizards and Joe Kellett Racing. So many, many thanks indeed to all of those individuals and companies that have supported the Super Pro ET Pete Nee Memorial Sponsorship Scheme. And their support helps them do all of these extra awards, like the bounty and number 1 off the trailer and stuff like that. So it's a really good sponsorship scheme that has been done in Super Pro. Similar thing happens with Pro ET. They have a end of year bash, and the funds from that scheme go into helping fund that and the trophies that they give out for their various bits and pieces. I'm looking forward to the naughty chair in Pro ET.
Yes.
After the event, because that is going to be full of insults and inquiries, isn't it? Oh dear, but going to be very, very interesting indeed. So yeah, we have Super Pro head of the lanes at the moment, and the championship fight is basically between Giles and Hartley and Scott Hauser. So we'll see how that pans out over the course of the weekend. But here they come then, Super Pro ET coming around the corner. And it's the Morris boys, and team time is money. Okay, so it is Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina Estate looking for an 8.40. And it's the Morris boys with Colin at the wheel. It's 8.51 for them. Now then, a bit of a barn door on the back of Tom Atkinson's Cortina Estate and the tailwind. Is he going to push it into the 8.3s, or is the 8.40 going to be the number that is one he hits? 8.51 for the Morris boys. Good shout for them, I think. Both away very well indeed. $8.42, $8.52. Well, Tom stays 3, but it's the number 1. Colin Morris. 8.52 with a 2 on an 8.51 dialing. Colin Morris goes from number 2 to number 1. Very nicely done indeed. Right, poignant message on the back of Josh Duncan's car there, and with the date of the 20th of September. Rest in peace, Harmony River. Indeed. Try and read out messages on the back windows if we see them there, and especially as poignant as that. So Josh, thoughts with you and the team and everybody for the loss. Schofield looking for a 788. He looked a bit wounded earlier, but obviously the car is a-okay. Josh looking for an 833. Wow, 769 for Alan Schofield. Josh Duncan goes 839, moves up from 18 to 4. What a move. Right, fresh from a PB earlier on, Lee Huxley. Now then, he dials 8.57 this time round. Callum Swinchat, 8.99. Now then, is Callum wounded? That's the slowest you can dial in Super Pro. And that car can run in the 8.8s.
Yeah, Callum proving that there's no right way to go Super Pro racing, as he's got one of the slowest cars in the field, and it's an altered. You never tend to see altereds in bracket racing, but Callum nonetheless is number 3 in points coming in this weekend. As you say, Colin, he could be wounded, as he went a 9-1 in the last round.
Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with it off the line. .858 and 892. Nothing wrong with it on the run either. Lee Huxley. Lee Huxley, 18-3, and he's now got an 8.5 second race car. Well done to the Huxleys. Oh, I've been looking forward to this pairing. Bradley Didwell, 8.2, going alongside Harry Gibson, 6 flat, with another Small Fortune Dragster.
The quickest bracket car in the world. Of course, top dragster over in the States, you're only allowed to dial 6.10. If you were to run a 5, you'd be kicked out of the event, told to go home. But in the UK, if you can run 6 flat and you win on a double breakout, so you could win with a 5-second run over here.
What do fuel alters run in the States? Are they 6 flat?
They are 6 flat, but that's an index class.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah, you're right. Can we have Supergas into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, let's have you into the lanes. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tom. It is an index class, not a dialing class.
Because it's the same as Pro Mod in Australia.
Yeah.
They're 5.80 index. Beautiful run from Harry Gibson over the stripe lifts early, 6:21. That's only 187 mile an hour. 8:24 for Bradley Didwell. They're moving to number 5 and number 9.
Yeah, there's only 4 mile an hour difference between the 8th and the quarter mile there for Harry. He was probably doing 200 at 1,000 foot. All right, Colin Miller, Bailey Ashdown. So Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer, his last outing of the year, as it is for most of them, to be fair. I know 1 or 2 will come and play at Flame and Thunder, and that's a good reminder actually, because Santapod have put the call out for any cars that can go quicker than 11s and any bikes that can go quicker than 9s. Get in touch and we'll sort out some runners and riders for Flame and Thunder.
So the dial-in for Colin Miller, 7.40. Dial-in for Bailey Ashdown, 8.06.
Away extremely well with 0 lights. 7:51 and 8:07. Bailey Ashdown. Bailey Ashdown just put an 03 light and an 8:07 on an 8:06. Goes to number 2. Lovely run there for Bailey Ashdown. Right, next up, AC Bell and Dave Russell.
One of the most distinctive sounding cars in British drag racing.
You can close your eyes every time and know that's Dave Russell.
Oh, exactly.
100%.
So he was one of the drivers who came to Carfest, and even from the other side of the arena,
Yeah.
he was like, oh, there's Dave Russell.
Well, just 100th in dial-in difference between these two. 880 for AC, 879 for Dave. And it's an 884 and an 899. Dave goes up to number 7. AC goes up to number 11. Well, considering the miserableness of the weather this morning, turned into a glorious day here at the pod. Will someone please press pause on this? We look at Mark Bailey with the Barracuda and Harley J. Derby with the DKM pickup. So Mark Bailey currently number 10. Harley J currently number 14.
Yeah, been having issues with the truck in the Kestrel beer lane, which no doubt will have fixed themselves by first round of eliminations when it will go out on an 8-2.
I hope so.
Mark Bailey looking for an 8.74. Reaching for the skies in the last round, really did hike the wheels up. Bit more tame that time.
$8.76 up to number 6. Harley J a little bit off there, $9.57. Right, Jack Brewster then with Just Mustard. Yet to put a number on the board, got pushed back in Q1. And we didn't see we didn't see Ashley Bell at all. So both of these two with the respective Firebirds from different years going to put numbers on the board here. 8.85 is what Ashley wants, and it's a 7.2 for Jack. Much better looking run for Jack Brewster. That is nice and straight. Goes 7.43, only 154. I think he was off the gas at the stripe because he was 154 at the 8th as well. Goes number 14. Ashley Bell goes in at number 10, 8.94 on that 8.85 darling. All right, another car without a number on the board yet, and we'd love to see one appear. That is the Viper. Right, so that's Jan Scheppers with the Velocity Viper going alongside Matt Peters with the Lucas Oils Dragster.
Yeah, Jan usually seen behind the wheel of the Velocity Mustang. Gorgeous, gorgeous car that is. But new car to him. Supercharged Dodge Viper.
Well, we've got a darling of 790 against Matt's at 756.
He is facing the wall a little bit. And could we please have ET Bike to the pairing lanes, please? I'll call you out again in a second when it's a bit more quiet, but ET Bike into the pairing lanes, if you can hear me. Matt goes a 757 on a 756 dial-in. Jan goes 958. Nice checkout pass for the new car. Matt Peters in at number 5.
Yeah, nice little move there for Matt, not from number 19. So one in the right direction. All right, Grandad's Toy 2 of Phil Topping. And for company, a Dragster. We've seen this plenty of times. That, of course, the one belonging to Scott Hauser. Championship points leader, but only qualified number 21. That will not do. He did break out in Q1. ET Bike, Thomas has already called you, but I'll give you a nudge. ET Bike into the pairing lanes now, please. So the Giles and Hartley team are qualified number 3 at the moment. Scott number 21, that's 180 points difference. If that stayed, that is really going to close up the points chase in Super Pro ET. Right, coming up to the line then. Come on, Phil. Well, Scott disappearing into the distance. 725 is the target, 727. That's much better for Scott. Yep, up to number 7. He needed that one. Boy, did he need that one. Only 4 places behind teams Giles and Hartley now.
This will be your penultimate car in Super Pro.
Now, number 3 is good, but I think number 1 has to be the target. Well, they would always like to qualify number 1 every time out. They were number 1 off the trailer, but 2 cars have stuck in front of him. As we look down in the lanes to see our next class ready to come round, which is Super Gas. Oh, no, sorry, I think it's Junior Dragster. Yeah, they're there. They just hide.
Yeah, I think we've got one more Super Pro, because unless Elaine Hancock is snipped into Super Gas.
Well, she certainly hasn't gone into Junior Dragster. Let's put it that way.
So, Barry taking the seat back off Dan for this weekend? Or because Dan went red in the first round of European finals? So Barry was like, no, no, no. And if he hits the number bang on, he will be back in the number 1 spot. So 743 with any other number. If it's with a 0, he'll be really happy with that. Or if you can run a 744 with a 1, he will be number 1 qualifier as well. So Barry Giles with the Giles and Hartley Dragster. Whoa, crossing the centre line, hitting the block.
Oh, no,
he
missed
it.
How did he miss that? Even got a round of applause from the timing crew then. He missed the block. And Dave's got a right smile on his face as well. Unreal.
Wow.
Well, forget about the ET. It's a DQ run anyway, but stays number 3.
Yeah, the car was driving towards the centre line. He crossed it. And how he missed the block, I have no idea. Because he was still doing 113 miles an hour at the 8th. So just checking the track a little bit. So the tractor's going out. So we're just going to hand back over to Nitro FM for a little while. Hopefully it won't be too long, but they've obviously spotted something on the track. So Nitro FM, if you may take the airwaves, please.
Now then, Leah Kellett has got the lead, and she leads by more than 2 rounds. But it is the battle between Paul Hudson and Warren Watts. They are actually tied for second. They're tied.
Oh, wow.
So basically, whoever qualifies ahead will be in second going into eliminations. So qualifying is super important for these two. Super important. Because they both go out at the same stage, then whoever's qualified better will get second. The only advantage here that is Warren's had a run already in Pro ET, and that didn't help him at all. Well, he's on the verge of an 8.7 there. Well done, Warren, but the better run in qualifying for that session, and that pairing, was 9.04. Right, so Paul Hudson is the other one fighting it out for second in the championship, and here he is. Going alongside Steve Hudson. Steve, a former champion in the class. And event winner, of course.
First outing of the year. I know she's been here, but I didn't know she turned the wheel.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember. I think it could be right.
So Elaine just here for some data collection. Well, good news, she isn't going to break out. They just stuck a 6.0 on it.
That would be epic if she did. Well, the car has been in the 6s, but not in this format. What a shame she clicked it, because that was a beautiful, straight, trouble-free launch. Brilliant stuff. 114 to 60 foot, that's what they were looking for. It was planned. And when a plan comes together, it's good.
And that's just wrapped up for Super Pro ET, and we move back into the 8th mile with the junior dragsters qualifying on reaction times. Those of you who were here earlier know exactly what I'm on about because you've seen them once before. And up first is Tom Peters and Teddy Howe. So we're in a unique position here where there's only 12 cars out of the 20 odd who put runs in this morning whose runs have been allowed.
That's staggering. I have never seen that many having detention with the headmaster. That is unreal.
So
I still can't get my head around it.
So we have the class limits, which is for both of these drivers 8.90. That's the class limit for junior modified. It's a safety thing.
Yeah.
Because these drivers are between the ages of 10 and 13 years old, if you go quicker than that, we then slap you on the wrist and say, don't do that again, and by the way, your qualifier isn't allowed. So Tom Peters, one of these drivers who's got to do it again. He goes 09, don't go too quick, and he doesn't, so he moves straight into number 4.
Yeah, well done, Tom. Teddy drops to number 6 with that one. Well, these two got it right. May have broken out, or... No, sorry, they may have not had brilliant lights, but... Let's see how they get on. Harry Peters and Jake Cooper.
And what makes it so extraordinary as well is, for example, we've had it before where we've only been allowed one qualifier. If that would have happened, half the field wouldn't have been in elimination.
My goodness me, yeah.
So 0-5 and 0-1 for these drivers. Good improvements for them. In fact, Jake will go to number 1 as long as he doesn't go too quick, which he nearly does. But no, he goes into number 1. Harry goes in to number 4.
All right, next up then, Freddie Taylor and Eva Davis. It's Freddie's last event in the juniors.
And I don't think the Davis name has ever slowed anything down, ever.
No.
Well, they're going to have to here because she ran too quick in the previous round. (0-4) and a 0-6. Well, Freddie's not going to go too quick, but Eva might. No, 7.95, so it counts. She goes to number 6, and Freddie in at number 4.
Well, Lola Bell Kent appears in the Kestrel lane. Go alongside Sam Hiscock. Got to throw a little shout out once again to Frankie Kent. Now then, the only thing is, I don't know if he's actually made it here to the track or if he's still poorly at home. Whichever way, if you are still a little bit under the weather, Frankie, I know you were tuned in to the coverage earlier on because Shelley messaged me to say so. So wishing you all the best, buddy, and we will see you tomorrow. But if you suddenly appear in the lanes, then well done. I have to cover the bases there. Right, so Sam hasn't got a number on the board yet. Lola Bell currently number 12. Let's see how these two work out here.
I've just noticed that Sam's car is called Bob. In fact, where's he going? He's starting on one side of the track, he's going to finish in the other, so 0.1 light, but he goes too quick again.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So still won't have a number on the board. Lola stays number 12. Sam Fairhurst and Chloe Cronwell, the first run for these two. Neither of these drivers put in a qualifier in round 1.
Well, I think Chloe did, but didn't she get turfed out?
I don't remember Chloe making a run.
Right.
I know
we saw
Emmy
the violet.
did.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Solo for Sam very quickly. Goes 0.13. .823, he slots in number 13. Ooh, 0.2 red.
That's a big red.
Moves in, it's number 17.
I just noticed with the shuffling of with the shuffling of Junior Dragster, with taking all of the ones that were DQ'd out, it put Liam McDonald number 1. But he's now dropped to number 2 because of a new number 1 in this session. Right, it's Jacqueline Bartlett and Kai Cooper. Kai got his run DQ'd.
Both lifting.
Yeah, heard that. 7.98 for Kai. And Jacqueline goes 0.54. Right, Ted Sullivan. He's one of them fighting for this championship. He's currently number 17. Liam McDonald, his last junior dragster race meeting, and he is in the number 2 spot with an 0.29. Wow, Liam 003. That's your new number 1 qualifier. He wants to go out on top. He definitely does. Nicely done, Liam. Ted moves up to number 3. That's crucial. Goes 025. And can we have 950 and 850 bike into the lanes, please? 950 and 850 bike. Let's have you into the lanes, please. All right, Mackenzie Love and Molly Openshaw. Guess what? Kenzie got his run DQ'd. So Max has got to start from scratch, if you like. Molly, currently number 17. Oh, they both go red. 003 red for Mackenzie. So Molly stays 17 and Mackenzie goes in at number 18.
Mackenzie went too quick again, so he still doesn't have a number on the board.
Well, at least it counts. He's 18th this time. At least he's qualified.
He went too quick again.
Oh, did he? Oh, on the ET, yes.
Yeah.
Ah. Yes, you're right.
Ada Cassisi and Luke, I like to go too quick even though I'm fighting for a championship. Mugridge with the Veloci Dragster. He would have been, I think, either number 1 or number 2 qualifiers coming into this round, but a little bit too quick, so expect some whomping at the top end on this one. Ada currently sits at number 14. Luke just wobbling himself into pre-stage.
Junior shuffle.
Zero 6 and a 003 with a 4. Ada Cassisi goes into number 1. Oh, Luke goes too quick again.
Oh, this is not good because tomorrow is a different ball game.
Yep, that's
Wow.
number 1 for Ada Cassisi though in the other lane. But Luke Mugridge, the number 1 in points at the minute, goes into Saturday's qualifying, not in the
qualified.
show.
Yeah, Ted's safe. He's number 3. He didn't get anywhere near the 790. Oh boy.
So Emmy Cronwell, another victim of I went too quick earlier. Oh, 001 red for Neve Deavy. She'll stay number 15. And a .136. Emmy Cronwell will enter the show as long as she doesn't go too quick, but she does that again too. So number 3 on the list. I've gone too quick. Kendra Redshaw and Grace Smith. Kendra, guess what she did in the last round? Yeah, that's right, she went too quick. Grace is in though, number 10 with an 07. Kendra, of course, your number 1 qualifier from the European finals. 0.3 and a .17.
Oh, that's going to move Grace up a little bit into number 6 spot. And Kendra gets in at 18, but she doesn't. It's another one. Oh dear, oh dear. And I think that's a wrap for Junior Dragster actually, as Super Gas come round the corner. Oh, try and sort that lot out.
What are they playing at?
Normally, it's like, oh, we'll do it tomorrow, but we're just this little bit worried about conditions. So it'll be what it'll be.
Yep.
That's all we can say. If I was in a Junior Dragster, I would just launch and then shut the car off.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
So just wait for Kendra to clear the top end as we move into Super Gas. Super Gas have had the same issue. If you run the right side of the number,
Yeah,
You
only
get in at
three of
number
the whoops, only 3 of the 10 got one the right side. Ridiculous. But that was I got to attribute that to the tailwind more than anything else, because they were going so quick. But also the track. We know it's prepped, but I still think it's got some Euro finals bite in it, even though we did have the Hot Rod Drags last weekend.
yeah, but look at all the cars at the Hot Rod Drags. Every single one of them were going sky high.
Sky high on the wheel stands. They were, you're right, yes. So, Euro finals bite in the track. How about that? So, for Tony Morris carburetors then is Andy Dibley and Andy Harrison. They are 3 and 2. Two of only 3 drivers that managed to get the right side of the 990. Heard the difference in throttle stops between the 2 cars there. 994 plays a 987. Andy Harrison goes too quick, but Dibbs moves up to number 2. Got to do a special shout out to Tim and Tina Moore, who I'm pretty sure will be tuned in. They're not here this weekend. They had their last race meeting ever with the car last event at the European finals with Tim's toy, and they're going to be sorely missed out of the ranks of Supergas, but understandable reasons these days, and don't be strangers, you know that. Stu Doiney and Stuart Morris. Well, they're both killer on the tree. So much so, Stu Doiney took the money earlier. And he goes 989 with a 5 breakout. Stu Morris breaks out 12.988. But Stu Doiney goes to the head of the pile that breaks out. Moves up from 10 to 4. Right, next up then, John Dalrymple and Vic Parsons. Do you know what? I don't think Vic cares. He's absolutely flying this weekend. He will try and get a run in the 9.9s, but he's in the 9.6s with the car now. I know he likes to go quick. Oh, he gets one the right side, 996. Well, and Vic goes to number 3. Breakout, though, for John Dalrymple, goes 986. Right, your number 1 qualifier is Wayne Hiscock, going alongside Martin Kirbishley's new ride. He is number 10 with a 9.70. Absolutely gorgeous car, that is. Unbelievably street legal, and yeah, Dave Fulton put a set of treads on it, drove it round Tadley, and didn't block off the exhaust. It was a bit noisy. Well, Wayne Hiscock stays number 1. Martin Kirbishley moves up 1 spot. That's because he still broke out big time, but it wasn't as big as his previous one, 973. Right, so the one who's broken out by the most now is this man down here, Dave Fulton. Going alongside the Dark Revenger of Dave Chariot. So it's a race between the breakout guys. We still only have 4 of the 10 the right side of the class index. Big old throttle stop for Dave Fulton there. Then the top end charge. And he goes 992 to number 1. Well done, Dave Fulton. Dave Cherritt breaks out 987, but Dave Fulton, top of the shop. That really was what they call an outhouse to penthouse run. He was bottom of the pile. He's now sitting pretty. We move on to ET Bike. Right, Chris Venn on the big red machine. He is your number 2 qualifier. He dials 965 for this one. Going alongside Patrick Marit, the Bluefish Hayabusa. Now, Chris Venn was at the European final celebrating with Steve Ashdown and the gang, his crew on the Undertaker funny car. And this weekend, he's riding the bike. Patrick goes 907, Chris goes 981. They stay put. Patrick 7, Chris 2. Phil Pratt and Casey Holgate. Well, Casey is your number 1 qualifier. She dials 1242. She went 1243 earlier. Phil wants 888. And he's currently number 4 on 898. Tell you what, I think it's a good shout for Phil. I think he's going to go quicker than 898. It's how quick he gets close to 888. Nine flat. No, it went the other way. 9 flat, 149. So Phil stays 4. And Casey breaks out, goes 300s too quick. But she stays number 1. Right, Harrison Brown and Justin Moulton is That'll Do Racing GSXR from Harrison. You're looking for a 1090. And Justin Moulton with a Frankenstein ZX 12R 989. Well, Harrison, I don't know what happened there. It went into neutral, I think, but he's found some gears again. Off he goes. 989 with a 7. Justin Moulton, job done. Now then, it is number 1 qualifier. Well done, Justin. 989 with a 7 on a 989. Let's have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Right, next up then, it's Carl Hester and Blade King. Carl wants 1040, Blade 10 flat. Problems with Blade, the bike lost far, I think. Got it going. So Carl, 1040 his target. 1020 breaks out by 2/10. Bit too quick there, Carl. And well, a recovery run there, but 5 seconds off there for Blade. All right, Gary Hester, and I know that Gary's brother will be tuned in. That's Nick. So Gary. As Gary says, I hope to do my brother Nick proud. And so he does a good job of doing that. Let's see how Gary gets on though with an 8.70. And a very good afternoon to Nick Hester. So Robbie Dobby looking for a 980. Gary looking for an 870. Gary gets there first with an 874, yes. Up to number 4, but Robbie Dobby, 980 with a 6. Oh, let the burnout finish from Les Harris. Come on, Les. Robbie Dobby goes 15 all the way to number 1. Right, next up, Nick Playden, and Nick asked us to say a shout out this morning. I'll do it again actually to Scott Smith, who was actually booked in for this weekend. in ET Bike, but unfortunately a nasty motorcycle accident and is in hospital recovering. So everybody here wishing you all the best, Scott. Look after yourself and get yourself recovered well. See you next season. Nick Clayton wants a 10.75. Les Harris wants 9.58. 9.84, 10.83. Yep, Nick Clayton moves up 17 to 7, and Les Harris moves up 15 to 11. Dave Grundy, Scott Collier. Now then, Scott needs to move up here. He's number 17. He broke out in Q1. The dial in for Scott, 9.40. Stout number. Dave Grundy, 10.46 for him. That's more like it for Scott. Oh, a nice move for Dave as well. 10.47 on a 46. Dave goes up to number 3. Scott Collier up to number 5. Right, Alan Davis, Jake Bowden. Alan currently number 18. He broke out in Q1. Jake Bowden hasn't got a number on the board yet. Did get actually pushed back in Q1. So Alan wants 11.50. Jake wants 11.58. Well, keep going, Jake. You're going to get a number. .10.55 breaks out by over a second. Oh, nice one from Alan Davis. He goes up to number 7 from number 18. All right, next up then, Brett Cordell and Grace Pollen. Brett wants 8.99, he's currently 17. And Grace wants 9.14, currently 13. Unfortunately, problems for Brett. And Grace doing well to keep the bike away from the wall. She leaned it over all the way to the left, straightened it up, and went 10.63. But unfortunately, Brett just coasting as he goes up to the right about 1,000-foot mark there. We continue with Rob Stanley and Dave Hall. This is 9.50 bike. Well, Rob Stanley has the issues this time round. Dave Hall, he did a 22-second pass earlier. Unbelievably, the 22-second pass is going to hold as his qualifier because he broke out on that one, 9.44. Oh, boy. Rob Stanley is the one that is crawling up to the line. And unbelievably, he puts a 20-second pass in and goes ahead of Dave Hall. Craziness of 8.50 bike. Hayden Michelle and Josh McLean. Hayden is your number 1 qualifier at a 9.53. Josh a 9.96. So Josh and Hayden going to fight this one out for the number 1 spot. It is a 9.61 and a 9.53. Again, that's 2 9.53s for Hayden. He's got that bike pretty much dialed in. Well done. Despite a little bit late leaving the line. But the run counted and he went 9.53. Right, 8.50 bike. Danny Madeira, Stacey Reed. Daniel is currently number 11. Stacey, number 9. Let's just say both of these went quicker than 8.50. Daniel Madeira, spectacularly so, with a 7.88. So contender for comp bike next season, I think. Oh, he's going to do it again. He's going way quicker than a 7.8, surely. Yep, 7.74, 187. Stacey goes 8.35. Daniel Madeira, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going into comp. I think he did tell me he's going to comp next year, but nevertheless, good run. Right, Craig Wright and Pete Slater. Craig is currently number 4, 8.64. Would like to change the 6 to a 5. And would love to change that 4 to a 0, and that would give him a bang-on run. Pete Slater, though, 9.54. Well, a second quicker would do that nicely. Good light for Craig, 06, but it's more important. It's the ET. Oh, too quick, 8.43. In actual fact, they both went 8.43. So no help for either. Craig stays 4, Pete stays 6. Carl Thomas and Scott Crookston. Carl number 3, Scott number 8. So Carl on an 860 at the moment. Oh. 8.42. At least Scott tried to run the number. Carl Thomas thought, I'm having some of this. It was going well. Stuck with it. Right, next up then, Jay Rowe and Pete Wise. Jay is in that championship hunt. He's already got an 8.54 for his run at the moment. He qualified in the number 2 spot. Pete Wise, currently number 10. Still Kevin Wright, number 1. Not anymore. It's number 1 to J Rowe. Pete Wise breaks out 8.24, but J Rowe from number 2 to number 1. So Kevin Wright was your number 1 qualifier. He's now number 2, going alongside Mick Wynyard. Now Mick actually hasn't got a number on the board yet. .909 plays an 8.97, so well, obviously Kevin stays number 2, and Mick goes in at number 6. Right, the Marite boys, represented by Patrick in this case, going alongside Steve Jackson. Patrick is number 5, 8.87, and Steve, well, he's in the 10s at the moment, would like to get into the 8.5s. 884 and 960 there for Steve. Right, we look in the pairing lanes to see Comp Eliminator are lined up ready to go. And yeah, going to be very, very interesting what happens in comp in this session. Dan Williams, phenomenal 10.04 from earlier on. Can we please have Pro Modified and Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified and Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please. So a little pause in proceedings whilst the Bluebird goes out, gives us some extra traction out there. And of course, we will take it back when the fun continues here at the STP National Finals. Right, so Rob Carter is taking the run in Street Eliminator. He's going to have to hot lap him for VW Pro if he wants to have a go in that one as well. He'll probably wait until later on. Now, Rob has been into the sevens many a time in this car, going alongside James Murray. Now then, sub 9.5 would be really, really nice here.
This is a heads-up class, quickest time on the board will be a number one qualified. A huge wheelie for Rob Carter.
Handled it well. Still goes 784, 170, and yes, a sub 9.5. 947, 142. As we look at the two Fords coming up to the line. Not liking the look of Victoria Smith going back to the pits though with the Boost Monkey Buick. That's one thing I didn't want to see. Right then, so Tony Higgs, one of our championship contenders with the Triggers Broom Capri. Will this be the weekend he hits the 200? Going alongside the transit god of Ash Cooper. That's not a bad looking run for Tony. He's in the sevens. And it's good enough for number one spot. 741 at 192. Still looking for that 200 mile an hour pass. It will come. 967 for Ash Cooper. Good run.
Yeah, Tony's issue at the minute is he's going too quick to build up any speed.
Interesting, yeah. And also the way the car, 118 to 60, that's not hanging about. Brilliant setup on the car. The way it separates, I think is the way you call it. Right, Nigel Hale and Graham Smith with the Marmite Scoop, as they're calling it now. Some people like it, some don't. But if it works, then we like it. A special shout out to Rob and Trudy Slater as well. Liking the new merch, by the way. New t-shirt design released on socials. Wow, what a launch for Graham Smith. I wish he could have held that, but that was staggeringly good. 877, 158, but the front wheels were hanging in the air for ages. Wow. Nigel Hale goes 1067 at 136, but we like that a lot. We do like that a lot. My goodness me.
The funny thing is, I was about to say, check the wheelie from the 57 because all the European finals he was picking the wheels up. Not like that,
Not like that. Oh, well done, Gray. Right, Andy Bond, the ugly sister. He's already seen what number one spot is. Only a 129 to 60, but this one really comes on strong at the top end. and proves it there. Look at that. 737, 201. Takes the number 1 spot from Tony Higgs. Just 400ths behind in number 2. So look at these bikes. I think they are worthy of top fuel. They certainly are, and have.
And how about these two combinations as well? You've got the compound turbo setup of Lorcan Parnell's Storm. And underneath the tower, in the Slit Tricks lane, you've got the Mitsubishi 4-cylinder powered Suzuki Hayabusa of Sean Branch.
Is that really Mitsubishi? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you see how wide the bike is?
Yeah.
It's so wide because I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Mitsubishi never made bikes.
Well, yeah.
So that's a car engine.
Oh my goodness me, I never knew that. But then, yeah, a 2-litre. So it's a 4-cylinder engine then.
Yeah. I think it's out of an Evo. I think that's what it is out of.
Goodness me, learn something new every day.
Listen to it when it goes up on the 2-step as well, because Lorcan's bike, luckily, is really quiet due to the compound turbo. Jump through stage, but Lorcan Parnell's off and running.
That is nice and straight for Lorcan. All the way through for Lorcan with a 684, 213. Nicely done. Simon, you happy with that one? Yes, thought so. Simon Campbell, he keeps me updated so well on that bike.
Of Roger Moore and the Boxer Frogs Racing. What do we know about the championship in funny bike, Colin?
I will tell you.
Awesome.
Right, points leader is Roger Moore, and his main competition is Dave Peters, less than 1 round behind. The other points contender, Eric Ricard, is not here. The championship basically will go to Roger or Dave, whoever goes further. Nice simple one, that. Had to lean the bike over as much as he could, but bikes are not easy to steer, so Roger had to come off the throttle there. Thomas Joswick. Haven't seen Thomas for a little while. Welcome back, Thomas. Going alongside Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express.
Dave just trying to find first. There we go, he's got it. So anything quicker than a 684 to take the number 1 spot, that's a tall order from any funny bike.
Both going for it though. Dave Peters, 720 with a 1. Thomas Joswick, 720 with a 6. So Dave number 2, Thomas number 3. And let's have comp bike into the pairing lanes, please. Cottle actually in comp bike as well, with Danny Cockrell leading by less than a round from Mark Dainty. And Michael Piggott is third, more than just 1 round further back. Right, okay, so we move on to VW Pro. I wonder if Rob Carter is going to tag on to the back of this one. We'll see. But it is the electric Beetle of the current team. That's Sam Young and Jake Fronda with that dehydrated Golf R.
This is probably the quickest race you'll see that's under 100 decibels.
Yeah, good point.
Because you won't hear the electric Beetle at all. It'll just wind noise. And of course, the street exhaust on the Golf. So 8:30 the dial-in.
It'll be an 8. But
For Sam Young.
what time? 8:70, 164. And 12:45 for Jake and 112. I think Golf R's are proper cars, though. I mean, if I was not in need of something as big as I've got to tow things, I would have a Golf R without a shadow of it. Oh, yeah, I love them. I've had so many Golfs over the years. I've always been a V-dub man. And my favourite was with the Mark II 16-valve GTI. I just loved that car. Claire didn't like it because it didn't have any power steering, but I loved it. I loved the car. Right, and it's still in existence because they do number plate check, and it's still going around. It was a 1988 car, that was. Right, talking of Mark II Golfs, this is James Hodson with the Championship leading Golf going alongside the Don. That is Luke Stevenson. Dial-ins are 10.99 and 11.47. $11.75. James goes to number 1. Nicely done. All right, Abby Tether and Guy Foley. So another one of these rapid Golf R's. 1280 dial in for Abby. And the Mark IV Golf, 1152.
Two very red lights. One's 0.3 red, one's 06 red. 06 isn't very red, but...
Well, one matches the car. And, well, one breakout way ahead there. Nice run for Abby Tether, though. 12.89 on the 80 goes to number 2. But Guy breaks out by, that much. 0.28. Is Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil, going alongside Mick Payne. Your first pair coming round the corner. Well, Mick PB'd at the European finals, speed and ET, but obviously new engine combination in this car. So the Plymouth then of Mick Payne when this car was first built. with Chris Isaac's race cars machine. It was a turbo car, but it's all changed as when Mick bought the car. Obviously, he had his power plant from his previous car, so that's made its way in there, with a few changes, of course. Going alongside Wayne Nicholson, the Lucky Devil, and whenever Wayne runs now, I will always mention that they are always raising funds for the air ambulance, and rightfully so. A tremendous, worthwhile charitable support for the air ambulance. They've paid us a visit. They've already been here this year for one of our races, and obviously played a big part in Wayne's life as well. So yeah, please continue to support them. But go and see Wayne in the pits. Here we go then. Your first pair then. It's the Corvette. Along the slide, the Plymouth.
Can't help but notice Mick is facing the centre line a little bit.
That is a good looking run. Wayne Nicholson goes 6:32 at 231, 6:89 at 2:08 there for Mick Payne. 106 to 60 there for Wayne, just a little bit off where they wanted it to be, but nevertheless a good A to B, good opener for their weekend. 6:32 at 2:31. And to be fair, every run for Mick is a test run now, as I say, it's only the second time out with the car, and to get 6:89 off the trail at 2:08, nice opener indeed. As we look down to see John Webster going to be going alongside Dave Smith. One turbo, one supercharged car.
So an uncharacteristically low revving burnout for Dave Smith there, with the 55 in the Kestrel beer lane. John Webster with the Mustang in the Slitrix lane ran into the 5s at the European finals. He got disqualified with a 592 due to being underweight, I believe.
Yep.
But then came back out and ran really, really well after that.
Well, congratulations already to Andy Robertson, who's already taken the Motorsports UK Pro Modified Championship. He can't be caught. And likewise, runner-up spot, Bobby Wallace. He can't be overtaken for second, so well done to those two this year.
So the Turbo Mustang for John Webster taking on the Supercharged 55 for Dave Smith. Anything in the mid to low 6s would be lovely to see in the Kestrel beer lane. Anything in the 5s would be amazing to see in the Slitrix lane. John's balling up the turbos. What have they got? This run won't be what it says it is, 0.4, but a huge plume of smoke at the top end for John Webster.
That's a shame because he'll frame that timing slip. Dave Smith goes 6:51 at 215 miles an hour. It was a lovely run, but John Webster's run, yeah, It wasn't a 564, unfortunately, and a big chat with the Wallace team yesterday afternoon, chasing and niggling the car. They keep swapping bits around, and I'm not technical enough to actually know what various parts do, but we know that on the burnout the car doesn't sound right. On the run, you know, the racing gods were kind on him. Really, really do wish that. Talking of racing gods, we need a little bit of help in the pits for various people. Bill Wilson has been in touch. If anybody in the pits has got a radiator pressure tester, if they could please let Bill Wilson know. He's in Pro ET with the Graffiti Racing pickup truck. He's right at the top, next door to the buildings up the top end there. So if you know where Pro ET are, he's on the first of the two circles next door to John Bean with the Shotgun Racing Mustang. So that's where you'll find Bill Wilson, and he is after a radiator pressure tester. So if anybody could help on that, that would be greatly appreciated. I think everybody else is A-OK at the moment. I know Victoria Smith, she needed a CO2 bottle, but she's managed to get another one sorted out, so hopefully she should be in the lanes for Street Eliminator when they come back down. But unfortunately the tractor is going to have to go on track to maybe have a sweep in the Kestrel lane where Matt Davison has just put his run in with the Mr. Boost Honda Civic. So we are going to be down for a few seconds. So whilst they're doing that, if Nitro FM could take the airwaves back over once again, and we will be back soon with more qualifying here at the STP National Finals. Because they were going so quick. Also the track. We know it's prepped, but I still think it's got some Eurofinals bite in it, even though we did have the Hot Rod Drags last weekend.
Yeah, but look at all the cars at the Hot Rod Drags. Every single one of them were going sky high.
Sky high on the wheel stands. They were, you're right, yes. So Eurofinals bite in the track. How about that? So for Tony Morris Carburettors then is Andy Dibley and Andy Harrison. They are 3 and 2. Two of only 3 drivers that managed to get the right side of the 990. Heard the difference in throttle stops between the two cars there. 994, plays a 987. Andy Harrison goes too quick, but Dibbs moves up to number 2. Got to do a special shout out to Tim and Tina Moore, who I'm pretty sure will be tuned in. They're not here this weekend. They had their last race meeting ever with the car last event at the European Finals with Tim's toy, and they're going to be sorely missed out of the ranks of Supergas, but understandable reasons these days, and don't be strangers, you know that. Stu Doiney and Stuart Morris. Well, they're both killer on the tree. So much so, Stu Doiney took the money earlier, and he goes 989 with a 5 breakout. Stu Morris breaks out as well, 988. But Stu Doiney goes to the head of the pile that breaks out. Moves up from 10 to 4. Right, next up then, John Dalrymple and Vic Parsons. Do you know what? I don't think Vic cares. He's absolutely flying this weekend. He will try and get a run in the 9.9s, but he's in the 9.6s with the car now. I know he likes to go quick. Oh, he gets one the right side, 9.96. Well, and Vic goes to number 3. Breakout, though, for John Dalrymple, goes 9.86. Right, your number 1 qualifier is Wayne Hiscock, going alongside Martin Kirbishley's new ride. He is number 10 with a 9.70. Absolutely gorgeous car, that is. Unbelievably street legal, and yeah, Dave Fulton put a set of treads on it, drove it around Tadley, and didn't block off the exhaust. It was a bit noisy. Well, Wayne Hiscock stays number 1. Martin Kirbishley moves up 1 spot. That's because he still broke out big time, but it wasn't as big as his previous one, 973. Right, so the one who's broken out by the most now is this man down here, Dave Fulton. Going alongside the Dark Revenger of Dave Cherritt. So it's a race between the breakout guys. We still only have 4 of the 10, the right side of the class index. Big old throttle stop for Dave Fulton there. Then the top end charge. And he goes 9.92 to number 1. Well done, Dave Fulton. Dave Cherritt breaks 65 for this one. Going alongside Patrick Marite, the Bluefish Hayabusa. Now, Chris Venn was at the European final celebrating with Steve Ashdown and the gang, his crew on the Undertaker funny car. And this weekend, he's riding the bike. Patrick goes 907, Chris goes 981. They stay put. Patrick 7, Chris 2. Phil Pratt and Casey Holgate finals, Hot Rod Drags, and also VW Action and Ultimate Street Car. So if you want to see any of the images from those events, pop down to the studio next to the Perry Lanes Black Photography.
Whoa, Ruben with a huge wheel stand, but moves over towards the centre line, and issues for Terry Newton.
Terry lost drive straight away, so that tells me shaft failure. Reuven, yeah, as you say, Skywards.
Well, that was Skywards and then Rightwards.
Yeah. Thing is, you were looking at Reuven, I was looking at Terry.
Yeah, unfortunately, the issues from Euro finals still plaguing Terry after a good checkout pass in the first round. Reuven had obviously turned the car up. And, well, it worked.
It's a tuner's class, this one. The idea is to go as far under index as possible, so you tune them to the max. And that's what happens.
Yeah, brilliant replay there on everyone who watching at home on the live stream. You saw just how violently Reuven's car moved over towards the
I
right.
wonder if they could just play that again, actually, on the replay for Reuven Dawson's launch. Here we go. Let's have a look at it.
Up and then
up and
rightwards.
right, yeah. Nearly went into the blue there. Thank you ever so much indeed to our awesome coverage crew here with Barney and Box Lane. Thank you so much indeed for letting us see that again.
I think that's the first time that car's done anything but go straight.
Well, you push them to the limits and you find the limits. It's as simple as that. Right, Gary Carr with the boarding point. Going alongside Amir Akramashad. So Gary is your number 3 qualifier, 10.94. I'll be totally honest with you, that's as far as he's going to go on Darling. He's not going to overtake Dan Williams, and he's certainly not going to catch Reuven Dawson. He needs to watch what happens behind him with Nick Williams. That's the battle, actually, Gary and Nick. Lovely launch once again from Gary. You know, he wants to stay ahead of Nick Williams.
Look at the reaction time for Amir Akram as well, 006.
Gary goes 10.96. Whoa, nearly matching his 10.94 from earlier. Amir 10.79, not quite as quick as the 10.38. All right, next up then is the Dirty Dog. So the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy of Rob Smallworth taking on the Silver Surfer. That's the Honda Civic of Ahmed Jamshed. Ahmed had a cracking run earlier, went 8.62. Like to find another 10th if he can. But that's all he wants. Next year will be a different story though. Can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Let's have you into the lanes for Q2. Right, we're going to send Rob on his own. I think there's a window net issue for Ahmed.
I think it's more Hans' device, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, only because I can see the window net up. So, Rob solo.
That's soft, and he's actually off the gas as well now.
Yeah, that sounded like no nitrous.
So Rob coasting. So just holding Ahmed Jamshed until Rob clears the top end. As an actual fact, he takes the first exit. So now Ahmed will come into the beams. Good looking run. Very good looking run. Oh yeah, 8.62, finds a couple of hundredths. Stays number 5. Pretty much where he wants to be honest. Right, next up then, it's the 2 green cars, but totally different green and totally different cars. It's the Copo Camaro of Nick Williams, went 791. Well, he wouldn't mind a 788 here. Get in front of his teammate, but also championship rival Gary Carr. Emma Goddard, she's on licensing runs here. So she had a very good burnout on launch, so I imagine this will be to a half track for the little Honda Integra. Wheel spin off the line there for Nick. Still goes through with an 867 at 171, but as Nick would put it, a busted run. Emma Goddard just coasting to a 16.01. Again, not entirely what she wanted out of that run.
Yeah, looking down onto the start line tells the story for Nick.
Yeah.
Spun and then shook.
Right, Lloyd Perkins with the Soul Man Oldsmobile. Well, forget what you ran in Q1. This is all about what happens here.
Same issues again for Lloyd, unfortunately. New transmission and still working out the clutch.
Goes 1189. As we now look round to see Top Fuel Bike. And how good is it to see this machine here? Just obviously waiting for the nod to start.
I think this will be a solo for Ryan Davison first, as he's still on licensing. And then Kev Charman will be up second.
Just so looking forward to Top Fuel Bike next year. The class is just, I mean, it was quiet for a while, but, you know, you've got 6 Top Fuel Bikes here this weekend. And I don't know how the machine is progressing. We've got Al Smith's new bike to come out next year. And obviously when the Europeans come over, we've got Rene, Richard Gustafsson. So you've got plenty of fuel bikes now.
Yeah.
Really, really good to see. So the Voodoo Rhythm Racing Puma of Ryan Davidson. To think back that Ryan's first visits, or the first involvement that Ryan had with drag racing was being a crewman for John Turner on the Greenfish Barracuda.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He then went and got a bike off Phil Crossley, and here he is on a Top Fuel bike. Yeah, there's just no helping some people, is there? I wish him all the best though, Ryan. He's a top bloke. And that bike sounds fantastic. All the best, Ryan. Yeah, he's considering continuing the licensing, but what we got there? There we go.
Yeah, 1 cylinder out almost instantly. But still getting data.
And getting used to launching and riding the bike, because it's all well and good firing a bike up at home and at shows and warming up the bits. It's just on the track is a different ball game. And that's only his second ever trip down the drag strip on that bike. And he's doing all right. He's doing all right. So just trying to get himself ready for next year. As this man is as well, actually. We have a look down there to see Kev Charman with the new bike for him. Fair to say that this bike has had so much detail built into it by Kev and, shall we say, the nitrous junkies, because that's what they are. They're kept involved in the bike racing scene, helping out Rene van der Berg over in Hockenheim, and always at the track. But now it's Kev's turn. He's ridden Top Fuel bikes before. We have the Wild Bunch to the pairing lanes, please. Wild Bunch, let's have you into the lanes.
Almost sounded like it was leaning
I
out
thought
then.
it was as well, but got it back.
No,
He might do this time though.
I don't think Kev's happy. Yeah, he's going to turn the bike off.
It's the only place you can test them. It really is.
But sensible decision by Kev
Yeah.
there.
But well done, Kev. It's here. It's running. And now the development really starts. It's building the bike is one thing. It's getting it to run, getting the numbers, getting the tuning right, getting everything settled, getting the rider settled on the machine. Kev, I know it's going to come good, mate, and I wish you all the best, because the bike looks phenomenal. Absolutely beautiful bit of kit. And I know Kev is so eager to put on a show and really get some numbers out of that machine. And I know he's got what it takes. The bike's got what it takes. It's the combination of getting it all working together. And I really look forward to seeing how that bike progresses. The same with Ryan. You know, the two different setups, obviously. One bike is literally new build. One bike is a bike that's been around for a long time, that's in new ownership. But nevertheless, two riders that I know can ride. And they're here to not make numbers up. They're here to be competitive and to win. As are these two. Phil Crossley, a very experienced rider. And of course, he is riding the phenomenal Imperial Wizard bike. The history of that bike is second to none. And even considering the age of the machine, it is still jaw-droppingly gorgeous. And every single part of that bike is a masterclass in engineering. I mean, Brian Johnson, absolute legend on two wheels. And one of the most brutal bikes going is the Rock. And he does the burnout under the tower and the three pipes aiming straight at us in the commentary box. That is a brutal machine. Well, if these two bikes perform as they potentially can, but problems there for Phil, will be advised to shut off the Imperial Wizard. So it looks like there could be an issue on the left side of the bike as they look down on the ground. So it's going to be a solo for Jerry Lukes on the Rocket. Phil back. Keep it off the centre line. No, that ain't going to happen. He crosses it. But yeah, once it went out the hole, it was pulling left all the way. Nothing that Jerry could do to pull it back round. So very sensibly clicks it earlier. Just coasts to the top end. But the amount of potential these machines have got, I mean, you've got to consider the power output. I mean, we're north of 1,000 horsepower on each one of these machines.
We're north of 1,500 horsepower on some of these.
They are epic.
Yeah, they're certainly the most powerful four-cylinder engines almost anywhere in the world.
And they go and put them on a bike. As I say, I think it's a commonly known fact that there are certain things on the planet I wouldn't do. And probably right near the top of the list is get on a Top Fuel bike. You just wouldn't see me do it. Well, I'm generally not scared of anything, but you would not get me on one of these.
I would.
Yeah, just for a photograph. Okay, Neil Midgley up next. Again, a bike that's been a year in the workshops, being rebuilt. And what a stunning job that's been created here once again. Well, Neil has ridden this bike into the fives. Oh, the smell of nitro comes into the tower as well. Oh, it's my first dose of it today, my goodness me. Brings back memories of 2 weeks ago. Oh, last weekend as well, actually. Oh, going alongside Steve Willett with the dealer. Steve is your number one man at the moment, 6:45. So let's see how they get on then. Steve Willett, Neil Midgley, they are 1 and 2 on the qualified order at the moment. .636 for Steve Willett, 7:08 off the throttle at the top end for Neil Midgley. But they were pretty tied together at 60, tied together at the 3:30. And there wasn't a lot between them at the 8th either, but then it started going away a little bit there for Neil. And Steve stuck with it to a 6:36. We move on to Tennis Trophy Super Street Bike. And your first pair then needs no introduction, but I will tell you who it is, of course. Riding the bike in the Kestrel Lane, it is the one and only Mr. Steve Venables. 222 miles an hour in Q1. Going alongside Brad Head, he hasn't got a number on the board yet. He will do now. Front wheel comes up. Brad sticks with it. Steve's gone. 7:11, 2:07, not quite as quick as you went last time. And Brad goes 8 flat at 185. Right, number one in the points then, Jake Michelle. He's in the Kestrel Lane. Also number one qualifier, 6:79 with a 9. And he's got Jack Shook for company on this one, 7:05. Again, another one over 200 miles an hour. Well, Jack, obviously, the target for him is a 6 here. Well, Jack is sticking with Jake. 6:83 and 7:08, Jake Michelle. Well, he's already been quicker at 6:79. Jack would have been quicker at 7:08. Sorry, at 7:05 compared to the 7:08, but nevertheless, 2 good runs. Kostas Giannopoulos on the JKE Raceworks Busa. Unfortunately, didn't get a time in Q1. He was actually pushed back. And going alongside Alan Morrison. But what a run from him. 7:08 over 200. So this will give us our 8 bike field. Problems there for Kostas. Alan Morrison goes 7:39, 203 miles an hour. Not quite as quick on the ET as before, but over 200 again. And Costas gets into the show with a 12.77. That becomes the bump spot now in Super Street Bike.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one. The bike was doing some sort of shimmy straight from the launch. Really, really unsettled. So Costas just backed off it before clicking second gear.
Well, only 300 separate these two then. Alan Morrison Jr. in at number 2, Ross Morrison number 3. And if Alan Morrison Jr. can find 100th, he will take number 1. Then likewise, if Ross can find 400ths, he'll take number 1. Both of them 119 to 60. They are neck and neck all the way down the track. And it's a 679 with a 7. Ross Morrison goes to number 1. Alan Morrison, 680 with a 1, drops to number 3. You can go 680 and drop to number 3. But well done to Ross Morrison taking number 1. Okay, Motorsports UK Pro Modified. So Wayne Nicholson for Lucas Oars with the Lucky Devil Corvette. 6:32 in Q1. Oh, and the car stops. Now then, I don't know if Wayne... No, probably Wayne did shut that off, actually. Nothing on the outside to give us any indication of that. It was anything else. But no, the revs didn't go up, didn't go down. It was purely a case of engine stopped. And normally, I don't know, but normally the drivers watch one gauge more than anything else. That's oil pressure. Well, obviously fuel pressure as well, but oil pressure is the main one. And if it drops or spikes or anything, oh no, don't like the look of it. Save the engine. Save it, kill it. And I'm not going to try and second guess the driver, but it wouldn't surprise you if that's what's happened there. So Wayne is going to be stuck on a 6:32 for the moment. He will be qualified as we go into tomorrow. And another thing I must announce with Wayne putting trying to put a run in there, they always support the air ambulance as well. So pop round and see the team in the pits, and big supporters of the air ambulance, which runs purely on donations. There's no government support for the air ambulance at all, which I think is wrong personally, but I'm not going to get into politics. But the air ambulance supported purely by the generosity of donations, and I know the drag racing family do support that very well indeed. So a journey back to the pits for Wayne and get themselves ready for 2 qualifying passes tomorrow. As we look into the lanes to see that it is Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing 55. Oh, sorry, 56 Chevy.
No, you were right the first time. 55.
Oh, was it? It's a 55.
Yeah.
Oh yes, because it was the Starship 55, wasn't it? Yeah, 2 very quick 55 Chevys on the premises. One belonging to Andy Bond, Street Eliminator, and this one.
Andy Bond's is a 56.
Yes. Why am I getting them all confused? Because the silly thing was, I was thinking of Andy Bond, and yet I had a picture of Rob Smallwood's car in my head.
That is a 55.
That is a 55, yeah. Wow, that was high.
Yeah. He's gone to the Andy Robinson School of Burnouts, I think. Good news, it's still running.
Yeah, but that was alarmingly high on the revs. Wow.
So please give a round of applause to Wayne Nicholson going back to the pits.
They'll be out tomorrow again.
So, Dave Smith.
I mean, fair to say, his season started ridiculously late this year, i.e. 2 weeks ago at the European finals. Just couldn't get hold of parts more than anything else. Well, still managed to do a 6:51 in Q1 earlier.
Certainly one of the best appearing cars in British drag racing as well. Surely is a fan favourite.
Ah, it's an awesome car.
As he comes forward, VW Pro to the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro into the pairing lanes. So any improvement on a 651? Any improvement on the 632 to move up? The team will be ecstatic with that. Car moving over towards the centre line, but he's still got it.
Ugh.
Clips the blocks at 1,000 foot. Goes 650, so that would have been an improvement if he hadn't taken out 1,000 foot blocks. But certainly well held.
Yeah, he's hugging the centre line all the way there. But hugging it is one thing and crossing it is another. And especially dinking the blocks.
Well, that's our third close call, and third time lucky someone got it. So everyone watching home on the live stream, you can see the replay of this now. You'll see the car go into stage. Launch absolutely fine, and just about 100 foot out, move over towards the centre line, and then it just keeps moving over. Dave did a really good job of hanging on to that. That was set to run probably about a 6.3. He was 4.17 at the 8th, and that was on the centre line. So if he'd have done a 2 second back half like most of these cars do, that would have been a 6.1.
Yeah, watch your space. More to come, I think, from Dave Smith this weekend.
So out comes the drag mat and 2 new blocks. Por favor.
Mm-hmm. So we still got a pair of Pro Mods in the lanes. That, of course, is the pair of Camaros. I don't think we got John Webster down for this session.
No, we don't, no.
So it will be Andy Robinson and Bobby Wallace. Yeah, they are qualified 1 and 2. And they are guaranteed. That's right, Andy Robinson has already sewn up the Motorsports UK Pro Modified Championship, and congratulations to the anger management team for sewing that one up, and also to Bobby Wallace, who is guaranteed the runner-up spot. Just a piece of data I just wanted to double check. Yeah, so Andy Robinson has already claimed 8 UK Pro Modified Championships, so this will be his 9th. So big congratulations to Andy Robinson.
I think the next most winning driver's got 2.
Correct, yep.
And there's 2 people who've got 2. Nick Davis and Kev Slyfield.
Yep, that's right. Everybody else has got 1. Event wins. Andy Robinson's got 21 in Pro Modified. That's probably gone up a bit since. But yeah, staggering. Absolutely staggering. Bobby Wallace took the title last year. Andy Robinson took it in 2022. Kev Slyfield was in 2021. Obviously, the COVID year, we didn't have a full-blown championship. And back in 2019, it was Mark Hartfeld that took the title. And of course, European Pro Mod going to grow again next year. So I think Mark Hartfield's coming back, which will be very, very good indeed. So we're just putting the blocks back up at 1,000 foot, and the drag bike just getting any remnants of those blocks cleared from the top end there. So just to give you a little rundown, if you like, we've got the last pair of Pro Mods to go. I believe that will be into Nostalgia Superstock. They are ahead of the lanes. I've also got the Wild Bunch down there as well. Well, certainly one of them. And then we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator down there. And we have bikes down there as well. Funny Bike are down there. And also I can see a VW Pro in the lanes as well. So we still got plenty more to come at you. Other classes still to run after that lot. And this isn't a call out, by the way. We've got Super Comp, Outlaw Flat 4, Comp Bike, Junior Drag Bike, Sportsman ET, and VW Sportsman. And that's what we've got to run for the rest of the day. Don't forget, Q3 will not be happening today at all. That will now start tomorrow morning. So we've still got the drag mount at the top end. What have you got for us? Any news? No?
No, I was just having a conversation with Robin, and apparently Nick hasn't won any MS UK championships because that started in 2007.
Ah, right,
And
okay.
both his championships are pre-2007.
Ah,
So he also says Andy Robinson has won more than 9,
yeah,
but he's won 9 MS UK championships.
okay. Yeah, because the earliest date from here, as you say, is 1999. Is that right?
Yep. But that's still pre-MS UK championship.
Got it, yeah.
It's just that's when the records started.
Got you now, yeah.
And I've just seen as well, Gordon Appleton won the championship the year I was born.
2003. You're a mere whippersnapper, aren't you? Well, we can see that the teams are ready for the last pair to come around the corner. I think the track is pretty much there. So we can see Bowser down there ready for Andy Robinson to come around the corner. Good afternoon, mate. And, of course, the Wallace family en masse down there. Well, 2 of them anyway. Ready for Bobby Wallace to come around the corner. So where are they at the moment? Bobby Wallace went 594 at 242 mile an hour. Andy Robinson went 596 at 245.
Just a quick shout out into the pit. Has anyone got a 1.8 TND exhaust rocker for a big block Chevy? The Kellets would love it if you have one. So 1.8 TND exhaust rocker. I'm sure someone out there probably has. It's the sort of thing someone somewhere will have as a spare. So if you've got one of those, the Kellet family would love you. Well, they'd love you if they lent it to them anyway.
Yeah. yeah. They'd like you if you've got one. They'd love you if you let them have it. That's a simple, easier way of putting that one. Okay, I think the teams are pretty much ready to get going. Well, there goes Bobby Wallace. A little bit concerned, I think, for Andy Robinson, though. Why no? Starter is detached. No, the front body is coming off. They have got an issue. I was looking at the anger management team. They disconnected the lead from the starter and the engine wasn't running. I thought, hang on, what's going on here? But yeah, they're trying to get it sorted.
Well, they've actually taken the starter motor itself off. They're
Yeah.
all just diving around the inside of the car. They're all interested in the right-hand side of the engine. So something down there is piquing their interest. More on that as it develops.
Yeah, our focus has got to be on Bobby Wallace now.
So Bobby sits in the number 1 spot with a 5.94. Again, a much stronger sounding burnout. As you were saying, they've been struggling with trying to get it all sorted.
But they are trying. They're getting parts in, and they're trying to get to the root of it. I mean, it's not that there's anything wrong. It's just something's not 100% right. And as the team said to me, they're dropping mile an hour at the top end. And as they said to me, said, yeah, we're only hitting 242, 243, and that's exactly what it hit. I couldn't believe it when I looked at the speed. It's absolutely bang on. So Annie guides Bobby into the staging area, then it's Bobby up to the beams himself. He'll put it in the pre-stage, then into stage, and then off he'll go. Well, it launched hard, 0.98 to 60 foot, but the engine went silent just past the 330, coasting to an 844.
Yeah, lots and lots of tire shake indeed. I think they're going to have to give up on Andy Robinson's car.
Yeah.
As underneath the tower, we already have Nostalgia Superstock.
Well, they've got the tow buggy back in position. Can we please have Outlaw Flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat 4, let's have you into the lanes. As we look down on Don Scott with the Superbird, going alongside Al Medley with the Old Timer. Just a bit of a reboot here.
Yeah, only 2 pairs of Nostalgia Superstock have made it down for this race.
10.72 dial in for Al. And Don Scott. Doing rather well in Pro ET as well, don't forget.
Yeah, 9.68 the dial for Don Scott. Across the line to 9.71 and a 10.90 for our Medley. They stay where they are, number 2 and number 3.
Don should have left the dial in at 9.70, but there we go. It is what it is. Right, Ian King, no surprise to see the dial in change to 10.3. Al Medley, as I say, he is... Where's Al ended up after? He's number 3. So, Adrian Portelli dialing in 10.87. He's already number 1.
But he's moving backwards, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go into the other lane. I think that's what they're doing from
right,
the hand signals. So all eyes on Ian King.
.11.10, 124. Actually moves up a spot that time because he didn't break out. So, yeah, as you said, absolutely right. Adrian just swapping lanes there with the Charger. And that will get Nostalgia Superstock done. And I think we've only got one car in one bunch, but we've got a blanket over the engine at the moment. As Andy Robertson gets towed back to the pits with the anger management Camaro. So Adrian Portelli, as I say, he is your number 1 qualifier. He went 10.89 earlier, changes the dial into 10.87 for this one.
Pick the wheels up there as well.
10.94, but obviously stays number 1. Right, a little bit of track work from our awesome track crew. As we look down in the lanes, as I say, we got Funny Bikes down there, we got Street Eliminator down there, you got Wild Bunch, and you have VW Pro. But let's give the airways over to Nitro FM just for a moment. We will take it back very shortly when we continue the qualifying here at the STP National Finals.
Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side.
I wasn't expecting the tractor to disappear at the top end, actually. Normally it comes back down to the front. But yeah, not to delay proceedings. So it is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator qualifying session number 2. First pair features Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. He's currently in the number 3 spot. 784 is where he is. And you've got Nigel Hell with the postcode on wheels, as we affectionately call it, the C30 twin cab, and 1067. Casualties from round 1 though. Gutted to read that Ash Cooper is out. Suffered some engine damage. And unfortunately, Ash, I believe his weekend is done. So commiserations, Ash. Not the way to finish off your season.
Lots of wheel spin both sides of the track there.
Well caught by Rob. 23 159 and 1082 136.
I have a feeling we're going to see lots and lots of wheel spin in this run, or this round, simply because the radial tyre loves glue, loves sticky, sticky, sticky glue. It doesn't like launching on rubber. That's why what you tend to see, before you run Street Eliminator, they'll sled the track and then do a fresh layer of glue for the Street Eliminator cars. They haven't done that for this session. But there's 2 cars here that might prove me very wrong.
Well, considering Victoria hasn't got a number on the board yet. Good looking runs. Oh, look at Victoria Smith's speed. 194 miles an hour. Well done, Pete. Fantastic performance. 766 at 192. There was only 0.1 between them at the stripe. They were either both really going well or both going slow. I couldn't work it out. And they were both going really well. New PB on speed there for Victoria Smith. Right, let's see if we're going to have to play S Club 7 again for Graham Smith. My goodness me, that was a heck of a wheel stand. And, well, big old nitrous purge as well. Going alongside James Murray with a Cortina. He is under 9.5 once again. 9.47 on his run earlier. Graham, despite the wheelie, still went 8.77. Let's see what happens in this pair. A little bit tamer on the launch this time for Graham, but it's looking quick. It's looking quick. It's an 8.45 at 160 to a 9.52, 142. I don't think he gave it quite as much as he gave it last time. But nevertheless, he has put a good qualifier in.
So, the ugly sister of Andy Bond. Now, not only did we not think he was going to be seen again this year after the crash, he came out at the European finals and went quicker than he ever has on these tyres. 7 zeros he ran at the European finals at well over 200 mile an hour. Blew us away instantly.
He has a habit of doing that. Oh, that's planted again.
Much better 60 foot.
That's quicker than a 7.3. 7.03. 208 miles an hour. That is sheer class. Sheer class, that. Even Martin was smiling. Well done. Okay, we have the Wild Bunch. Unfortunately, not many in attendance here this weekend, as it's a Motorsports UK round, but they had a really good meeting last weekend at the Hot Rod Drags. And well done to James Auld, that took the event win last weekend. So this is Rebel, being driven by Rob Brown.
Yeah, they've already won the championship. The Santapod Raceway Championship, shall I say, the Santapod Racers Club. There's still 2 other championships in the Wild Bunch. So 850 the dial-in for Rob. And across the line goes 849 with a 5.
Well done. Brace up by less than 100th. But that'll do. Right, let's look into the lanes. Actually, I don't need to look that far. Just look behind us. It's Funny Bike.
And wasting no time at all either. Can we have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike into the pairing lanes. And up next, Lorcan Parnell with the compound turbo setup. Those of you who knows what that means knows how cool that is. And those of you who don't know, it's got twin turbos, but a smaller one feeds a bigger one. That's how that works.
Other way around. Bigger one feeds a smaller one.
Oh, does it on this one? Oh, okay.
Lost fire, though. Yeah, I always used to say it was a smaller one feeding a bigger one, but no, it's the bigger one making the smaller one run faster.
Okay. Issues, unfortunately, so it's a solo for Roger Moore in the other lane. So, for all intents and purposes, this is a top methanol bike. You've seen the top fuel bikes. This is exactly the same thing, just runs on methanol instead of nitro. Supercharged 4-cylinder. Underneath the chest of Roger Moore. Love to see a low 7.
That's all the way through. 7.12! Oh, take that! Monstrous run there for Roger Moore. It looked calm, it looked sedate, but my God, it was quick. 7.12, 186 mile an hour. Well, they were running 7.3s like clockwork, dipped into the 7.2s, but look at that. 7.12, 186 mile an hour. The Boxer Frogs team take a bow. That was worth every millisecond of that run. What a run. Oh, Roger's going to be... Oh, he's going to be deliriously happy with that. That was a cracking run. Let's have a quick look at that again on the replay. That was arrow straight. It looked undramatic. Straight down the middle. And then those scoreboards flashed up. 7.12, 186. Brilliant. Right, we look on to Dave Peters and Thomas Joswig. So Dave currently number 3 on a 7.20. Oh, my goodness me. Don't forget, they're fighting it for the championship as well.
Wheels up almost all the way for Dave Peters. They're touching elbows through the finish line. 7:10.
Oh my goodness me. Roger Moore just went 7:12. Then Dave Peters betters it to a 7:10. 182 miles an hour. Oh, what a competition this is. I'm speechless after all that. My goodness me.
Good run
Both
from
of them in the 7-1s.
Good run from Thomas Joswig as well. 7:31.
Yeah,
but
we're not forgetting about Thomas, but my goodness me. Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
So Sean Branch up next. I can't tell if it's still running. By the sound of it stopped its burnout, I'm going to say no. But very, very unique power plant in the engine bay of this bike. And how about the replay of the last race we just saw? Dave Peters hangs the front wheel all the way past 330 foot. Side by side through the finish line, and then 7:10, 182. Bike's not happy for Sean. No, he's off the bike.
Putting it back, yeah.
Some very, very unique engineering on that. Just looking into the side, seeing all the different pulleys and chains and gizmos to get that combination working.
That's the thing I love about Funny Bike, because there is no similarity in everything. As you say, you've got the methanol bike, of Roger Moore. You've got the compound turbo bike. You've got Dave Peters on the Rigger Boot Express. I suppose that's probably the nearest to a conventional funny bike there is. You've got that incredible combination that Sean tries to run. It's and they, at the end of the day, they're all trying to achieve the same thing, and they're not far off each other. But what a session that was with Roger and Dave. Seriously, seriously good. Right, we move on to a VW Pro. Okay, James Gould with the Team Militia VR6 altered. It does actually have body panels on it, but it does look in a funny sort of way, looks like a funny car without a body on it. But it is a proper altered. Going alongside Sam Young with BC4, of course, Blackcurrant for the Electric Beetle 828. If they hit that, that'll be a PB. And yep, the car is totally street legal. Proved it by going through the full-blown SVA test as well.
Whoa, James Gould moving all over the place in his lane. Sam Young long gone to an 808!
Oh my God!
8.08 at 165 miles an hour. Wow.
Oh, they have smashed their PB by over 0.2 of a second, and oh so close to a 7. That was phenomenal. Undramatic again. No wheel spin. A to B. Planted. Wow. Oh, gosh, gobs. This has been a jaw-dropping session this turned into. Funny Bike made us gawp, but that was out of this world. 808. Whew.
Please give them a round of applause as they go back to the pits. That's outstanding.
That's phenomenal.
They are right at the knife edge of what you can do with EVs, let alone EVs in motorsport.
Oh, that was amazing. Breath back. Right, Hazel Carter, your number 1 qualifier, going alongside number 2 qualifier, James Hodson. 12:32, plays 11:04. We have Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please. Junior Drag Bike. Oh, James Hodson breaks out by 200ths. Hazel Carter goes 12:51. No help for her. She's already number 1. As we look at our next pair, it is the Don. It is Luke Stevenson. Taking on Jake Fronda with the Golf R. Luke wants 11:74, and Jake was 12:50. Well, credit where credit's due. Luke's done a cracking little job with this car, with his team. The car was built on a budget. He's got as many friends involved as possible. And the car is in the 11-second zone.
Oh, Jake flickering the bulb. 001 red for Luke.
Oh, 11.71 breakout for Luke. That was tight, but Jake Fronda goes from 5 to 2, a 12.54 on the 12.50 dial-in. All right, Phil Blogg with the caddy, 11.45. And it's Joe Hall with the Biohazard Lupo, 12.20. Time now, 20 to 7 in the evening. We've still got Supercom Outlaw Flat 4, Comp Bike, Junior Drag Bike, Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman to go today.
So Joe Hall and Phil Blogg up next. Joe looking for a 12.20, Phil looking for an 11.45. I'm still trying to pick my jaw up from Sam Young's run. Someone's misfiring and not happy at all. Phil goes through with an 11.22 breakout and a 12.01 breakout as well.
They might have been popping and banging, but they both broke out. So they both went quicker than they thought they would.
So Ben Mace, fingers crossed he can get a time. And I can see Chris Waterhouse down there as well for his first run of the weekend.
Yeah, avoids the water box for obvious reasons. He's full-wheel drive.
I have a sneaky suspicion Ben might need to do another burnout. Because that didn't do a lot.
The car's not moving. He's coming back.
So Ben using the 20-valve turbo setup. In the Bantam Malted. First one of its kind in the UK. Little oddles like these are used in Comp Eliminator in the States. Well, pretty much every other car is one of these. All with different combinations, but this is R1 in the UK, owned by Ben Mace. Still looking for a 7.49. Building up the boost. Well, it's not going to be a 7. Yeah, 1070 issues there, unfortunately. That's Chris Waterhouse backing up and going into the other lane. Ian trying to sort something in the Slitrix lanes, obviously seems something he doesn't like. So Chris Waterhouse coming round into the Kestrel B lane for his solo. He was running at the European Finals in Pro ET. But I think he broke before eliminations, unfortunately. Looking for a 965, and that's a meaningful launch from the Audi. Across the line goes 957 breakout at 150.454 mile an hour, sorry. And sorry, I'm just distracted by the coolest tow car I've ever seen going down the return road. I don't know what it's based on, but yeah, breakout unfortunately for Chris Waterhouse.
I love the fact that he just drove around the burnout box, and obviously, well, we knew it was a four-wheel drive car, but even so, just nonchalantly rocked up to the start line and then gave it full beans and broke out. I like that.
So there are still 3 more cars to come in VW Pro. You can see, I think that's Abbey Tether.
It is, yeah.
Rob Carter, and I don't know who drives the Golf.
That's Guy Foley.
Well, okay.
And then you've got Super Comp in the lanes. Obviously, no Leah Kellett in this session. Obviously, they're putting out a call for that rocker. I think there's one or two that may be able to help. Okay, so the Liam says the cool tow car is actually a go-kart from Wixted Park. Do Wixted Park know that their go-kart is here? That's the follow-up question.
We're just going to message pop up on the screen just saying no. But the cracking replay of the 8.08 from Sang Young there. You notice the mile an hour doesn't represent the time. 808 is usually around 175 mile an hour, but because it's electric, it can gain so much time quickly.
Yeah, it launched. Well, here we go. Let's see it again.
I sort of wish I had chameleon vision on this run because I was watching
It
James
was
in
so
one lane.
Undramatic. Arrow straight, as Sam would like it. And he was actually using electricity for his headlights as well. I mean, I'm not saying that would have made any difference, but do you know what I mean? Not being funny. He was still using other systems on the car as well. But that was a phenomenal run, that 808. Well done.
So they've always been at the cutting edge of EV development. Because even when they first came out, what was it? Two forklift.
Right, yeah.
And then
they had less lead acid batteries. They changed to lithium polymers.
Yeah.
And then it was a case of like that Beetle, that the current BC4 and the previous one both had the same ET record, but that's now been smashed as 808. That's way quicker than the old one went. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET. Let's have you into the pairing lanes. But it's one of those runs that everything came right because there was absolutely no wheel spin at all. Most of the runs, as the power comes in, and as you correctly said, if the wheel speed goes higher, more power comes in, and Sam really has to wrestle it. But those tyres were hooked all the way. And 808. But have they reached a limit? I don't know. Let's see. I'll put some more in it. And
I'd like to think not.
Yeah.
Because I
agree with you.
I think I know what they're going for with that car, and it's got to be the EV door car record.
Which is? Do we know?
It's in the sevens, but I don't know how deep in the sevens. It was taken by, I can't remember for the life of me his name, but you'll remember. He's the same Icelandic man with the EV bike that ran the 6.
Oh, yes, I remember that bike really well, and that was an amazing bit of kit. I'm going to have to go through back.
I'm going to get
find
messages
out what
now.
it was. Yeah,
yeah, because when he came over to bring the bike over the first time, he brought the car with him.
Well, just a little bit of sledding going on out there as we prepare for the continuation of VW Pro. As I say, we've got 3 cars left in the lanes of that class still to run. And then we have Super Comp in the lanes, Outlaw Flat Fork, Comp Bike and Junior Drag Bike are our 2 wheel warriors left in qualifying for today. And then we have Sportsman ET, and then to wrap the day up at the end is VW Sportsman. So that's what's still to run today. Most of them are in the lanes down there waiting patiently to come round, but as I say, it is the continuation of VW Pro, and here they come. So Abby Tether comes round into the Slick Tricks lane, and Guy Foley into the Kestrel lane. Just waiting for the darlings to come up. Guy is looking for 11.23 and Abby is 12.80. 12.07, 12.89. Well, only 900ths off at Abby, but she stays number 4. Despite a slight improvement on the ET. Position stays the same. Right, last one in the class for this session then, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. Rob kept it very quiet. He was, I think his video came out this week of this versus that. Did you see that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was kept very quiet.
Well, we saw, obviously, Tony Higgs did it. We thought, oh, that's good, representative of Street Eliminator. And then all of a sudden, I thought, oh, that was it. Went a bit quiet. Then Rob Carr appeared in one. So that was really cool. Let's see how he gets on then. Target time 7:45. That's a lovely looking launch. Straight as you like. It's a 7, but what variety are you going to get? 7.56, 187 miles an hour. The strike there for Rob Carter. Stays number 5. We move on to Supercom. So, Ellie Mae Brown, a fair to say newbie to the class, having done some time in junior dragster, alongside Warren Watts with the Camaro. Now then, the aim of the game here is 8.90. They can both hit it. Well, I hope they can both hit it. They've both been under it so far. .890 with a 2. Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier. Warren Watts there gets the job done. 886 breakout for Ellie Mae, but it is Warren Watts goes to the top of the pile in Supercom. Man, well, there's a little bit of space in there, but that is going to be tough to beat. So well done there to Warren. Just 002 off. Perfect there. Nicely done, Warren. All right, next up then, it's the pension pot dragster of Paul Hudson. And Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes.
Oh, that was a long burnout from Paul Hudson there. So 8.90, the aim of the game. Warren Watts has already gone 8.90 with a 2. He's the only person to run anything that starts with an 8.9, and it was bang on.
Yeah, you don't expect these. Well, I know this is only Q2, but half the field have gone too quick.
Can we have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes.
And that is our last class call-out for today, actually. That's the last class we need to get into the lanes. Everybody else is there.
So Andy Clifford waiting nice and patiently for Paul to come back. Yeah, in fact, these two went either side of the number. Andy Clifford 904, Paul Hudson 876.
Oh,
891.
891 a pair. Wow. Well, I think they needed a sighting run, and then they've all suddenly got it right. Well done.
Yeah, I think we both said 891, but we're reading
Each
opposite
other,
numbers.
Opposite numbers, yeah. You're right. That's made things interesting. Right, Steve Hudson. He's on an 886 at the moment. That's looking good. 893. Oh, he slots into number 4. That's a bit more representative now in Super Comp. Goodness me.
And that's it for Super Comp. So, number 1 qualifier, Warren Watts. Number 2, Paul Hudson. And number 3, Andy Clifford. As we move into Outlaw Flap 4. And it's a solo for Mark Gobrecht. With the yellow naturally aspirated machine. Oh, box of neutrals unfortunately for Mark. No improvement for him. So Simon Goff with a flame out of the exhaust. Taking on Darren Shepherd with the Social Outcast. Side the whole way down the track. Simon Goff's going to get there first to a 12.0, but an 11.74, the best of the numbers there. However, they stay where they are. So, I don't know if you know the answer, Colin. What's with the change from James Watton? I know how famous this car is.
Yeah, he normally runs the bus.
Yeah.
If you remember. The Velocity Razor has been around, but I think it's something to do with the fact that this car became available and James wanted it.
Okay.
So I think it was just he happened to be in the right place at the right time and came up with the right money. I could be totally wrong, but that's my read on it. Andrew Burton. Yes! Oh, back into the 10s, but a 10.76. 129 mile an hour pass there. Nice.
It's nice to see Vito down there, although he's been pushed round to the side of the track. He's still there watching. But Frederick Cohn with Tabasco and Emila with the Rectol sponsored Beetle. Surprisingly, the only car this session to have wheelie bars. That's why. $10.93 and 11.46. Amela goes straight into 3.
Right, onto the crazy world of comp bike. Len Padgett, number 2 qualifier. Brilliant opener from him. 7.43. Going alongside Anna Sasiak, 9.61. We know Anna can go into the 8s. Lands on another flyer. 740 goes to number 1 with that run there. Very nicely done indeed there, Len. Anna Sashak goes 9.99. I think she went a bit quicker than 21 mile an hour though. Right, next up then, 30 Martina going alongside Michael Piggott. Now then, Michael was number 1. He's just been dumped to number 2. So Michael will be looking to get that place back here. And 30 10.54 can certainly go better than that. Let's see. So Michael Piggott, 7.41, he does improve, but doesn't get the number 1 back, stays number 2. 30 though goes up to number 6. He's in the 7s with a 7.97. Tony Clark and Mark Dainty. Now then, Mark, 7.79. He's in this Titanic. I'm not calling it a power struggle, but proper battle royal for the championship this year. Him and Danny Cockrell. One of them, I believe, is going to lift the title at the end of the weekend.
Tony spinning all over the place and a big flash of sparks from the side of the bike. No, she's talking about Dainty. 7.27 at 200.64 mile an hour. Takes back the number 1 spot.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tony has stopped just past the 3.30.
I think that was a clutch explosion.
You're looking at Tony. I was looking at Mark Dainty there. It did pull right off the line, so he did have to do a bit of correctional guidance on the bike. But 7.27, 200, good enough for number 1 for the time being. Still got Danny Cockrell down there to run, and John McLean down there. Now then, I was telling you about the run that John McLean was going for.
Yes.
And he went 7.60. And the record that he is trying to get is to beat 7.59, which is the nitrous record without wheelie bars.
Okay.
So that's from what I understand from John.
Is that on any bike?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I'm just going to get that. The quickest nitrous bike without wheelie bars in the UK. That's
Okay.
the record. Okay. Tony Clark owns that with a 7.59 at 184, and he set that at the national finals in 2017.
Okay.
Many thanks to John McLean for all the information. Now then, 7.60 with a 6. He was oh so close. Ironically, Tony's bike, when he did that, was tuned by John McLean at the time when he did it. So what he says is tries to keep it in the family, which I get. Which I get. You could be right with the issue there with Tony Clark's bike. They have gone to collect one of the dollies. Because maybe if it's a clutch explosion or something, it's locked in. So they've literally got to get the back wheel off the ground to bring it back to the start line. So where we are, folks, we've got comp bike to finish off, and then it's junior drag bike, sportsman ET, and VW sportsman. Then we are done for the day, and then we get ready to do it all again tomorrow. We've got various things going on in the pits tonight as well. We've got junior dragster presentations coming up when we can get up there, basically. We've still got quite a lot of vehicles and bikes in the pairing lanes to get through, so obviously we've still got to sort that lot out. And then we'll head up to the junior presentations this evening. I know they're all keen to get going up there, but yeah, if they can wait for us, that'd be really cool. But yeah, despite the weather delay this morning, we have seen some epic runs today. I mean, in no particular order. I think Sam Young was just outstanding with the Beetle in VW Pro. Smashed his PB to Kingdom Come and oh so close to a 7. Who knows? It might happen tomorrow. But I don't think they were planning to go that quick today. But nevertheless, they'll take it. Brilliant session in Funny Bike for Q2. Street Eliminator. Graham Smith reaching for the sky. And then how about the side-by-side with Victoria Smith and Tony Higgs? Victoria smashing her speed PB and very, very close to 200. I know she's desperate for that 200. That's what she wants. And that's the closest she's got so far. She's knocking on the door of it. Maybe, just maybe this weekend, it's going to happen. But we'll just have to wait and see. They've only had 2 qualifiers today. Fingers crossed for more tomorrow. And then, of course, it's sorting out championships and spreadsheets and points and, yeah, lots of homework going on, trying to see who's where. But it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Other spectacular runs. Dan Williams, first time with the engine in the car, straight into the 10-0s. You know, knowing what Dan has been through in the last 2 weeks just to get that sorted was a staggering run. So I'll take my hat off to the Williams boys again. They have a habit of producing spectacular stuff, and I think Dan's got still more to do with that Camaro. But he says he's limited this weekend, but next year the gloves are off and he'll go for it. So going to be very, very interesting indeed. Runs for you? I've probably picked all the good ones out already. I think I spoiled it a bit.
Cleared it. The one that sticks out to me is the side-by-side between Al Morrison Jr. and his brother Ross Morrison.
Yeah.
Side-by-side 680s, and they were touching elbows going through the finish line. They were really, really close to touching through the finish line as well. That one definitely sticks out to me. What else we got? Again, Blackcurrant 808. I know they've spent a lot of time with John Webster going through how the chassis setup needs to be, how they need to modulate the power from the EV to get the chassis to work. Because obviously in an ICE or an internal combustion engine like the rest of the guys here run, the power, the torque comes in gradually no matter what you do. It will always have a graph. And that's what they're trying to mimic now with the EV to get the chassis to work. That's how you've seen the spike in performance from them.
I think one of the classes I'm highly encouraged with this weekend, as it's setting the scene for next season, is Top Fuel Bike.
Yes.
You know, we've got 6 bikes in attendance this weekend, all Top Fuel bikes, and seeing Kev Charman, you know, coming out on the new bike, Ryan Davison coming out on his new bike, and Phil Crosty still working away with Imperial Reds. Don't forget, Phil Crosty's got his own Top Fuel bike that he's just built. So there's like new machinery there all the way. Dewey Luke's getting used to the rocket, and of course we hope to see, hope to see Al Smith on his new bike next year, and so that will take the count up to 7. And then when you get the likes of Rene Ricard and people like that, you know, you have so many Top Fuel bikes in the UK and Europe. The class is going from strength to strength, and I really can't wait to see how that is going to progress.
As well, with that class, obviously the European FIM Top Fuel bike, they incorporate the funny bikes with them.
Yes. So, you know, you could be knocking the door 16 bike fields in Top Fuel bike.
Yeah, and the rule for the funny boxes, you have to run a 6.
Yeah.
So they're all quick. They can all do it. And you saw at the European finals, two or one of the Top Fuel bikes didn't even qualify. Yeah. The only reason they got through the field was simply because of alternates.
Yeah. But looking at what the Warp Speed are doing these days with, you know, well, it's not just one bike. You know, you've got Stu Cranes, you've got Spiffy's bike as well. both really getting it sorted now, and they are like 6'3" bikes, 6'2s, absolutely flying.
Eric Richard as well.
Yes,
6'3s now.
Yeah.
So that 6'3 that he did, I didn't notice it at the time, but watching back some of the replays and some of the clips and stuff, he was on the back wheel going through the finish line. The front wheel never touched the floor.
Yeah, absolutely staggering. So yeah, the future is very bright at the moment in drag racing, and I think that was proven 2 weeks ago at the European finals with the sheer volume of people, cars, bikes, everything in attendance. It was just jaw-droppingly good, and it does make it very good. And the sportsman races, which are en masse here, really put on a great show.
I've just thought of another good run. Bob Molden, 9-1.
Yeah, where on earth did that come from? I mean, even the team on the start line, Bob and Jan, was going, that was just a staggering run. Absolutely staggering. It was... oh, of course, Bob's going to be walking around with his chest pumped out, like, look at me, like the little Yorkshire Terrier himself. He's going to be nipping at everybody's ankles tonight. So, yeah, well done, Bob. That was a spectacular run, just because we didn't see it coming.
No.
Nowhere near did we see that one coming. But yeah, it just goes to show there is life in the old dog. Yeah, that's what retirement's done for him. Actually, it really has. I love Bob. Oh dear, he's got time on his hands now, and that's a way to do it. Just make the little Peugeot go quicker. But well done, Bob. Absolutely spectacular with the White Noise 205. But yeah, and it is, of course, that huge championship fight again in Pro ET. We'll see what happens after qualifying tomorrow night, because we've still got one more day of qualifying to go, and we'll get the updated spreadsheets and updated points after qualifying, because that's pretty crucial going into eliminations. So we've got a better scene as to who's doing what, and I'll thank in advance Simon Groves and the Euro Dragster team for their attention to detail on the points, because without them I wouldn't have a clue. So big thanks to them. Right, the bike's been recovered, and as I say, we've still got some comp bikes left in the lanes. Going to be still very interesting out there. It's getting darker. I don't know what the temperature's doing outside, but there's still a lot of people walking around in shorts. Dan Death down there, Dan. Hello, mate. How's the recovery going? Yeah, a bit like that, is it? Yeah, it was such a shame when we found out what happened. Wish you all the best, mate, and look forward to seeing you back on two wheels next season. Don't overdo it. You know that. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, look after yourself, mate.
That means no bouncy castles as well.
That's right, yeah, no trampolining, nothing like that. Just be a good boy, all right? It's trying to tell a petulant child to be good. There's absolutely no hope in hell, is there? Oh, dear.
I can see Christophe down there as well on the start line. Have a look around. Hello.
Yeah, Andrew.
Where's your bike?
Where's the bike,
doing?
Andrew?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Oh, it's blown up, is it? Again, it's another question we shouldn't have asked.
We should have done that.
We got the response that we didn't want, but yeah. Andrew, sorry, mate. But wish you all the best. Getting it all back together. You've got 6 months, mate, so you should be all right. But the thing is, though, there's no point in rebuilding as it was. You've got to make it go faster. That's the way it is.
Exactly.
And he's probably already got a plan in the back of his mind. It just needs the finances to do it, and yeah, it will come together. Yeah. Oh, I see. That's the plan, is it? Yeah, I like that. Oh, dear. Well, it is getting a lot darker. We weren't expecting a night session today, but we got it. So basically, all of EW Sportsman and Sportsman ET, we were running with headlights on.
Well, this is getting better for John McLean as well, because the air's cooling down
yeah,
now.
and the track is still good.
Just have a look. Who have we got beneath the tower? I can see Paul Hambidge underneath the Kestrel beer lane. Who's that in the Slitrix lane? That's Danny Cockrell down there.
I can't see, he's slap bang underneath us.
See that? Look, he's trying to hide from us for being underneath the tower, but we can still see him. We've got spy cameras everywhere.
Who hasn't run yet?
I think it is Danny, because Dan's
Oh,
on
no,
the
is that
start
Pete
line.
Field?
No, Pete Field's there.
Where?
There. Hello.
Oh, yeah. I can see him now, yeah. Yeah, he's hiding. 30's been through.
I think it's Danny Cockrell.
I think you're right, actually, it is, yeah. Otherwise, Dan Dieth wouldn't be standing where he was, actually. Jasmine Cordell is down there as well. She's ready to put her run in. But where the bike came to a stop on the track there is that's where they're just doing the attention with the billies. A little bit of sledding, and I don't think we're going to be far away. Well, it goes without saying, wherever you end up this evening, have a very, very good evening later on. As I say, we've still got a bit more track action to go here just to finish off our day's qualifying. And with literally, after comp bike goes through, just 3 classes to go, then we will be done. And the aim will be to get all these classes through.
I'm tempted to hand back over to Nitro FM, but
I
I
am
know
as well.
as soon as we do it, that we're going to run. So I tell you what, we'll do that then.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll see if we can do that. Yeah, Nitro FM, we've waffled on enough. Yeah, well, it's up to you. Well, the airwaves are yours. We'll see you soon. First pair features Rob Carter with Percy Lippesat. He's currently in the number 3 spot. 784 is where he is. And you've got Nigel Hell with the postcode on wheels, or we affectionately call it the C30 Twin Cab 1067. Casualties from round 1 though. Gutted to read that Ash Cooper is out. Suffered some engine damage. And unfortunately, Ash, I believe his weekend is done. So commiserations, Ash. Not the way to finish off your season.
Lots of wheel spin both sides of the track there.
Well caught by Rob. 23 159 and 1082 136.
I have a feeling we're going to see lots and lots of wheel spin in this run, or this round, simply because the radial tyre loves glue, loves sticky glue. It doesn't like launching on rubber. That's why what you tend to see, before you run Street Eliminator, they'll sled the track and then do a fresh layer of glue for the Street Eliminator cars. They haven't done that for this session. But there's 2 cars here that might prove me very wrong.
Well, considering Victoria hasn't got a number on the board yet. Good looking runs. Oh, look at Victoria Smith's speed. 194 miles an hour. Well done, Pete. Fantastic performance. 766 at 192. There was only 0.1 between them at the stripe. They were either both really going well or both going slow. I couldn't work it out. And they were both going really well. New PB on speed there for Victoria Smith. Right, let's see if we're going to have to play S Club 7 again for Graham Smith. My goodness me, that was a heck of a wheel stand. And, well, big old nitrous purge as well. Going alongside James Murray with a Cortina. He is under 9.5 once again. 9:47 on his run earlier. Graham, despite the wheelie, still went 8:77. Let's see what happens in this pair. A little bit tamer on the launch this time for Graham, but it's looking quick. It's looking quick. It's an 8:45 at 160 to a 9:52, 142. I don't think he gave it quite as much as he gave it last time. But nevertheless, he has put a good qualifier in.
So, the ugly sister of Andy Bond. Now, not only did we not think he was going to be seen again this year after the crash, he came out at the European Finals and went quicker than he ever has on these tyres.
Danny leads by less than 1 round. But we did see the #1 spot go to Mark Dainty just now. So Mark Dainty is #1. Danny, currently number 11. He needs to move up. He's on a 13:32. We know he can go quicker. He needs to go deep into the 7s. Going alongside Paul Hambidge with the silent Asaki Kawasaki, an 8.13. He can go into the 7s as well.
Well, Danny can go quicker than a 7:27. I think his PB is a 7.20, I believe. So there is room there that Danny can take, but Mark doing absolutely everything he can to keep Danny off the championship. Oh, it's not going to be now, though.
And keep it away from the centre there. Oh, that's close. Does it? 8:18, 169. Stays put, though. And no, obviously, no improvement for Danny Cockrell. That's not what he wanted. After spending all that time waiting to get his run in. The bike was actually stalled before he came to the line. Got it going, but then goes to the run itself. No joy. Okay then, Pete Field, John McLean. Now, thanks ever so much indeed to John McLean for updating me on what he's going for this weekend. He just needs to find another 100th to take the quickest nitrous non-wheelie bar bike record in the UK. Bike sounds angry, doesn't it? Look at the flame coming out of the side exhaust there. John McLean absolutely flying down the racetrack, 774, 182 mile an hour. Not quite as quick as he went earlier. An entertaining run, though, just seeing that blue flame out the side of the bike. Pete Field, not the run what he wanted at all. And just coasts across the line at 33 mile an hour. Right. One more bike below, so Jasmine Cordell.
So Jazz also capable of taking the #1 spot. And the air is perfect. In fact, these are probably perfect conditions for this bike. Sun's gone down, air's dropped in temperature, but the track will retain the heat. It's the joys of concrete as opposed to the asphalt track we used to have.
$112.60. That's as straight as you like. 734, 177. Most importantly for Jazz, puts her up to #2. nice run in the evening here at the national finals. Right, move on. Junior drag bike. Just junior drag bike, Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman to go. And then we are done for today. First up, Lyra Humber and Rico Patterson. 15 junior bikes have put numbers on the board so far.
Yeah, what an outstanding field for the junior drag bikes recently. I can remember not that long ago, there was only 3 or 4.
Yeah, fantastic.
So Lyra looking for 13.14, but the bike goes nowhere. Rico looking for a 13.27. He's already underway. Rico goes 13.34, moves up to the number 2 spot. Now, quite a lot of these numbers are breakouts. So, if you don't break out, you move already up into the top 8.
Right, number 1 is Alia Lester. She's down there looking for a 940. Already run one. And it's Maggie Smallman. She is number 8 at the moment. She's the first of the breakout kids, though.
Yeah, Alia already went bang on her dial-in. You can see the shift light for Alia coming on. No gears, unfortunately, for Maggie. So Alia goes 9.57, no improvement, but she stays number 1 for the minute. Well, Maggie found gears again, so 15.5, no improvement. Oh no, sorry, she does improve because she didn't break out.
Yeah,
but she stays number 8.
Odd scenario, that.
Yeah, but she was the best of the breakouts anyway, so.
That's right. Right, Declan Butt, number 2 in the points chase is Declan. But he has got a mountain to climb to try and overtake number 1, which is Holly King. Declan is currently in the number 7 spot, would like an 850. But Sophie Pollen has an 892, goes 907, 936. Well, Declan does move up 1 spot to number 6. But it's not near enough what he dialed in. Right, Asaya Alvarez with the firecracker going alongside Brad Morrison. 1370 and 1119 are the dial-ins.
Sire's bike only 50 cc's. Brad's 125 goes 11.25 on 11.19 dial-in and a 14.26. Sire moves up to number 6. And Brad moves up to the number 2 spot with that run. So John McLean with the Spud Missile, looking for an 11.58. He's currently number 15 in a 15 because he broke out by the most. So if number on the correct side of 11.58 goes 11.73, moves up to number 5. Up next then, Harry Isaacs and Leah Morrison. Did Hayden Michelle stay number 1 in 950 bike? Do you remember?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so we could have a couple 1 and 2. Leah goes into the number 2 spot, 11.02 on the 1098 dial-in. Harry Isaacs goes to number 11 with another breakout. The only other person to break out above him is the man in the Slitrix lane. George McLean with Monkey Business taking on Jackson King with the Speed Demon. Jackson on a 125 and George on a 50cc. Jackson looking for 13.14, gets 13.16 and a 15.08 on the 14.9.
Right, here's your points leader then, Holly King. Going alongside Richard Wilcox. Now, Holly does have like a 3-round advantage in eliminations going into this event. If she qualifies well, she can get it sewn up pretty early tomorrow. On Sunday.
So Holly looking for an 8.20, Richard looking for a 9.40. But Richard's bike goes silent, unfortunately. Yeah, he had no gears. All eyes on Holly, shut the bike off early, goes 9.12.
Yep, 13 to 10. And, Richard actually goes 15 to 11 on that one.
There we go then. That's the end of junior drag bike, and we move almost instantly into Sportsman ET. And we've got some information on the van in the Kestrel B lane.
Yeah, and it's actually quite interesting information. This is the T-Caddy as it's coming around the corner now. It's actually a micro camper rather than a works van. And the roof rack that you can see in place there, as Alex said, it's the most secure way to mount a solar panel. So he sleeps in it at night. Alex must be short wheelbase like the van, because there's not a lot of space in the back there. The roof rack, as I say, is the most secure way to mount the solar panel. He sleeps in it at night and races it during the day. And Alex's mum, Angela, came up with the name as the T-Caddy for a joke, and she'll be here at Santapod over the weekend. So thanks so much indeed to Alex for the info. He's probably tuned into the radio. Put your hazards on, Alex, if you are.
He is.
Oh dear, love it. So Jordan goes 13.52 and a 20.03 for Alex Breyer.
I think he's the only person to ever turn his hazards on at the 8th mile.
We used to do that with Spencer Tran. We used to do that with. Oh dear, I haven't done that for a while, but I knew he'd be tuned in. Right, Kirsty Tram in Sportsman ET, looking for a 12 flat. That's as quick as she can go in the car. Going alongside Jill Medley with the Jeep Cherokee. This full circle machine, dialing in 12.37. What I was impressed with is Alex is how quickly he found the hazard warning light switch. Because if somebody told me to put my hazards on, I'd go, "What the bloody hell's a switch?" I just wouldn't know. Mind you, it helps if it's dark because it does have a little glow in it. But if in daylight I'm looking for the hazard warning light switch, I don't know where it is. Either that or he's used to putting the hazard warning lights on. Oh dear. Right, enough of this silliness. Let's get back to the serious part of qualifying. Here we go then. Kirsty Tram and Jill Medley. Your next pair.
Well, it's a 0-1 red for Kirsty. She kind of sits in the number 8 position, goes 12.06, moves up to number 6. And Jill Medley stays number 7.
Yeah, Kirsty just leapfrogged Jill there from 8 to 6, and Jill stayed 7. Right, Ian Dance, ain't no hooney bug. And Sophie Evans with the BMW. They are 17 and 16 respectively. And the Darlings are 16.72 and 13.49.
So do you know the story of the name behind Ian Dance's
I have
car?
got absolutely no idea.
So
no, I have an inkling, but go on.
It's because he has what he likes to call the Hoonibug, which is an LS-powered front-wheel drive Beetle.
I've seen a picture of that or not. I can't remember. Is it green?
Pinky red, I think.
Right, it's not the one I'm thinking of then.
But that will be coming to the track eventually, I hope.
Sophie Evans goes 13.89 and put the brakes on quite soon there. 16.71. But ain't no Hoonibug. Right, next up, Richard Palmer with the Family Cat. That's the Jag XKR. 13.30 target number there. And Brian Huxley with the Focus. 18.98.
So Brian Huxley back in the Ford Focus estate after having a bit of a play with Mark Huxley's Toyota Corolla last weekend in the Hot Rod Drags. Richard Palmer goes 13.45 on a 13.30 and Brian goes 19.26 on an 18.98. I can't understand how unbelievably difficult it must be to dial in essentially a 19-second car. Because if you say the wind affects you 10%, in a car like that, 10% of 18 is still 10 seconds, or a second. So when you've got a 1 second swing, very difficult indeed.
All right, James Grew. And who's he got for company down there? Jago Stokes. So the Nissan Skyline Blue Velvet going alongside the red mullet. $12.35 and $12.80. Oh, somebody woke James Grew up there with an 06 light. Nicely done.
I think he shocked himself there because he was weaving a bit.
I think he did, actually. He thought, whoa, what's going on here? 12.45 and 12.88. James Grew goes up to number 9 with that one. And Jago goes up to number 10. Nicely done, you two.
So pick your white vehicle. I think that's the only similarity they really share, apart from the fact they've got headlights, brake lights, and 4 wheels. And of course, Lewis Gilbert in the Kestrel beer lane looking for 13.66 and Steph Pateman looking for 14.02. Steph has already gone 14.02.
You can see that was a good light there for Steph. Could still get there first, actually. You're looking on dial-ins and reaction times. Oh, nearly 02. 13.98 breakout for Steph. 13.67. Lewis Gilbert with the Corvette. 23 up to number 2 with that one. Very nice run indeed. All right, pick your focus. It looks like it's Terry Attry down there in the Kestrel lane. And it's the Smurf. It is indeed, of the Cresswell family, being driven by Chris. So 18.92 target for Terry, 16.95 for Chris.
Battle of the Focuses. Different vintages, of course, but...
Oh, 1691 breakout by just over 300s. 1916 for Terry, stays number 12. Chris had already had a good run on the board. He's already number 4. So, yeah, we'll see what happens for them tomorrow. As we look down to see, I think that's Felicity Gibbs down there. Indeed it is. With the Ford Mustang. Going alongside Stephen Giles with Sid the Forester. I like the fact that it's a DHL estate car at the back, and it tries to blend into the scenery at the front with the black front end.
Well, it was always called the Subtle Indifference.
It was, yeah.
And now it's called Sid. Unless, of course, SID stands for Subtle Indifference.
Actually, Stephen Giles works for DHL, hence the...
Oh, okay.
I think he works at East Midlands Airport as one of the engineers.
Cool. Does that mean his other car's a 747?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah. 1270 there for Stephen Giles, and Flick goes 1727, but Felicity already number 1. Stephen Giles moves up to number 16. Oh, sorry, no, this is the Smurf. I've got the wrong Fiesta, wrong car. Apologies to Chris. It's Rob's car is the Smurf. Going alongside Troy Attree with the Blue Temptation Camaro. 1232 for Troy, and Rob is a 1470.
Well, 1233 on a 1232 dial-in moves Troy up to number 1. Moves him up to number 1 by 0.002 of a second as well. There's still room at the top.
Yeah, but not much.
No.
Simon Swarbrick and Matt Halsall. So the Moonshine Escort looking for 1450, and the Ford Pop 1212.
Depending on where you stand around the Moonshine Escort in the Kestrel Beer Lane, it's sponsored by Baldman's, Fatman's, Batman.
Oh, straight to number 1, Matt Halsall, 1450 with a 6 on a 1450 dial. Simon Swarbrick breaks out big style, 1183 on a 1212, but nicely done, Matt. That's number 1 in Sportsman ET. All right, your last pair in Sportsman ET, I think. As all I can see is VW Sportsman in the lanes now. And it's Gary Lake, who is, well, is he on course for his 3rd championship in a row then with the Arabian Night? Going alongside Thomas Webb with Jimmy the Golf. He's already qualified in the VW Sportsman. Now he's looking to get it done in Sportsman ET. $13.94 plays 12.10. Actually, no, I think Thomas would be in VW Pro with that number. Nicely off the line there for Gary. 0.2 light, but it's more important to get the ET. 12.24 and a 14 flat. Yeah, Gary Lake moves up from 15 to 10. Thomas slots in at number 14. Well, Gary is only 600ths off in at number 10. Right, Georgina Smith and Holly Holloway. Right, Georgina 1573. Holly looking for a 12 flat. Well, it's proper night racing out there now. Properly dark. Holly goes 12.19, goes to number 18. Georgina moves up as well. 15.83 on a 73. Goes from 24 to 13. Well, there's me thinking, oh, that's it. Sportsman ET's done, and they're still coming round. All right, Pete Walters with the Camaro appears in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and that's Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick. He's in the Slick Tricks lane, 12.33 and 13.05. Well, you can't miss that dialing on the back of the Maverick, can you?
For once, no.
Makes a change.
Pete Walters goes through stage, so his time will not be representative. I think the 5 second 60 foot says that.
$13.52. Adam moves up 3 spots to number 22. Pete stays number 11. Obviously no help with him with his run there. Right, Sylvia Purcell with the Mustang. Her first run of the day, and has left it until right now to do it. I can only assume she wasn't here earlier.
This is, of course, one of the Centerboard rent-a-cars. You can rent one of the Mustangs, come have a play in Sportsman AT, like Sylvia is doing here. Looking for a 14.48.
And she is the last car actually in Sportsman ET. $14.91 goes 22. Right, we move into VW Sportsman. .24 cars put in runs in Q1 for VW Sportsman. And your first pair here, John Crawford. He's about to make it 25. And Polly Judge, currently number 7 on a 16. Well, oh, John missed a shift there. 16.55, yeah, it's handed up. Polly Judge, though, up to number 2 with that one, 16.29. Very nice indeed. Right, John Gallant with the Takacat 2 and Laurie Anslow. Well, then 1650 plays 1596. Well, Laurie's going to get there first. Does it with the 1632 to a 1701. Laurie moves up to number 11. And John 15. All right. 2 Beetles. 2 Blue Beetles. That must be Lawrence Clark and Jerry Sadler then. Sorry, Jordan Clark. Obviously remembering Lawrence Clark, who used to drive the Thunderbug Beetle. Did a good job of it. And now Jordan piloting the car. $13.87 is the target. 14.01. And Jerry 15.80 on a 15.28. He's already got the number 1 though with the 15.31, so that run didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to. Right, George Miller with the Sonic Audi going alongside Stu Hodgson with Strip Poker the Beetle. 14.30 and 15.10. George 1456 and a 1586 on the other side. Right, next up already Poppy Hunter and Steve Stone. One Audi A3 and one Seat Leon. All right, Steve Stone's going to get there first. How close to a 13? Not bad. 13.30. Stays number 8. Poppy stays number 9. Going a 15.02 on that 14.70 dial-in. Right, points leader Paul Robinson up against Reese Finney here. 14.69 plays 16 flat. Actually, it's not points leader. Paul Robinson is less than a round of racing behind Jordan Clark. Jordan is your points leader coming into this event. Paul stays 6, but Reese moves up to number 8 with a 16.16 on a 16 flat. And you know, we were talking about runs of the day earlier on. How about this one from from Lorraine Large, the biggest breakout that she could possibly imagine. She does 14.95. I don't think that's quick enough. I think she could go quicker here. Jake Fronda looking for a 12.49. Oh, 15.02. Lorraine Large goes to number 2. Oh, my goodness me. Trev, what have you fed her on this weekend? Whatever it is, it's working. Well done, mate. The nightmare of an inconsistent car continues, but who cares? She's PB'd and she's number 2. Right, Ross Page and Justin Foley. 12.85 plays 13.01. And it's up to number 13 there with a 13.28, 13.70 on the other side. Right, Steve Metcalf with the Blue Steel Beetle. Going alongside Danny Bean with the Lupo. It's 15.47 playing 13.40. They are 19 and 21 respectively. Well, Danny's going to get there first with the 14.33 no help on one spot, but Steve Metcalf moves up to number 9 from 19. Nicely done. Topham Circuit with a little Lupo, and it's Kaz Waterhouse with the Audi TT. 17.40 plays 14 flat, so it should be Kaz Waterhouse to the top end first. It is 14.59, and Tom goes 20.02. Not quite what he was looking for there, but Cass moved up 5 spots to number 20. How about Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGolface? And new name, Dominic Crawford. That's not Dominic Crawford, I don't think. That is actually Top Fuel Carl. Goes 12.54, 123. I'm sure Dominic Crawford appreciated the shout out, but I think the number was wrong. 16.99 on the other side. But yeah, that was Carl.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if he was running a VW Pro instead.
Nah. Linda Thomas Webb, your next pair. $13.65 and $12.24. No help for those two. Right, Olivia Carter.
Will be your last car down
Really?
the track today.
Wow. We've got it done. Just approaching 5 to 8 in the evening here at Santapod, the home of European drag racing. And this is day 1 of 3 completed. And it's Olivia Carter with Patricia the Passat to wrap things up for us today. 14.90 is the target. As she gets to the top end, she runs a 14.80 breakout. But it's a PB. Who cares? Well done. Oh, it's going to be a happy camp indeed in the Carter, I was going to say household, but pit hole, isn't it? Yeah. So well done to them. And that was a challenging day for our track crew, obviously. We lost a lot of time to the weather conditions this morning, but it turned into a very good day indeed. Lots of good runs, a lot of entertainment, lots of good times up here. And Thomas, thanks ever so much indeed, mate. Good to call it with you again. And let's do it all again tomorrow.
No.
You sure?
Oh, I'll go on then.
Yeah, go on then. Right, folks, we wish you a very good evening indeed. We're going to head up to the pits in a short while. A couple of things to sort out here, and then we'll head up there to the Junior Dragster presentation. We've got those to do tonight as well. So wherever you end up this evening, have a very, very good time. And we will see you tomorrow morning for more qualifying here at the STP Sportsman Nationals. And Nitro FM are going to take over the airwaves now. But for us in the tower, we'll see you tomorrow.